Chapter 651. The same. With a heavy step, dark energies swirled around Zhuo Fan as he made his way to Lu Zai. His eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Lu Zai froze, shaking all over. "Steward Zhuo, what's the meaning of this? I haven't done anything wrong." The rest were tense, but not enough to make them talk. PFF Zhuo Fan got next to Lu Zai and clutched his throat, lifting him off the ground. The overwhelming aura made breathing hard as he demanded, "Where is the antidote?" Antidote? Lu Zai's brow shook with understanding. Zhuo Fan still cares about that broad. He used to think Zhuo Fan's cold front implied he did not give a damn about that woman, but he was holding it in to settle the accounts now. Lu Zai's heart was filled with indignity as he croaked, "Steward Zhuo, you can't do this to me. I have given my all for the sect. You didn't punish someone that forfeited, but you go after me for harming some woman. Where's the fairness in that?" "Zhuo Fan, Lu Zai had fought hard just now. I understand you want the antidote, but you can't just demand it like this." Fiend Yang found an excellent excuse to try and talk some sense into him. Zhuo Fan snorted, "This is my business. Any that interferes will be severely punished. I will be the judge here about what is excessive or not. You have no say in this. Don't think for a second, Venerable, she can protect you. You have always gone against me all the way here. Ignorant fool, hand over the antidote now, or else." There isn't one." Lu Zai's brow trembled, feeling the power in Zhuo Fan's grip. "My poison isn't deadly. She will suffer for 49 days, and that's it. The judge had given his verdict, so I didn't dare kill anyone. I'm also afraid Double Dragon Manor will interfere. Otherwise, the other side's elders would have also asked for the antidote, don't you think?" Zhuo Fan's eye twitched, and his heart filled with rage. His body was flooded with a raging power current as the black energy roamed all over Lu Zai before entering his body. Lu Zai felt like a tight black net robbed him of all movements as it ate away at his body. He had never felt such danger before, sweating buckets in fear. Zhuo Fan was going to kill him over some woman. Zhuo Fan's icy eyes felt like a sucking abyss, his voice eerie. "Hand over the antidote, or you'll get out of my sight for good." "Wait, Zhuo Fan, he just said there isn't any. The woman is in no danger as well. This is still the Double Dragon gathering, and we need all the help we can get. You can't just kill him." Fiend Yang tried to reason with him. Zhuo Fan wouldn't hear it. The black energy coiled more and more around Lu Zai, moments away from enveloping him in complete darkness. The Venerable was panicking, yet still didn't make a move to stop him. Lu Zai could no longer hold it and cried, Wait. I have the antidote?" Lu Zai's hand shone, and a vial appeared. Fiend Yang stood agape and then glared at him. The prick had the antidote all along. He could have just handed it over from the start, but he had to make us all worried for nothing. Bam! Not even sparing him a glance, Zhuo Fan flung him away. As he slammed to the ground, he spat blood, and the vial in his hand soared through the air and into Zhuo Fan's hand. Zhuo Fan eyed the rest with a cold gaze. Every poison user has an antidote for their poisons, lest they get poisoned as well. Maybe some extremely deadly poisons do not, so the enemy will never survive. But as for the milder ones, especially used in torture, they are bound to have an antidote. The next time I do something, stay out of my way." Ugh, Fiend Yang was embarrassed, then glared at Lu Zai. This bastard was faking it all along so much that we even bought it. Zhuo Fan ignored them, walking away. But just after a few steps, he stopped again, looking baffled. "Long time no see, Zhuo Fan." A familiar figure stood in the doorway of their courtyard. Zai Tiancheng came along with two girls, Xuenger and Yangning. The girls looked from Lu Zai, bleeding on the ground, to Zhuo Fan's dark expression and gasped. They had never seen him so furious before. Zai Tiancheng hardly cared, evident by his smile. "Ever since what happened to Ninger at the esoteric debate, I never saw you so out of control. Edifice Lord Chu must have made some progress, I see, ha ha ha." "Zai Tiancheng, why are you here? Are you representing Tianyu as well?" "Not at all. While you did not notice me in the sect stands, I had a clear view of your arrogant and overbearing self. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed a bit after all these years." Zai Tiancheng's gaze sharpened. "Zhuo Fan, do you remember my old goal? Since you left Tianyu, then I did as well." I am now a disciple of the Sword God sect, competing in the middle three sects. I'll be waiting. Zhuo Fan frowned and gave the nod after a pause. He flicked his sleeve and threw the vial. Let's leave that aside for now and help me with this. Zai Tiancheng caught it and chuckled. Just like always, exercising extreme caution, never doing it yourself. All right, I'll deliver the antidote for you. Zai Tiancheng turned around and walked for a few steps before looking back at the girls. How about you two come along? You haven't met with Edifice Lord Chu yet, have you? Come on, if you know your enemy and yourself, you'll surely win, ha ha ha. Zai Tiancheng went on with a faint smile as the girls tensed. They shared a glance, then looked from Zhuo Fan to the disciplined Lu Zai, bleeding on the ground. Their eyes lit up and rushed to follow. They didn't even greet Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan grumbled for a bit, then left as well. With them gone, the heavy mood slowly returned to normal. Fiend Yang sighed and couldn't help but a curse. You idiot! Are you that blind to not see how much Zhuo Fan cares about that woman? And you struck her. You must be damn lucky you got away from Zhuo Fan in one piece. But didn't they break it off? Didn't they both say they'll go all out the next time they meet? Lu Zai gnashed his teeth. Kui Lang sighed. They said one thing, but their hearts thought another. In this world, when a man meets a woman, what they say and what they feel are opposite. They might say they won't hold back, but who is to say that will truly happen when they meet again? The girl didn't skewer you because of Steward Zhuo, and Steward Zhuo almost killed you because of her. This is called saying one thing and doing another. In any case, you just had a brush with death. Shit, why the hell are they faking then, and why am I taking the fall for their duplicity? Lu Zai was raging mad. Venerable, I was just following your advice, to be ruthless to those bastards that burn bridges. No, 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 you're not dumping this on me. I was talking about the others and did not say that girl specifically. You could have at least come to this conclusion yourself and thought of Zhuo Fan. Fiend Yang was waving all over as he tried to get out of this mess. Zhuo Fan was right in the end. He had put up with you for too long. You not once showed an ounce of respect all the way here. Everything else he may overlook, but this time you have struck where it hurt him the most. Did you not see how he dealt with Yan Mo? You got what was coming to you this time. I have been around more than you and can tell. In matters between a man and a woman, it's best not to get involved, or this is how you'll end up. Fiend Yang finished his reprimand, and Kui Lang followed, making him sullen and angry. What the hell did I get into? I was just beaten up and now seen as an outsider, and that Zhuo Fan, he was going to kill his teammates over some woman. How is he fit to lead us? But then he looked around, and all he saw were faces saying he got what was coming. He was fuming mad. God damn it, Zhuo Fan, just you wait. You haven't seen the end of this. Mark my words, Lu Zai gnashed his teeth, his eyes sinister as he looked at everyone around him. These people, teammates for lack of a better word, were Zhuo Fan's lackeys, taking every one of his words as law, even ignoring the good of the sect. His heart just could not accept it. This resentment was bound to be the seed of calamity. Chapter 652, If He's Safe. King Cheng, how are you feeling? The cramped room was now crowded with Shui Ruo Hua and others all looking worriedly at Chu King Cheng, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The floating light green traces from her body made her body tremble and her face contort in pain. Xuan Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth as he cursed. Those repulsive demonic cultivators even resorted to sneak attacks and heavy-handedly too. We don't even know if Sister King Cheng will be all right. She took so many pills and antidotes, but none of them worked. Danner shouted in anger. Everyone gave a nod of worry. Only Elder Yun waved his hand, his voice calm. It's fine. You guys don't need to make such a fuss. I inspected King Cheng and found her life wasn't in danger. This is Double Dragon Manor. How can anyone just resort to murder? Just that these days, King Cheng will be in suffering and pain. Humph, damn those demonic cultivators, making junior sister King Cheng suffer so much. I will never forget this. Chuan Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth. The rest were just as angry. Young Master Elder Zai Tiancheng of Sword God sect has paid a visit. A shout came from outside the house. The first middle three sects. The two looked at each other, then wondered, what is someone from the first middle three sects doing here? While they were wondering, the pained Chu King Cheng opened her eyes. She had a faint smile as she said, "Show him in. He is an old friend from Tianyu. He must want to see me." Another old friend, Xuan Sheayu's mood darkened. "Not another shady pursuer, is it?" he said. "Junior sister King Cheng can't receive guests in her state. It's better if you don't see him." "Wait, young master," Elder Yun spoke first, advising. A simple old acquaintance of King Cheng could be sent off, but he has the sword god sect behind him. We can't ignore them. It's best to receive him still. Xuan Sheayu was annoyed by Elder Yun's idea, but could only nod, even as his mind was frantic. Zai Tiancheng brought Yun Shuang and Yangning along. After greeting Elder Yun, he noticed Chu Qingcheng sweating and pale. He cupped his hands. "Edifice Lord Chu, it's been a long time. Have you been well?" "Enough of your crap. Can't you see she isn't well at all?" Danner rolled her eyes as she grumbled. The others fell silent. "He only said that in passing, yet you got annoyed so fast." Chu Qingcheng patted her shoulder. Zai Tiancheng chuckled and bowed again. "Forgive me for my crudeness." "Edifice Lord Chu, I have witnessed how you got poisoned, and I have brought a secret antidote from my sect that should alleviate the pain." Zai Tianyong presented the vial. Chu Qingcheng's eyes lit up and she nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Zai." "Please, we have the same homeland. There's no need for that." Zai Tiancheng smiled and handed it over. Shui Ruohua gave it to Chu Qingcheng, who was still trembling in pain. "Young Master Zai, Qingcheng had taken many pills, but none helped. Could it be that this? It will work." Zai Tiancheng smiled with conviction. Chu Qingcheng smiled as well. "I believe so as well." She opened the vial and took the pill. She remained cross-legged, meditating quietly. The others were still looking at her nervously, but after 15 minutes, something magical happened. Chu Qingcheng's trembling stopped. Her face became rosy and the green energy around her slowly faded away. "Young Master Zai, your pill is amazing. It actually worked." Danner's eyes lit up. Zai Tiancheng simply smiled in reply, while Xuan Sheayu and Elder Yun were amazed by the middle three sects' power. I don't know what that poison was, but it was removed so easily. "Is this a universal antidote?" I wonder Chu Qingcheng revealed the answer soon enough. She opened her eyes and smiled. "Ha ha ha, he's still the same, never wanting to take credit for anything." "You knew." "Of course, such a specialized antidote can only come from the poisoner himself." Chu Qingcheng was filled with happiness. Shui Ruohua asked curiously, "Qingcheng, you said the antidote belongs to the poisoner. Does that mean it's demon-scheming sect's Lu Zai?" "Yes, it's his, though I bet he wasn't so keen on giving it." Zai Tiancheng spoke like she knew everything. Zai Tiancheng smiled and nodded. "Edifice Lord Chu, it's like you're him to know him so well. Just as I went to see him, he was beating up the guy to force him to give the antidote. But you know his style. He would never admit to doing such a kind act. He's just as stubborn as always behind that cold face. I've seen him do it too many times in the esoteric debate." Chu Qingcheng's gaze wandered, recalling the fond memories. The girls were even more puzzled. Danner asked, "Senior sister, you can't mean that Zhuo Fan gave you the antidote, can you? He had even been scolding you on stage to be crueler and forget the past." "And? He only did it because he pitied me, not wanting me to be in danger again. In fact, I was quite happy to hear him say that. As for his coldness, ha ha ha, he's always been like this." Chu Qingcheng did not mind it in the least. The girls were speechless. What is it between these two exactly? It just feels more complicated by the day. Xuan Sheayu was very hateful right then. The antidote came from him again. He would have surely stopped it if he knew. He could never allow the two to contact each other, even if it meant offending sword god sect. Zai Tiancheng nodded and sighed. "Edifice Lord Chu, you have changed over the years. You used to be so forceful and tough. Sometimes you'd be so scared by that arrogant and almighty Zhuo Fan you'd never see him." "Really?" Danner looked intrigued at Chu Qingcheng, but she flicked the girl's nose, gave her a deep look, and the girl shied back. Chu Qingcheng sighed. "I used to want an explanation from him at all cost, but after I saw how far he went for Ninger, I knew. This man has his own path, and I should let him take it." "Ninger?" Chu Qingcheng was roused by the voice and looked at Yangning. "You know Ninger?" Then you aren't sword god sect disciples either. Zai Tiancheng smiled. Let me introduce you. She is Tianyu's princess, Yangning, and this is Tianyu's holy maiden, Yun Shuang. They are both Edifice Lord Chu's main rivals. You should be careful. Yangning and Shuanger were put on the spot. Chu Qingcheng simply smiled at Zai Tiancheng, who'd have thought the great martial fanatic of yesteryear would crack jokes. Then she looked deeply at Yun Shuang. You're Shuanger? Peony Overseer said in her messages that Zhuo Fan declared in front of everyone that he wanted you. I must say, with your pure look, you sure bear a striking resemblance to Ninger. No, please don't say that. Shuanger panicked, her face going beet red. Then she said quietly, I was only his pawn. Nothing actually happened, a pawn. The girls looked at each other, and anger appeared on their faces. To treat such a nice girl as a pawn, that Zhuo Fan is a cold bastard. Shu and Sheiyu used this chance to fling dirt. Hear that? That vile demon only knows how to deceive innocent girls. Qingcheng, you must see him for who he is and not buy into his lies. He first had you injured and now sent someone with the antidote. He clearly wants to get to you. You must not let him. I know him far better than you ever will. Chu Qingcheng sneered, her smile icy. Besides, as long as he is safe, I don't care if I become his pawn. What I fear is that he'll abandon me without even finding a use for me. The girls watched Chu Qingcheng in shock. This prideful ice queen wanted to become someone's pawn, forever by his side. Was this still the same cold and determined beauty of before? While Elder Yun shook his head, Shu and Sheiyu was fuming mad because of this. The poor lass had fallen victim to a vile demonic cultivator, chapter 653, where the heart is. Qingcheng, wake up. You've been taken in by that demon. Shui Ruohua shook Chu Qingcheng and shouted at her. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. Senior sister, I have been taken in, but that is because I wanted to. Nonsense. How is it logical to let yourself be bewildered? Shui Ruohua did not believe it. Chu Qingcheng gave up, turning to Shuanger and gesturing the two to come over. Shuanger and Yangning tensed in front of their arch-rival in love. She won't do anything to us, will she? But the two relented at Chu Qingcheng's bright smile that looked like an angel's. Chu Qingcheng smiled. I know you both want to be by his side, but to do this you must understand him. You must also know what happened to Ninger. I heard from the Luo clan that Zhuo Fan saved her in the end, but she forgot about him, so he let her go. Yangning said. Chu Qingcheng nodded. You know some, but not everything, not what he went through to do it. I was still stubborn back then, forcing him to accept me. Chu Qingcheng began narrating the days of old, from how the Seven Houses conflict started, to Zhuo Fan's cruel path, of Ninger's death, of Zhuo Fan's fall to madness, of his struggle and his white hair. She had told them everything, every little detail, well, except the part about her and Zhuo Fan separating because of it, going to different sects. Whether it was telling her story or Zhuo Fan's, she always had that reminiscing smile. It was then that I knew this man was far from dead inside. He is only holding himself back, is all. The path he threads is destined to be cruel and cold, so how could I want to be an obstacle? That's why I left, so that he would never fall into such despair again after what happened to Ninger. If he is safe, I will be content. Chu Qingcheng smiled at Shui Ruohua. I'm so happy to find that he still cares about me. That's why I was glad when he asked senior sister about me. The girls were taken aback. They would never have imagined a cruel and cold demonic cultivator like Zhuo Fan would go through such pain and agony. When Ninger woke up, he did not cling to her, but let her go for her own good. Chu Qingcheng had made the same choice then as well, all for him. They all sensed that even by walking different paths, righteous and demonic, they were actually so similar. To them, the factions had no meaning, not when they knew each other completely. The girls instantly had the desire to play matchmaker. Yun Shuang and Yangning lowered their bashful heads, coming to see just how little they knew Zhuo Fan compared to Chu Qingcheng. What right did they have to be with him? Xu and Sheiyu had long since been grinding his teeth in silence. The two had too many deep memories. It was impossible to make her forget about that bastard, so what was left to be said about his chances? I see. So that's why Edifice Lord Chu does not cling to him, because you trust him completely. Zai Tianchang sighed. But by the looks of it, he will always be conflicted. Which is more important, the demonic path or love? This will be his final trial. I only hope he will be able to overcome it quickly and get stronger with it. That way I can also follow my goal by following him forever. The girls raised an eyebrow. That's some bromance. Zai Tianchang noticed their quirky looks and was baffled. What? Did I say something wrong? Outside of Mystical Heaven Sect's courtyard, in a remote corner, stood a tall man, Zhuo Fan. Ever since Zai Tianchang entered, he had been standing here for 6 hours. He only wanted to see him come out, proving that Chu Qingcheng was all right. Whoosh. Someone flashed behind him and said in a familiar tone, spreading a strong scent of alcohol, "Ha ha ha, you just can't let her go, can you?" Zhuo Fan looked back to see the drunk Danking Shen smiling at him. "Senior, how are you still here?" Zhuo Fan asked. Danking Shen said, He, I told you, there's no place that can bar me on these lands. I can go wherever I want. What, you have a problem with people coming from behind?" No, you can do what you wish." Zhuo Fan's face twitched. Danking Shen gave him a long look, then snickered. "Why does love exist in this world? To teach people about the meaning of life. Kid, if you want that lass, just go get her. What's there to be conflicted about? Senior, please don't joke. You know as well that this isn't my path." Zhuo Fan sighed inside. Danking Shen nodded. "Oh, quite true. That only means you're fickle. You had 2 girls and now you got a 3rd one. You don't deserve her. What about all those bachelors? Leave some for them." "Senior, don't joke. You know what I mean." Zhuo Fan's face twitched again, and he sighed. "I walk the demonic path, a dead road filled with cruelty and no emotions. How can I let emotions take me? If I do, it will harm me and especially her. So why bother? The past is a living testament to that." Danking Shen gave him a long look, then said, "Then what are you standing around here for? Since you're dead inside, kill all emotions. Standing out here, spying on a girl's window is doing neither of you any good. Senior is right, but after all that has happened, I just can't let go." Zhuo Fan sighed. "I never owed anyone a favor. I have only had others owe me. The minute I owe someone, it would be very hard to pay it back." Danking Shen grinned. He, a story. I just love stories. Come here and tell me. Maybe I can help you solve your troubles." All right. It's my fortune to have Senior's care." Zhuo Fan began narrating the 7 houses' conflicts, the esoteric debate in every detail. Saving Ninger was my problem. She had nothing to do with it. In the end, she was forced to go to Mystical Heaven Sect so I could save Ninger. I don't even know what kind of conditions she had to accept either. I just don't know when I will ever be able to return the favor. If I don't, then I will never know peace for as long as I live." Zhuo Fan shook his head. Danking Shen turned serious as well. "A strange girl indeed. To save your friend, she trapped herself. Now I understand why you regarded Lu Zai's attack as if he attacked your friends. This is a heavy debt. The only way I can see it returned is if you give your heart and soul for her." "Hey, Senior, I'm a demonic cultivator here." Yeah, a dead and cruel path, yada yada," Danking Shen said casually, then turned solemn. "Kid, I may not be a demonic cultivator and don't understand your way, but all paths lead to the truth, the Tao. That at least I do know. Even on the emotionless and cruel path, you need to feel first before you can squash your emotions. How else can you remove something that wasn't there to begin with? Just like us righteous cultivators who pursue justice, where would justice be if not for evil? How would you know justice without understanding evil? Here's an example. That universal righteous sect, they just love preaching justice left and right, but how many do you think are aware of what that even means? Is justice fighting some demonic cultivators? That's not even breaking the surface." Zhuo Fan pondered, having noticed the wisdom but had yet to unravel its profound meaning. It seemed there was a thick shroud covering his sight, never lifting. "Kid," Danking Shen sighed, "you have so many girls around you, yet only that lass is a bit special. I thought you were serious about her, but after hearing your story, I'm having second thoughts. Do you feel guilty about her, or is it really love?" Zhuo Fan frowned and shook his head. I do not know." Ha, you're still naive," Danking Shen shook his head. "Then let this old man teach you. Close your eyes and recall that perfect moment of bliss and happiness. Zhuo Fan did so and relaxed, his mind at peace. Through the stream of memories, he only found two that fit the old man's question. I have two peaceful memories. One is in the All-Beast mountain range with Ninger and Zai Tianyang. Ha ha ha, three people's happiness. Danking Shen shook his head, but they are nothing more than your precious friends. That's not the one. There's no such thing as happiness between three people. One always finds himself a third wheel. Ha ha ha. Then there's the other in a rundown house. How many? Danking Shen asked. Two. Man, woman. Woman. Who is she? Danking Shen shouted now. Zhuo Fan opened his eyes and his face grew grave. Danking Shen laughed. That one is where your heart is. Whether or not it is this lass, only your heart knows, ha ha ha. Danking Shen was gone with that last laugh, leaving Zhuo Fan alone and sighing. What am I supposed to do? Chapter 654. Have been around. 3 days. That was how long Zhuo Fan was cooped up in his room, with one leg over the other and not moving a muscle. He had been at this ever since he saw Zai Tiancheng coming out of that courtyard, showing that the antidote was effective and Chu Qingcheng had recovered. Today was when the middle three sects stage began, yet he did not feel like inspecting his enemies, letting Fiend Yang take the disciples to watch the fight. Zhuo Fan frowned deeply. His mind was uncertain, filled with Danking Shen's words. How did one remove love when it wasn't even there? This was one question he had never thought about. Maybe he had been on this lonely road of demonic cultivation for so long that he had gotten used to being alone and everything going his way. But heaven played a sick joke on him, bringing him back and tying him down again and again. He could no longer go back to just being a demonic cultivator. Was it heaven's way of taunting him, or maybe a trial? Maybe Yun Xuanji was right. This is my chance to restart my demonic path. It was just that this path was too foreign that he did not know how to proceed. Unlike the breezy demonic path he trod in his previous life, he didn't know if this new path would bring him to the pinnacle of Tao. Just what am I to do? Demonic cultivation emphasized a dead heart. Once emotions sprouted, they would drag him back. But how was one supposed to remove them when one had yet to experience them? This is so messed up. If one took those emotions to train in the demonic path, would these emotions remain pure? Could they be called the feelings one had at first? They were nothing more than a means to an end. But if one fell to emotion, how could one just up and cut them off? If they could be removed so easily, why then still call it true love? Holy shit. If I see it as a trial, that means no path is the right one. Zhuo Fan facepalmed, hesitating if he should insist on going down this road. Better go with the flow and trust where my heart takes me. If it were so, would he ever return to his demonic path? I'm only getting further and further away. Feeling powerless, Zhuo Fan just did not know what to do. He had been in his man cave for these 3 days, struggling with his greatest problem yet. It just goes to show my previous path was too plain. Zhuo Fan, another dark horse showed up. I don't think we'll even get to pass the middle three sects fight now. A shout came from outside the courtyard. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes at Fiend Yang's distraught voice, turning over and resuming his conflicting thoughts. Bam, he was in for a rude awakening as Fiend Yang just would not let him, smashing the door open, rushing over and shaking every bone in his body. Damn brat, don't you know anything besides sleeping? You'll get all the sleep you want when you're dead. We have more important things to worry about right now. What's the hurry? Aren't we challenging the middle three sects tomorrow? Just leave it. Leave your ass. Zhuo Fan's lazy attitude ticked Fiend Yang off. Damn brat, you did not come to see the middle three sects stage. Do you know how it ended? Don't wanna. Why you? Fiend Yang's face twitched in rage. He worked hard to keep it bottled up and prevent it from leaking into his voice. You wouldn't be so relaxed if you had seen what happened at the middle three sects stage. I bet you'd freak out more than me. Sword God sect is a freak of nature. All 10 of its disciples are in the ethereal stage, even your old friend. Zhuo Fan recalled his old friend, then nodded. Oh, right. I never paid him much attention when he came. But now that you mention it, his aura did place him in the ethereal stage. He's always been a martial fanatic, a genius cultivator, but for him to enter the ethereal stage so fast is beyond my expectations. The middle three sects sure are rich. Well, congrats to him. Congrats your sister, you still have the free time to care about someone else. He is our greatest threat. Fiend Yang was itching to smack some sense into this sloppy Zhuo fan, but he reined it in. Dude, you're our leader. Can't you show some interest? Sword God Sect's lineup is as strong as a superior three sects. Do you know how they fared in the matches? They won all of them, both singles and teams. Demon Soul Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect haven't won once. Zhuo fan looked at him curiously. That amazing. Yes, that amazing. Fiend Yang sighed. Sword God Sect has always been the top middle three sects, but the other two sects weren't this far behind. Even with the superior three sects' dominance over the middle three sects, none of the superior three sects could guarantee such a complete victory. Fiend Yang's worry grew as he sighed. And then there's that gentle sword. He showed great power, but I am sure he didn't go all out. The entire Sword God Sect came prepared, then they even gave us taunting looks. They clearly aren't afraid of us, or more particularly, you. They must have something ready for you. That's what worries me the most. Oh, then we should be more careful. Zhuo fan nodded, finally getting serious. I'll just have to use my foolproof strategy to make losing impossible. Fiend Yang lit up. You have such a thing? Tell me. We don't fight them. We can't lose if we don't fight. Zhuo fan grinned. Or we'll just have to settle being a middle three sect. Fiend Yang's face twitched, and his eyes were burning with a newfound rage he could no longer contain. Zhuo fan, is that how you don't lose? Shit. Who was it that said we'll challenge the superior three sects? It was you who proclaimed such great design. But now that you met the Sword God Sect blocking your path, you shy away. You're nothing more than. With an unbridled yawn, Zhuo fan walked away as Fiend Yang was in the middle of his rant. He had more pressing things to worry about, like his inner conflict. Other stuff was just extra. He cared even less about some good of the sect motto. Getting them in the middle three sects was enough to fulfill his end of the bargain with Zai Yu, superior three sects. Ha ha ha, that's your problem. Fiend Yang felt powerless at Zhuo fan's disinterest. This young master is so damn stubborn, only doing things based on his mood. If he were in good spirits, he'd be arrogant and fight everything under the sky. If he were in the dumps, he would rather sit back. What a pain in the ass, and there's no way to deal with him. Steward Zhuo, venerable, people from the Heaven Trailing Sect have come to see you. Kui Lang shouted as he entered. Looking at Fiend Yang's red face and Zhuo fan's laid-back attitude, he knew what had happened. So he bowed and declared. Fiend Yang glanced at Zhuo fan. We've been here for so long already and haven't paid each other any visits. So why is it today they come to us? Punk, this isn't over. We'll talk when I get back. Fiend Yang slammed his hand hard on Zhuo fan's shoulder and left in a huff. Zhuo fan had a faint smile on his face. Kui Lang did not disturb him and closed the door behind him. Zhuo fan then recalled something and shouted, Hey, Kui Lang, come back. I want to ask you something. Steward Zhuo, is there anything you need? Kui Lang bowed. Zhuo fan waved his hand, turning dead serious. Kui Lang, you and your one must have a deep love for each other, right? Why else would you forfeit knowing it could kill you? She keeps me at peace. She chases my fears. All right, I got it. You don't need to mention it. Kui Lang looked at the sky sorrowfully, but Zhuo fan cut him off right as he started. I just wanted to ask. You know demonic cultivation is emotionless, so why do you do this for? Kui Lang gave him a long look, then sighed. Steward Zhuo, I know the sect has a rule not to fraternize. But love is like a torrent, sweeping anything in its path. I have been around and understand this better than most, both its sweet and bitter sides with all in between. All I can say is that I have no regrets, even when I got cast down to being a laborer. You misunderstood me. This isn't about the sect's rules. I'm talking about the demonic path. Now that you've known love so much, it's hard to progress. Why did you dive in without hesitating? Kui Lang had a strange look. Steward Zhuo, I may be a disciple on the demonic path, but I haven't once thought about it. I only followed what others did and did not break the sect's rules. That is all. When I got close to her, I wasn't thinking about anything, just that we might be exposed and suffer for it. Zhuo Fan paused for a moment and nodded. An ordinary cultivator like Kui Lang was still at the start of the demonic path and probably would never traverse it to reach the Tao. So he didn't consider things too much. Zhuo Fan shook his head, feeling foolish. What was I thinking asking him? He doesn't know the difference between a path and a demon. All he does is follow the herd. Because of this, Zhuo Fan admired him. Faced with simple-minded choices, one did not have regrets. You can go. I need some peace and quiet. Zhuo Fan shooed him. Kui Lang nodded and bowed before leaving. But just as he was at the door, he said, "Steward Zhuo, I don't know if it's my place to say this. My insight into the demonic path is way shallower than yours and Elder Yuan's, but there is one area I know for certain. I chose the demonic path over the righteous because of their many restrictions. While I do not know what is on your mind, I get the feeling you are also restricted by yourself. Why must you do so? I have been around, and when it comes to emotions or love, I won't hesitate." "Why do you suddenly sound so wise?" Zhuo Fan shook, and a realization struck him as he gaped at him. Kui Lang scratched his head. "I can never be wiser than Steward Zhuo that I know. All I can say is that I know about feelings, ha ha ha." Chapter 655, Contradiction. Freedom of action stood at the base of the demonic path, but one could feel restricted by walking down this path. Such a contradiction, Zhuo Fan started, returning to the old unanswered problem plaguing his mind. Damn that Ren Kong. How dare he look down on me like it's beneath him to talk to me? This is bullshit. Just when Zhuo Fan was finally alone with his thoughts, a loud voice complaining sounded. A bang followed and the door was slammed open again. Fiend Yang stomped inside and saw Zhuo Fan. "You, the heaven-trailing sect is asking for you. Go see them." "Me, what for?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "You're a great venerable, aren't you? You're not enough." "Of course I am, but those sons of she-dogs have holes for eyes." Fiend Yang grumbled, then sighed. "But they want to meet you specifically, so you must go. They are the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. We have to show our respect." Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and went. Fiend Yang led the way to the front of the courtyard. 4 stood inside, looking around while Gui Hu and the others accompanied them. "Your place sure is tiny, but what can you expect from a lower 3 sect? Ha ha ha." A young master in silken robes fanned himself as he laughed. The 2 youths in green around him laughed as well, looking at Gui Hu with derision. The grizzled old man said nothing. Gui Hu was angry, but the 2 fiends left here stopped him and the other disciples from shouting. Zhuo Fan saw this and asked Fiend Yang, "Is heaven-trailing sect here to look for trouble? Quite the tone they have." "I'm not sure. However, there hasn't been any issue between our sects. Just go there and you'll know." Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. The 2 approached. Gui Hu's side bowed before Steward Zhuo and stood aside. The 4 instantly set their eyes on him. The young master snapped his fan closed and barked. "So you're the dark horse of the lower 3 sects. I saw you when your sect fought with mystical heaven sect, but why did you not participate? I am not sure how tough you are, but you sure know how to be cocky. You know I'm cocky, yet you come at me with that attitude? Are you itching to be pummeled?" Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. "That makes 2 of us. Why have you all come here? And for me in particular?" "Ha ha ha, we heard you're running rampant and that the sect cherishes you. The venerables must have exaggerated, so we came to see the truth." The young master showed a nasty smile filled with contempt. Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched. Now he got the gist of what they wanted. They came for a fight. A puny middle 3 sect wants to waste my time. "Ha!" The young master took Zhuo Fan's silence for fear and grew more courageous. "Ha ha ha, now don't be so nervous. I came with good intentions. I presume you also saw the middle 3 sects stage today and should already know what to do. I only came here thinking you have been complacent and thought of reminding you how things stand." Demon scheming sect's disciples knew where he was going with this, and their faces fell. Only Zhuo Fan played the fool, sporting the same baffled look. How was the result in today's stage anyway? "Please tell me." Zhuo Fan smiled. The young master's face twitched and turned dark. He glared. "Are you mocking us when you already know?" "Humph. We may have had poor results this time in double dragon gatherings, ending up last in the middle 3-sect stage, but nothing a puny and insignificant lower 3-sect could ever compare to. Oh, so you're the runt. Afraid you might end up kicked further down, you came to beg for mercy, is that it? Zhuo Fan snickered. Ha ha ha, what a good little doggy, wag your tail for master, but you're missing the right attitude when begging. You'll never get any attention if you keep barking and snarling. Bastard. Two shouts sounded in unison, one from the young master and the other from the elder. Hutilda pressure had come at Zhuo Fan. The elder was furious and shot a palm attack toward his head. Zhuo Fan only squinted, standing his ground like a statue and awaiting this reckless old fool's death. Humph, you've gone senile if you think you can beat me in the 5th layer ethereal stage. Bam! The old man's attack never reached Zhuo Fan, as Fiend Yang blocked the palm. They both staggered 5 steps back before stopping. The old man glared at Fiend Yang, who hurriedly waved his hands. Ha ha ha, Elder Kai, Zhuo Fan hasn't been at the fights today. He doesn't know your sect's situation. He wasn't trying to offend your great sect with his ignorance. Please forgive him. Ignorant? Then what did he mean by his last words? What dog? Elder Kai grunted. Put on the spot, Fiend Yang chuckled. Zhuo Fan had the same stoic face as he said, Then why have you come here? We came to warn you to know your place and don't participate in the challenge stage. Just stand aside and watch before you humiliate yourself. The young master mocked Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan sneered, Isn't that the same thing? Why would you bother coming here to run your mouths if you aren't scared of us? That only means you're scared. If that is the case, try to at least act like it. Stop with the tough act. I ain't buying it. Why you? The young master was burning with rage and shot his 2 green friends a signal. The 2 nodded and went for Kai Changlong, Bai Lion, and Lu Zai, the strongest disciples. The trio was on guard, knowing they couldn't be careless against these 2, having the same cultivation as them, 3rd layer ethereal stage. But then the 2 vanished and appeared behind them with a palm attack. Bang tilde 3 explosions sounded, and Kai Changlong with the other 2 was sent flying, bleeding from their mouths. As for the 2 in green, they were back in their spots. Zhuo Fan's heart tensed. A combined attack again? Humph, let this be a warning to you. If you dare meet us on stage, I won't care if we're sects from the same empire. We'll slaughter you. The youth flicked his hand, and he left with his friends in green and elder. Kai Changlong and the others barely got to their feet, their eyes filled with hatred. Zhuo Fan calmed down and said, Will you let them have it? We'll give them shit. Why the hell would we do what they want anyway? We'll be the middle 3 sect when we throw them back. Fiend Yang snorted. Zhuo Fan, remember this well. That cocky kid is Ren Kong. He is sect leader Ren's son. You can teach him any lesson you want except killing him. As for the rest, you decide. But those 2 in green are Kong Shan and Kong Lin. They train in the mountain and forest shadow. Their location isn't constant, and they are hard to avoid. They almost scored 2 wins from Sword God sect in today's battles. But they met with Gentle Sword Wen Tao. If not, just by score alone, they would have Demon Soul sect beaten, and in 2nd place since Demon Soul sect only had 1 point over them. Thank you, Demon Soul sect, for bringing him to me. See how I'll kick them out of the middle 3 sects. Zhuo Fan snickered and turned to the rest. Tomorrow we'll be fighting together. Roar, the others cheered. After taking a round off of fighting, Steward Zhuo was back in action. Hump, cocky brat of heaven trailing sect, your days are numbered. Meanwhile, Ren Kong and the other 3 looked smug about their success. Elder Kai, the kid isn't much after all. You went to attack, yet he just stood still like a moron. Kong Shan and Kong Lin attacked those disciples, and he still didn't help. Our fears were unfounded, ha ha ha. The 4 came to the demon scheming sect to warn them and test the waters. They hadn't seen Zhuo Fan fight and came to probe him. A shame their testing not only ended up fruitless, but even managed to yank the enemy's chain into biting them back harder. They failed because of their stupidity. But the biggest irony was they were oblivious of it. Chapter 656. Shen. But they say that Zhuo Fan obliterated beast-taming sect's disciples with 1 fist, even the elder. It can't be that he could not even react to my palm attack. Elder Kai found it suspicious. Ren Kong saw it too, but waved off his suspicions. Ha ha ha, no need to think too hard about him, Elder Kai. Zhuo Fan is only at the 3rd layer radiant stage. How strong can he be? The rumors must be exaggerated. Why else would he suddenly sit out when every sect was there to see him? I bet he was scaring the middle 3 sects' disciples into surrendering when it came to fighting him. Only petty people resort to petty tricks. As for beast-taming sect's elder's death, Exalted Double Dragons already announced he broke the rules for attacking the guests and was executed by Exalted High Ran. It had nothing to do with that punk. I bet it's just another rumor he instigated to scare others. But not me, yours truly won't fall for it, ha ha ha. Elder Kai regarded Ren Kong and nodded in the end. Young master is wise. I must have gotten too old to fall for a kid's trick. The new is replacing the old, ha ha ha. Ren Kong was extra full of himself, looking at the 2 youths. Kong Shan, Kong Lin in tomorrow's fights if the others bought it. Make sure you kill Zhuo Fan at once to break their spirit and show everyone what a liar he is. Leave the rest for after, all right? Understood, young master. The 2 nodded. Ren Kong's smile grew wider. Tomorrow, everyone would see how they fell for the kids' inflated lies. Only I, Ren Kong from Heaven Trailing Sect, saw the truth. Since strength can't beat him, I'll use intelligence, he. On the morning of the 2nd day, the arena was packed. Even though it was the middle 3 sects' challenge stage, the superior 3 sects also showed up. Only this time they were curious about 2 people. One was the darkest horse of all times, hailing from Demon Scheming Sect, Zhuo Fan. The other was one who they paid even more attention to since not just him but his entire sect was the strongest among the middle 3 sects. Gentle Sword Wen Tao from Sword God Sect. Ha ha ha, the ever-dauntless superior 3 sects for thousands of years are now stirred. But the one to climb isn't Demon Scheming Sect, but Sword God Sect. I wonder who is going to take the fall. Wu Qinkyu chuckled, watching the flood of people coming in. Yan Mo was there too. What's the point in asking? The most likely sect to drop is the Universal Righteous Sect. That's what it gets for always being last. Are you so sure it's going to be last this time too? Wu Qinkyu raised an eyebrow. Yan Mo nodded without delay. Of course, it has always been like this. The number 1 spot among the superior 3 sects was always fought between us 2 sects, while the Universal Righteous Sect was just the wheel. I don't mind if they were last, or even if we are last. I just hope that guy gets to fight with me already. That's all I wanted. One can never find peace unless he fights one's destined rival. Yi Lin was bored to death, looking for his target from the audience. Yan Mo asked, Hey, I feel like sparring with you. You, Yi Lin mocked, no point now, Shu. You, Yan Mo choked, and Wu Qinkyu laughed. Whoosh. The judge once more made his appearance on stage, bowing before the empty air. Welcome, Exalted. Welcome, Exalted. The rest of the people bowed as well. Exalted Double Dragons appeared in their seats of honor and gestured for them to be seated. Exalted High Ran spoke, Begin. Middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects, enter the arena. The judge shouted. Sword God Sect, Demon Soul Sect, and Heaven Trailing Sect walked into view. After them came Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect. Seeing Zhuo Fan and his team's lead, he did not look like he would be sitting back this time. The people lit up, knowing he would be fighting. Yan Mo, Wu Qinkyu, and the others were excited as well. Wu Qinkyu really wanted to know what this kid could do to earn his freaky junior brother's high evaluation. Wen Tao grinned at Zhuo Fan, filled with fighting spirit. Zhuo Fan, your reputation precedes you. We'll finally get a glimpse at your skills. I wonder if you'll live up to your name. Fight me and you'll see. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Wen Tao paused, then nodded. I'll be waiting. Han Yunfeng stared at Zhuo Fan, then finally said, Well met, Zhuo Fan, I am Demon Soul Sect's eldest young mass, Big Young Han. Zhuo Fan cut him off, earning a few snickers from Demon Scheming Sect and Demon Soul Sect. Star Reader, play on the words big equals eldest. Han Yunfeng coughed and said, I am Han Yunfeng. Because of my father's harsh teachings, He only gave us 3 brothers' names after age 5, depending on our strength. Only the strongest earned his name, while the rest didn't have one. That is why only I have one. They are the second son and third son. Oh, your dad sure is cruel. That's a demonic sect leader for you. Zhuo Fan nodded, then a question nagged at him. If the sect leader is cruel to such a degree, does he not feel any love for his sons? Ugh, the demonic path is filled with mysteries. Han Yunfeng said, I planned to fight you in the Double Dragon Gathering, but I reconsidered. It's unwise to do something you already know you'll fail. So despite some regrets, if you want to challenge us, Demon Soul Sect will have to refuse your invitation. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, giving him another look of admiration. The kid knows when to call it quits, like a true man of ambition does. And he is a sect leader's son too. Quite unlike a certain someone, Zhuo Fan's eyes drifted to Ren Kong, who had a constant sneer on his face. Fool, he has you believing a lie. You're still falling for his bluff. Zhuo Fan shook his head, scratched his nose, and gave him a moment of silence in tribute. Exalted double dragons saw Zhuo Fan on the scene and were startled. They shared a glance and nodded. They were under the impression Zhuo Fan was too strong this early in the competition. But after watching the middle 3 sect stage, they realized the disciples this time were anything but weak. Without Zhuo Fan's help, Demon Scheming Sect would have nothing to fight with today, effectively going against their fair judging of the sect's potential. Therefore, they allowed Zhuo Fan to fight. Zhuo Fan glanced up and noticed their faint nod, knowing he was free to let loose. He was on a roll. In the lower 3 sect singles, the Mystical Heaven Sect won. In the team matches, the Demon Scheming Sect won. By the Double Dragon Gathering's rules, Mystical Heaven Sect can take the initiative to challenge another sect only in the single matches, while Demon Scheming Sect can only challenge other sects in the team battles. Sects, who will you challenge? The judge turned to the teams. Elder Yun bowed. My Mystical Heaven Sect has always been under the Heaven Trailing Sect's guidance, and while we had the fortune to take first place in this time's lower 3 sect stage, we only wish to hold our position and not offend any middle 3 sect. Mystical Heaven Sect refuses to make a challenge. Bootlicker, everyone there felt like retching at this slick old man's words. He's kissing ass at his age. Has he no shame? What Heaven Trailing Sect guiding you? You're just its dog. The girls blushed in shame under the contempt of the crowd. They looked at Elder Yun filled with resentment. We're still a sect. So why must we sell our dignity and become someone else's lapdog? Only Ren Kong felt like he got even more full of himself, nodding like it was natural. Zhuo Fan found Elder Yun's action admirable. He has no damn ounce of shame, just like me back in the day. Since he turned the loss into a win, Zhuo Fan had noticed Elder Yun's patience and scheming mind, playing the innocent while the play was in disfavor, then striking when the moment was right. He might look like he was ingratiating and shaming himself, but he was, in fact, the Heaven Trailing Sect's most dangerous servant. When the master lost its focus on this dog, the dog would definitely go for the master's throat. That's the definition of flexible. The judge turned to Demon Scheming Sect. Zhuo Fan stepped out before Fiend Yang could speak. Fight, of course. While the Mystical Heaven Sect could only submit, the Demon Scheming Sect had gone beyond this level, ready to kick these rampant middle sects off their throne and take the crown for ruling Tianyu's 3 guardian sects for itself. Chapter 657, Mountain and Forest's Shadow. Zhuo Fan's determined voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the arena, filling them with excitement and expectations, especially the nation's representatives. The 9 sects in the Western lands had been stuck in their respective rankings for thousands of years. It all became foggy. When exactly was the last time an underdog tried punching above its status? Now they were witnessing history in the making. Everyone was thrilled and eager for a good show. The teams from every sect had known this was coming and were watching in anticipation. Only Ren Kong's face fell, glaring at Zhuo Fan like he was an abomination on this earth. A tiny demon scheming sect like you dares to challenge your superiors. Humph, you're going to pay for it. Mark my words. Turning to Kong Shan and Kong Lin, Ren Kong nodded and gave them the signal. In all honesty, they were shaken by the demon scheming sect's team for a good reason. With 6 in the ethereal stage, their side only had himself and the twins. In other words, besides him, in the second layer ethereal stage, and the brothers, in the third layer ethereal stage, the other 7 disciples in the radiant stage could hardly pose a challenge. They were the only 3 who could put up a fight and score a win. So why was it that even though Demon Soul Sect had only Han Yunfeng and the second young Master Han as their sole 2 ethereal stage experts, they were still above them in rank? It was their overall strength that made all the difference. The hope of keeping their name rested entirely on Kong Shan and Kong Lin dealing with 6 ethereal stage experts. As such, striking first and hard to cripple the enemy's morale was a tested tactic through the ages. The Kong brothers' eyes flickered coldly, fixing Zhuo Fan in their sights. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. His thoughts were mocking them. It's obvious that their target is me. He shook his head and sighed. Ignorance sure is bliss. Since the demon scheming sect has decided to challenge, please enter the Sumeru dimension. First will be lower 3 sect demon scheming sect versus middle 3 sect heaven trailing sect in a team battle. Star Reader. Sumeru is the center of all Buddhist cosmologies, physical, metaphysical, and spiritual universes. The judge shouted at the crowd. Then, 2 familiar figures appeared on the stage. They were none other than the elders posing as gatekeepers of Double Dragon Manor. Their hands worked through the gestures quickly, and with a bang, they shot their hands forth. The space in front rippled like a curtain about to be lifted. As the ripples took form, the 2 elders grabbed what looked like seams and pulled with all their strength until the veins on their arms bulged outward. Creak, the space was split apart with a heavy sound to reveal a new world. The view presented a magnificent valley with a tall and imposing mountain behind it, covered in a lush and beautiful forest. This world's limits were so vast that one could not even see the edges. Such a considerable expanse could easily accommodate a battle against armies in the hundreds of thousands, not just a measly 20 people. Turning back to the audience, the judge said, "The disciples of the 2 sects are to enter. You are free to fight to your heart's content." Zhuo Fan nodded and was the first to walk forward, but someone gave a taunting snort just before he entered the barrier. "Ha ha ha, what a grand world. I bet this will be your first time seeing it since you've never had a team battle. But don't even think about hiding in this vast world. We've been here so many times, we know it better than you." Ren Kong snickered at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan mocked. "You took the words right out of my mouth. Not like if you hide, it will change anything. It will just be taking a little more time, come to think of it. I can't remember the last time I played cat and mouse. I should relish the moment, ha ha ha. We'll see who plays with who here." Ren Kong just had to have the last word, but those who knew Zhuo Fan's real strength looked at him like he was an idiot. "I say, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so quick and excited to die. Life must be tough for him." Zhuo Fan shook his head with a mocking smile as he entered the world. His team snickered and followed right after. Ren Kong gave the Kong twins a signal, and the 2 nodded. They shot into the barrier, soon followed by the rest of their team. Soon, everyone entered the fray, leaving behind a faded image from inside to let the audience know how it progressed. Whoosh Zhuo Fan was the first to appear in a small valley, with demon scheming sect's disciples behind him, gawking. The spiritual energy in this valley was thick, tens of times better than in Double Dragon Manor. Cultivating here was paradise. Double Dragon Manor is the strongest sect in Western lands to have such a great place. However, Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow as he looked around in curiosity. The spiritual energy is too thick. There's no way a simple spiritual gathering array can do this. It seems there are world crystals here. Maybe Zhuo Fan's brow furrowed. In a dark corner of this world, Danking Shen's eyes stared over with a flickering gaze. Whoosh suddenly, as the demon scheming sect team was stunned by the world around them. 2 familiar men appeared in front. They were Kong Shan and Kong Lin. But they did just keep on coming at Zhuo Fan, who just cocked an eyebrow, They did not attack, passing through him and coming before the 6 ethereal stage experts. Mountain and forest shadow, the mountain? Kong Shan growled. Star reader, Shan equals lit. Mountain. As he finished, his body glowed in an earthly yellow light, his strength surging so much at the same time it felt like he was pushing the heavens aside. The others squinted and cried, hurried to fight back the twin attackers in the form of a combined palm. In an instant, the 6 ethereal stage experts' powerful palm attack rolled at the twins like a huge boulder. Kong Lin's eyes flashed and he made a sign. Mountain and forest shadow, the forest? Star reader, Lin equals lit. Forest. A green image formed, draping over the two like a curtain, starting with a green glow spreading around, just in time to welcome the 6's attack. But instead of pushing through the green image, it only grew weaker as the curtain wiggled and swiveled, nullifying the attack's momentum. Then, with a bounce, it kicked back the 6 palm strikes at the attackers. At the same time, the lofty yellow power also fused with it. In an instant, a prismatic attack of incredible power came for the 6 people. They were caught off guard by the attack and scattered around like bowling pins, up to 100 meters away. Eyes squinting, the 6 could hardly believe what had happened. They were astounded how 2 ethereal stage experts could push back 6 others. While it looked like each side was taking their time in moving to strike just now, it all happened in the blink of an eye. In other words, in just one move, the 6 were defeated by 2 people with the same cultivation as 3 of theirs. Even the audience outside was shocked by this development. The combined attacks of the twins were indeed impressive. They were at an advantage against 6 enemies. Only Sword God Sect and Demon Soul Sect, who fought them, understood how deadly the duo was. No way your average ethereal stage expert could fight them. They could fight as many as 10 opponents, in other words, while in singles, they could get 4 points at most. Their full potential had no limit in a team battle. For Demon Scheming Sect to challenge Heaven Trailing Sect to a team battle was entering their domain. Mountain and Forest Shadow combines reality with illusion, switching between force and flexibility. It is as strong as a relentless assault, crushing anything in its path, and as flexible as a raging torrent blowing them away. The two make a truly rare team. Looking at the screen, Wen Tao squinted and smiled. When we fought the duo, we also seem to have taken a long time to win. Tianshang, how long do you think it will take your old friend to beat them? Wen Tao asked Zai Tianshang, who turned pensive for a moment before he shook his head. Zhuo Fan is a monster, exceptionally gifted and advancing at unimaginable speeds. I haven't seen him in years, so I cannot tell how strong he has become. 15 minutes at most? The voice startled Wen Tao. Looking over, he saw Demon Soul Sect's Han Yunfeng with his eyebrows raised. Wen Tao chuckled. Brother, would you be kind enough to share what you know? It's not anything of real value anyway. We have fought Zhuo Fan and the Kong twins before, and even though we lost in both cases, we knew who was the true master among them. Han Yunfeng took a deep breath. Kong Shan and Kong Lin used at least 90% of their power when they fought us, while Zhuo Fan less than a third, maybe just a fifth. Every move of his was casual yet unbelievably intricate. If we were to compare, the twins would be a lake while Zhuo Fan the sea. We cannot imagine anyone among the disciples here who can make him go all out. Oh, then I'll make sure to watch closely. If I'm not mistaken, Kong Shan and Kong Lin's attack on the 6 ethereal stage experts is a feint while their real target is him. What this brother said is true. Wen Tao's eyes shone like he knew everything. And sure enough, after the 6 were blown away, the twins turned around and went for Zhuo Fan. Chapter 658, Pulverized. Oh ho, so they're after me, is it? They wanted first to take care of the pesky flies before they came for me. Ha ha ha. Despite the two coming at him with murder in their eyes, Zhuo Fan replied to their savage glares with a faint smile. For the audience, it was the moment they had all been waiting for. Wen Tao and Han Yunfeng were also eager to see how Zhuo Fan would put the tough and flexible twins in their place. Whoosh tilde darting around a few times, the two closed in on Zhuo Fan as their hands weaved gestures. Mountain and forest shadow, the crushing mountain. Boom. With Kong Shan's shout, a yellow light shot straight for Zhuo Fan like a raging bull. Such destructive power was enough to pulverize even the body of an ethereal stage expert. Mountain and forest shadow, the spreading forest. Tilde as green light pervaded and rippled forward, Kong Lin's eyes flashed, his hands making signs as he followed his brother to strike down Zhuo Fan. Wen Tao's brow shook. The two sure are paranoid about being so cautious around Zhuo Fan. They're using a different attack than they used on the 6. When dealing with the 6 ethereal stage experts, Kong Shan used power to shake the 6's attack's momentum, while Kong Lin used time to store up the attack, as we saw. So the 6 palm attacks were all guided under the green ripples, turned back at the attackers. So in truth, the 6 did not lose to the 2's power but their own. Han Yunfeng nodded. But this time they switched tactics. Kong Shan became more forceful, like an earthquake, while Kong Lin forewent deflecting attacks for dispersion. If Zhuo Fan came at them with force, his attack would be useless, being redirected away from them. This combination is truly a great blend of power and flexibility, covering attack and defense. Wen Tao smiled and nodded. It truly is a pesky little tactic, but do you know why they decided on using it? Fear. Since storing power has its limits, having not seen Zhuo Fan's attack, they at least heard of it. So if the power was truly that overwhelming, Kong Lin had no way to contain it, leaving them crushed. To make sure that didn't happen, he chose to deflect. Han Yunfeng analyzed. Wen Tao sneered and nodded. Right you are. No matter how amazing their skills are, even they pale against relentless force. It depends on Zhuo Fan's punch and how strong it is. Will he withstand Kong Shan's brutal attack after Kong Lin's deflection? By the way, you've seen Zhuo Fan's punch, so what do you think of it? See for yourself. The Han brothers returned to the screen. Stingy, Wen Tao shrugged and kept watching the events unfolding. Kong Shan and Kong Lin were right in Zhuo Fan's face. The mighty yellow power was seconds away from blasting him, yet Zhuo Fan wasn't doing anything, just standing there. The audience was at the edge of their seats for what was about to happen to Zhuo Fan. Will the legend of the darkest horse in history fizzle out here and now? The Kong twins sneered. I knew it, the punk was nothing but talk all along. He's nothing, we are almost upon him, about to rob his life, yet he doesn't do anything. This proves the rumors were exaggerated. He's either scared to death or can't even react. He's no expert. What expert would just let himself be pushed in a corner anyway, while the two were giggling to themselves for having this in the bag? A soft buzzing came, and the two's scalps tingled for some odd reason. Tilde the earth started disintegrating 100 meters around Zhuo Fan from the high-frequency vibrations. Kong Shan's yellow attack was just about to strike. A pity disintegrated the next moment into nothing. At the same time, Kong Lin's green light curtain started sporting black lines, running through it like a spider web before it collapsed. The two's eyes shook, and their hearts fell. They jumped back at once, looking at the still unmoving Zhuo Fan in shock and awe. They watched as the rest of their attacks crumbled before their eyes. Even before they got out of the 100-meter range, it had vanished. Moreover, two wails of pain pierced the skies as in that instant their attacks fell through. They were also just one moment too late to clear the area. One hand from each of them was chipped away at high speeds before they also vanished. All that was left behind was blood dripping from the stumps, a testament to the vibration's power. What the hell was that? Tilde watching how everything in 100 meters of Zhuo Fan was pulverized, the audience gasped at the spectacle. Wen Tao and company were even bug-eyed. Even exalted Double Dragon's eyes twitched in amazement. Just what is this astonishing martial art? It is beyond belief. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed with 4 golden halos, and his mouth perked into a condescending smile. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, absolute domain, Space Crusher. The twins looked at each other, and their gazes hardened. Zhuo Fan had been keeping to himself to a ridiculous degree. Who the hell is he? It's not just about strength. Just how the hell does he know such baffling skills? Glossing over their obvious shock, Zhuo Fan closed one eye and stopped the attack. His mouth traced a wide, bright smile as he jumped straight for the two. The twins thought about running away. Zhuo Fan's left hand turned into a dragon claw as it pursued Kong Lin, while his right eye flashed golden twice with void annihilation, aiming for Kong Shan. Kong Lin felt a chill down his spine. He's not just what the rumors painted him, but far more terrifying. They had no chance whatsoever. Though it was a bit late for regrets, they could only choke on it since they bit more than they could chew. Helpless, Kong Lin had no other choice than to fight, shouting, "Mountain and forest shadow, the spreading forest." Tilde another ripple traveled from Kong Lin with a green hue. Wraith Style's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Zhuo Fan snickered and went straight for it with a grab. However, Ghostly Dragon Claw's power faded just as the ripple grew unstable. How amusing. Zhuo Fan smiled and let purple lightning flicker through the claw. As the purple lightning passed, the already strong claw gained an edge. Crash! With a huge bang, the green light around Kong Lin's body was decimated, along with Kong Lin's frail body. Blood splattered everywhere, gore squelching as it touched the ground. Zhuo Fan's claw had turned a human being in a shower of blood and giblets. "Ah!" the audience gasped and cried. Yi Lin's eyes squinted, piqued by the appearance of purple lightning. "I was right, after all. That's—" Zhuo Fan stepped again with one down and closed in on Kong Shan. Watching his brother reduced to fertilizer, Kong Shan was scared out of his mind. But even if he ran, could he escape the likes of Zhuo Fan? Seeing Zhuo Fan upon him, he could only stake it all. Mountain and forest shadow, the crushing mountain. Boom, he pushed out both his palms as he shouted. With a loud rumble, the yellow power rolled forward, like a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, straight for Zhuo Fan. Such a blow would render anyone's body to a pulp. A shame he wasn't dealing with just anyone. In the face of Zhuo Fan and his soaring Qilin arm famed through the world for its unmatched strength, he might as well be attacking with a toothpick. Zhuo Fan's mouth split into a nasty grin. His right hand flashed as he punched. Boom! The earth-shaking sound came from Zhuo Fan's sacred arm striking the yellow power the same way towering waves fell upon a sand castle. It crushed it to harmless motes of light. What came next was a relentless gale that ripped at Kong Shan's body. His figure was gone and replaced with a red cloud, raining down thick crimson droplets into red rivulets. It was clear to all this was the miserable ending. Chapter 659. Rain Check. The once excited audience gawked. With how many of them were seeing Zhuo Fan's handiwork for the first time, they were still reeling over how such a monster existed. His power was out of this world. Everyone bore testament to the twins' strength last time. They were no less than the level of the superior three sects' disciples, that proved to be a thorn in many of the middle three sects' disciples' sides. Yet these brave and bright geniuses were squashed to nothing at Zhuo Fan's hands with the lightest of actions, and in the most horrendous way possible. Zhuo Fan's display had everyone shaking in their seats. Even those that witnessed Zhuo Fan's punch were still unnerved. That strike was unintended and random, while in this fight, the strikes were done with purpose and resolve. The constant show of baffling martial arts had left the people thrilled. Every time I see him, it feels like he's a new man, a new abomination. It puts all my effort into cultivation over the years to shame. Even if I were to fight him, I still can't beat him. Zai Tiancheng shook his head and sighed, when Tao's face twitched. Tiancheng, what the hell had your friend been eating to end up like this? He's inhuman. And you, Han Yunfeng, didn't you say he's going to take 15 minutes against the twins? He barely took a second. How should I know? Han Yunfeng rolled his eyes. I told you he's terrifying. I bet the last punch wasn't even his all. I just can't imagine where all his strength ends. How could a freak like him be allowed in the Double Dragon gathering anyway? How are we supposed to compete with that? When Tao eyed him and gave a firm nod of approval. Then his face fell as he spoke bitterly, for crying out loud. I had confidence that many of my plans to deal with the demon scheming sect would work. But how the hell will any of them work when they have such a freak? Humph, ignorance is bliss. That so-called confidence was nothing but blind faith, Han Yunfeng mocked. Wen Tao glared, then sighed. Others had it worse. Heaven-trailing sect's elder thought the challenge match with demon-scheming sect would still go to them. Now, though, victory was the last thing on his mind. His team was going to be slaughtered. That valley was a hellscape, fraught with one certain and imminent danger that would pull everyone in, Zhuo Fan. And to make matters worse, their leader Ren Kong is completely oblivious to it. And that was the truth of it. In that world, Ren Kong had warned the twins to go for Zhuo Fan from the start, rather than picking up the leftovers from demon-scheming sect. However, the fight was already over. This mighty young Master Ren and the other disciple had not received any message either, a testament to how brief the fight was. Elder Kai was most worried that the young master was still stubbornly holding on to his belief that the enemy was showboating. That's suicide. Elder Kai felt like crying, his heart in a mess. The rumors were true, if not failing to live up to his power. The punk is a terrifying existence. Wu Qinkyu took a deep breath and sighed. His reputation precedes him. Zhuo Fan is outstanding. There might not even be many from the superior 3 sects who can take the twins on, yet this guy did it like nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till he becomes a true savage. That's when you'll see his power. Yanmo recalled his miserable experience and sighed. We didn't even get to see his soul yet. Wu Qinkyu cried, "Soul? He's in the radiant stage and already formed his soul. Oh please, how the hell is he supposed to fight an ethereal stage expert if he didn't have a soul formed? I figured he has some defensive soul treasure on him. That and his incredibly strong body are what helped him score wins. At least, that's how it looked until now. But if he has a soul formed..." Wu Qinkyu's face was heavy. Glancing over, Yanmo sighed. "Here's a newsflash for you. He doesn't just have a soul form, but it is also something incredible." "How do you know? Did you see it?" Wu Qinkyu looked at him hard. He nodded, then shook his head. "What I mean is, I sort of saw it and didn't. At that time, he only half-released it. Yet that was enough to almost take my life. If not for the girl in his arms stopping him, I wouldn't be here talking to you." "You fought him and lost." Wu Qinkyu gasped. He knew just how strong Yanmo was, while not better than him, of course, but he was a true expert in the Western lands. The best genius in Western lands could beat him, no problem, but getting him to leave his life was another matter. It was this expert that almost got culled by Zhuo Fan's power. Just what level is this guy at anyway? Wu Qinkyu turned a startled face at Yilin. "Junior brother, your opponent is freakishly strong, of course. How else is he to match me?" Yilin grinned excitedly. "I told you, none of you are worthy of fighting him except me, because we are destined rivals, he. Wu Qinkyu gave him a long look, then nodded. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan finished dealing with 2 flies and started looking around with a devious smile. Zhuo Fan's eye twitched and charged forward. He clawed at some bush and grabbed a mote of green, Kong Lin's soul. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed golden again, and the mote vanished. Then he disappeared again, appearing high on a tree's branch. He swiped his hand and caught a yellow mote this time. It was Kong Shan's soul. With one last disappearing act, Zhuo Fan was back to his original spot, but this time with an extra nasty grin on his lips as he said to the 2 motes in his hands, "Go ahead, run. Did you think I didn't see you slipping away when your bodies were pulverized? And you, Kong Shan, what the hell were you doing perched up there under a bird's butt? Are you trying to become a chick in your next life?" Demon-scheming sect's disciples snickered over. The 2 souls were shaking in fear. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with this time. You up and challenged Steward Zhuo and got what's coming to you." "Ha ha ha." Kui Lang patted the 2 souls and mocked them. The others laughed along. The Kong twins were ashamed, crying out in anger. "You destroyed our bodies, and now you dare kill us." "We are from the Heaven-trailing sect, the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. Head my ass. When we kick you down a notch, we'll be the head. Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan grabbed the 2 and knocked them into each other so hard they saw stars. The rest were laughing even harder now. In flashes of light, Ren Kong and his gang entered the stage. Seeing the demon-scheming sect team laughing and joking, Ren Kong looked around, puzzled. Where are Kong Shan and Kong Lin? Did they get sent to a different area? The plan was to go after Zhuo Fan to catch him off guard the minute they got here. But now there was no sight of them, and the chance was lost. As for the two in question being defeated, that never crossed his mind. He wasn't one to entertain such flights of fancies. The two managed to make it hard against all other middle three sects, so how would they get done in a flash? But the cruel reality was he couldn't even register what was before him. He just had to mess with the wrong person. Are you thinking they should have been on me the moment they came here? Zhuo Fan mocked. Ren Kong's brow shook, and he looked at Zhuo Fan incredulously. How does he know that? Zhuo Fan grinned as if he had read his mind, then shook his head as he extended his palms holding the two motes. Because they did it just now. A shame they lost, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan squeezed, and under Ren Kong's shocked eyes, he watched as the two cried their last and scattered into the air. From now on, the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects has changed. Zhuo Fan squinted. Kai Changlong and the others behind him snickered, strutting for Ren Kong's team with taunts and jeers. From now on, Tianyu's first guardian sect was taking a rain check. Chapter 660, Sacred Mine. Ren Kong squinted as he jerked in fright. It blew his mind, and all his understanding, that Kong Shan and Kong Lin should charge one enemy only to be squeezed to nothing in the enemy's hands. Such a display left him crushed, and with his hopes gone, that left nothing but fear when he looked at Zhuo Fan. He never saw Zhuo Fan in action, but this was enough to get it through his thick skull that the rumors were true enough to get him killed. He is a monster I can't mess with. A shame he had done it already. However, he had more present and serious matters to worry about, like the ever-approaching Kai Changlong and his friends with cold smiles. Now, even without Zhuo Fan's help, the 6 ethereal stage experts against the only ethereal stage expert on his side, him and damn radiant stage experts. The rest could do nothing to curb the fear they all felt. Ren Kong was sweating buckets, his mouth fell, and he teared up. His teammates looked at their young master with pleading gazes, even as they knew their young master was in the same boat as them. Kai Changlong was coming down on them with a savage grin, snapping his finger joints as he made fists. Ren Kong kept staggering away, filled with sweat. Young Master Ren, who is the cat and who is the mouse, I wonder? Zhuo Fan snickered. Ren Kong gnashed his teeth and turned red in anger. The punk is mocking me. Zhuo Fan shook his head and smiled. That's right. I'm here to shame you, but on account of your exquisite manner yesterday, I am inclined to give you a chance. In a team battle, the rule says that the door outside will open after 6 hours, and the fight finishes regardless of the outcome. So didn't you say you're quite familiar with the area? So be a good mouse and scurry along for a hidey hole. And if we find you all in the next 6 hours, then it's only right that the cat gets to eat its prize, ha ha ha. Demon scheming sect's disciples cracked up, filled with contempt for them. Steward Zhuo wanted to toy with them to their last breath. He's the same as Yan Mo. The audience chuckled and sighed. Such is the way of demonic cultivators. All demonic cultivators are the same, I see. They just love making a show out of their savagery. Ha ha ha. Wen Tao shook his head. Han Yunfeng glanced over and said, This is called absolute power. You think you'll see something like this in an equal match? True cruelty only shows when one side has an overwhelming advantage. Maybe Zhuo Fan is telling the others through this act that they shouldn't mess with them no matter how strong they are. Wen Tao sighed. Han Yunfeng grinned. Then will you still stand in his way? Regardless of the outcome, I would be happy to know I could fight such an expert. Han Yunfeng's heart shook and fell silent. Wen Tao's words cut deep. Fighting a losing battle was unwise. From the sect's standpoint, retreat was welcomed against an impossible adversary. However, to a cultivator whose nature was to go against the natural order, they should fight regardless of adversity and brave any dangers. Having been close to the leadership of a sect, he had forgotten this simple truth, the basic nature of a cultivator. If he balked in fear against this mighty opponent, how would he progress in his cultivation? Suddenly, his eyes focused and flicked in Zhuo Fan's direction. It seems I was mistaken. when Tao eyed him and nodded with a smile. That's how a demonic sect's young master should be. 10, 9, 8. Zhuo Fan lifted his arm and started the countdown. Kui Lang and company grinned in Ren Kong's direction, waiting for them to flee like rats. I have never been more insulted in my entire life. Yet when it came to choosing between dignity and life, Ren Kong could only think of himself as he ran like the wind under the audience's ridicule. The other disciples thought even less, going after their young master like good gophers. 3, 2, 1. Zhuo Fan's counting was slow, but it ended either way quickly. Kui Lang and the others grinned as they began the hunt. They sure loved playing around at another's expense. But just as they started, Zhuo Fan's smirk started. People, let's all relish the game. They looked at each other and nodded before vanishing. Zhuo Fan smiled and was gone as well. The little valley regained its tranquility once the game of cat and mouse began. The two gatekeepers closed their eyes, changing the screen outside the dimension by switching through the monitoring arrays already set up inside in search of any movement. It didn't take long for a heaven-trailing sect disciple to appear, frantic in his run for his life. He barely made a few steps as Lu Zai came from behind. He pointed, and green light shot his ankle. Then thick green energy spread from his heel to the rest of his body. Hi, run, kitty, run. The faster you go, the faster the poison spreads, and when it reaches your innards, you're done for. Lu Zai cackled. The guy felt his heart beating out of his chest, and he was so scared he was close to soiling himself. Lu Zai, however, was enjoying the moment of tormenting the poor devil. Ah! Noticing the green energy was almost at his thigh, he could no longer tarry. He instantly chopped his leg off and started jumping around in an attempt to flee. Lu Zai sneered and shot another green light on the other leg. He was again forced to choose between his leg and his life. The guy was horrified and crying in indignity, while Lu Zai was taking his sweet time to see what he'd decide, to relish in his sweet torment. It took only half an hour for the guy to be without arms and legs. Finally, Lu Zai cackled one last time and wiggled over. The audience sighed in sorrow. Exalted double dragons did the same, but out of boredom. Such an event was happening all over the place in that world. This was no longer a team battle, but a one-sided slaughter. Just how on earth did heaven-trailing sect offend the demon-scheming sect to incur such cruel revenge? Holding their foreheads, the two exalted no longer bothered to watch and closed their eyes. However, none noticed that no matter how the view changed, Zhuo Fan was nowhere to be seen among the tortures. He had been gone ever since the hunt began. It was as if he was no longer in there. Whoosh tilde deep in the forest, a figure appeared. The proud Zhuo turned around and nodded. Good, this must be the blind spot in the monitoring arrays. Then his hand held a sparkling and pure crystal, a sacred stone. The black energy curled from his hand around the sacred stone and slowly dissolved it. Zhuo Fan focused on the drifting spiritual energy, following its every shift. Then his eyes lit up in glee. Over there! He was gone once more. This time, Zhuo Fan was sidestepping the monitoring arrays while following the flow of spiritual energy from the sacred stone until he arrived before an unending mountain. The spiritual energy was so thick here it felt like the previous valley could not compare. To the point that the entire mountain range was like a bright azure dragon as it emitted spiritual energy. I knew it. This is a Western land's sacred mine. Who knew they'd sealed it up in here? Watching the distant mountain range, his heart shivered. The instant he got here, he was convinced that this place had to have a sacred mine. But since this was someone else's home, it was closely monitored. Looking for their treasury under Double Dragon Manor's nose was asking for the noose. So, the ingenious Zhuo Fan used heaven-trailing sects hunt to cover his tracks and let him inspect in peace. That was why he kept telling the disciples to take it real slow, to give him time to have his share of fun. Now that he was here, his doubts were cleared. Chapter 661, Sacred Weapon. From what Zai Yu said, the 5 lands' sacred mines could only be exploited at the edges. Most of their ores are being protected by a strong array that can only be placed by the likes of experts from the sacred domain. Who then, besides him, blowing himself up and ending up in the mortal domain, would fall so low. Moreover, the path to descend from the sacred domain was closed shut. Even a saint would find it hard to breach it, to say nothing of the others. In that case, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Squinting, Zhuo Fan pondered. This must be related to the 5 sacred beasts. Kun Peng had him look for the other sacred beasts while keeping young Sanzi hostage. That has to be it. Zhuo Fan looked around the place, then his brow shook. The sacred mine is so important that there are tens of monitoring arrays just 100 meters from it. Not to mention they are all discreetly set up. A shame you guys met me. When it comes to arrays, yours truly is your great-great-great ancestor, Humph. Grinning, Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed golden. Besides, you should now be drawn to watching Lu Zai and the others' actions and have no attention to spare on me, he. Whoosh tilde with a snicker, Zhuo Fan vanished. He kept showing up and disappearing all over the mountain range, but all were spots where the monitoring arrays could not reach. Whoosh, Zhuo Fan finally stopped before the dimly lit mouth of a cave. As he entered, he did not trigger one of the hundreds of monitoring arrays outside. He sighed in relief. Zhuo Fan looked at the cave's walls filled with sparkling crystals shining in a faint light. The sheer density of the spiritual energy was so great it gave him goosebumps. His eyes lit up at the sight. This was the entrance to the sacred mine, and these crystals were the sacred stones the vein formed. All sacred mines had to be formed on top of a world array to condense such a high concentration of sacred stones. That meant that apart from the sacred array, the sacred mine was not suitable for setting up other arrays, or it would end up disturbed by the natural power of the world. Thus, Zhuo Fan was not worried there might be any monitoring or defensive arrays here. Unless, of course, they could set up sacred arrays, which was an impossibility in the mortal domain. So Zhuo Fan just waltzed in curiously. He wanted to see who this expert was and what kind of an array he set up to protect the sacred mine. Tilde he barely took a few steps and an ear-piercing ringing came, his eyes shook, and Zhuo Fan stopped. What's going on? Is there someone inside? Carefully walking deeper, Zhuo Fan noticed that the ringing intensified. When he reached the end, he was stumped. A 2-meter longsword covered in a prismatic haze floated just above the cave floor. It would sometimes shake and release a mesmerizing ringing sound. The rich spiritual energy from the sacred stones converged on the longsword. Like a newborn pup growing on the sweet milk, the long sword was also sustained under the sacred stone's care. Is that a sacred weapon? Zhuo Fan squinted and cried out. By the looks of it, it's even a 6th-grade sacred weapon, the strongest of the sacred domain. Above the 12th-grade spiritual weapons were the sacred weapons. Only a person from beyond the mortal domain could unleash this weapon's true might. And since sacred stones were needed to refine them, making such beauties was an extremely complicated process. They were a rarity, even in the sacred domain. At least when Zhuo Fan was the grand leader of the 8 emperors, he could only refine a 3rd-grade sacred weapon, and that was only in theory as well, having never actually done it. The materials weren't available everywhere either. Just going by the requirements of the sacred stone alone, he did not know just how many lands of the Sheng clan he had to cheat, and how difficult it was to get them off his tail in the process. He never expected the tiny mortal domain to contain such a beauty, the legendary 6th-grade sacred weapon. Such a wonder made his little heart flutter. He had plenty of sacred stones on hand, but no sacred weapon. Since he stumbled onto one, was he just going to pass by? Zhuo Fan grinned and walked towards it. Ha ha ha, I know that all sacred weapons have a conscience, so you must be able to understand me. Look, this place is so damp and gloomy, with no sunlight ever getting in. Aren't you bored sitting here all day, every day? Why not join me out to play? Tilde the sword understood Zhuo Fan's intention and shook faintly before emitting a sharp light. Wait. Zhuo Fan jumped back at once and waved his hands. I mean no harm and don't intend to take you for myself. I know sacred weapons need sacred stones to shine and replenish their energy. I have plenty of them with me. If you come with me, you get to soar in the endless sky as we travel the world and have your fill of all you can eat. I'll make sure to make you content. Zhuo Fan was like an uncle swindling children. He showed such an obscene smile, too. His hand flashed and took out a sacred stone. See, I'm not lying. I can replenish your energy just as well in my ring. The only difference is that you can also come out to stretch your legs. Would you like to check my ring for yourself? If you don't like it, you're free to come out. You're a sacred weapon, and I can't lock you up. Zhuo Fan tentatively showed his thunder ring in enticement. The longsword looked hesitant. It hummed and went still. Zhuo Fan knew he almost had it and was bursting with excitement. Holy hell, I'm about to have the strongest sacred weapon. This is both of my life's dreams come true. His trip to Double Dragon Gathering had paid off hundreds of times over. Even if he weren't forced by Zai Yu's task or Kun Peng's threat, he'd have come here ages ago for this sweet trinket. Hutilda, however, just as Zhuo Fan was about to hoodwink the sacred weapon, a blue flame flared up from his thunder ring. At the same time, Zhuo Fan's forehead sported the same azure flame. His body crackled with purple lightning and his right arm flashed crimson. What's going on? Startled, Zhuo Fan was stumped. A chilling bloodthirst swept the cave, and Zhuo Fan's heart tensed as he looked incredulously at the longsword. What just happened? We were getting to the good part, so why the sudden hostilities? He didn't have time to think as the longsword ruthlessly attacked him. Whoosh! With a cold glint, killing intent shot out of the longsword and reached Zhuo Fan in a blink. Zhuo Fan squinted and hurriedly raised his right to block it. PFF. The most astonishing thing happened. Zhuo Fan's invincible Qilin arm offered no resistance to the sword's attack. In a flash, gurgling blood flowed out of it, but Zhuo Fan was too stunned to realize it. How can this be? That was just sword energy, yet it pierced through a sacred beast's body. Just what on earth is a 6th-grade sacred weapon made of to be so strong? Whoosh Tilda, however. He had no time to ponder as the sword shook and rushed at Zhuo Fan, its blade shining in a dazzling light. Zhuo Fan was horrified. For the first time, Zhuo Fan was scared to death. Its sword energy was enough to pierce a sacred beast's body. So now that it came for him, how would he stop it? It was going to make mince meat out of him. Zhuo Fan panicked, not knowing what to do. Just as the longsword reached him, he was hit by a stroke of genius. Since you can't beat them, flee. His right eye flashed golden, and Zhuo Fan had moved 100 meters away in a blink. As for the longsword, it lost its target and searched for him, unable to find him. When Zhuo Fan appeared again, the sword closed in on him in a blink. He cried out on the inside but did not dare to leave the cave, or those monitoring arrays would spot him. Zhuo Fan had no choice but to stay in this narrow cave and dodge the sword's attacks. This couldn't go on forever, since his Yuan Kai would run out if he kept this up. At the same time, the sword would keep replenishing its stores in this sacred mine. It could go on forever. A fight for attrition was his worst gamble. For God's sake, I'll make another tunnel since there's no other path. I could use it to escape the monitoring arrays and take to the skies. With that thought in mind, Zhuo Fan dodged one more time, and his right eye flashed with 2 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation, bam! The space shook as the attack struck the cave wall, yet it bounced back. All the attack did was give the whole mountain range a good shake. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and panicked. Does that mean that since this is a sacred mine, breaking the space is still not enough to break the layers of sacred stones? But that wasn't the end of his shock. The longsword was in front of him once more. Chapter 662. Subdued. Damn, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and paled as his scalp went numb. At this very moment, the longsword was already on top of him, just a hair's breadth away. With Void Annihilation fizzling out, he had no more time to employ shift. His only fate was to be skewered to death. Well, there was one option left, to use the Void Annihilation that had yet to disperse and rout the longsword. Like that's ever going to happen, regardless of Void Annihilation's strength. It couldn't compare to the Qilin arm. If it got pierced by this thing's sword energy alone, how could a mere Void Annihilation block the longsword's attack? Zhuo Fan was at the end of the road. However, watching the longsword just about to tear him a new one, Zhuo Fan could only grit his teeth and risk it all. It's worth a shot, even if it's for nothing. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed golden again. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Zhuo Fan's right eye shot out a spatial ripple that collided with the longsword. Clang. It was like it hit metal. The longsword was pushed back by the blow. It flipped twice in midair before plunging into the wall filled with sacred stones. Zhuo Fan was stunned. Then he looked at his right arm, still bleeding heavily. With a flick of his hand, he smashed a big hole in the wall next to him. Sure enough, the Kilin arm is way stronger than Void Annihilation. So why couldn't it defend against this sword while the latter could? Crack tilde as he was sinking into his thoughts, the cracking from the wall jerked him away. The long sword twisted around in the wall and was fricking wiggling out of the stone and charging for Zhuo Fan one more time. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, his face solemn. He no longer hesitated to use Void Annihilation on the spot. Bam! The sword was spun through the air again on impact. With a deep frown, Zhuo Fan was curious why the puny Void Annihilation succeeded where his prized Kilin arm failed. Maybe they're naturally opposites? Zhuo Fan pondered over some more, and a realization struck him. Since Void Annihilation could handle it, what about the other skills of Divine Eye of the Void? Whoosh! Tilde the longsword was back again with a ferocious and far more savage attack than before. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, and this time Zhuo Fan no longer panicked. He was like an old fox biding his time for his prey to fall into his trap. Finally, the longsword was within 100 meters, and Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed golden 4 times. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Tilde the whole cave shook, and the sacred stones littering the walls fell to the ground. But that was a mere jiggle, unlike how it usually behaved outside, where it pulverized everything. It shows that a sacred mine is tough beyond reason. Zhuo Fan nodded inside, then returned his attention to the incoming longsword. It was also shaking all over as it stopped approaching. All it could do was tremble and shake in the air. It couldn't even get near Zhuo Fan to strike. Just as I thought, Divine Eye of the Void can restrain the sacred weapon. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, and his right eye flashed again in 3 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 3rd stage, Mirage World? Tilde suddenly the vibration stopped. Only the longsword was enveloped in invisible fluctuations preventing it from stabilizing itself. It spun around in place, unable to make heads or tails of what was happening around it. Humph, since you don't want to work with me and even tried killing me, there's no need for you to have consciousness. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He knew fully well that sacred weapons had a mind of their own, and this one was no different, housing a spirit that controlled it. Now he and the sword spirit were at odds. He would have to crush the spirit if he wanted to obtain the sword's recognition. Therefore, he was using illusions to control the sword spirit and calm it down. If a sacred weapon lost its sword spirit, its quality would fall sharply. He had to put another spirit in its place. Zhuo Fan looked around, pensive. A flash of red came out of his body and sank into the long sword. Zhuo Fan started making signs while shouting. Demon transformation art, turning the sword as one's own body, sword spirit renewal. Whoosh! Tilde black tendrils of energy flashed over the longsword along with Blood Infant's creepy snicker. A cry of fear echoed out of the sword. It was the original sword spirit. However, because Zhuo Fan suppressed its divine sense with Mirage World, it had no way to fight back even if it wanted to. As Zhuo Fan used the demon transformation art along with the Void Annihilation, the sword spirit slowly disintegrated, becoming nourishment for the new sword spirit. Tilde with a light ripple. The hovering longsword started trembling, and its previous glossy and impeccable blade now slowly took on a black color while crimson stripes spread over its surface, making it let out a sinister aura. Stopping Mirage World, Zhuo Fan beckoned, and the sword fell into his hand. Looking closely at it, Zhuo Fan smiled in satisfaction. Henceforth, the world has lost a 6th grade sacred weapon, but it has gained a sacred demonic sword. Little guy, you shall now be the spirit of this sword and my blood infant, the strongest 6th grade sacred demonic sword of the sacred domain. How awesome is that? How annoying I can't unleash even a fraction of what you're capable of, not as I am now at least. The sword shook, then it flew from Zhuo Fan's grip. It spiraled in the air, and Blood Infant appeared in a flash of light. Then Blood Infant shot into Zhuo Fan's body without so much as a peep. Zhuo Fan started, then he shook his head. Little guy, are you trying to say that even if I can't use the sword, you're still one with me? Blood Infant simply rested in Zhuo Fan's body, like a child having gone to sleep. No wonder you've been my Blood Infant for so many years. You're so much better than some sword spirit. With you controlling the sacred weapon, I can rest easy, ha ha ha. Chuckling, Zhuo Fan's hand flashed, and a dozen sacred stones appeared, bringing them to his stomach. Though this sacred weapon needs sacred stones to replenish. Eat up, little guy, eat up and grow strong. Whoosh tilde the sacred stones vanished, and when he looked inside, he noticed Blood Infant had taken them. Zhuo Fan chuckled. With so many sacred stones in me, I hope I won't get kidney stones, ha ha ha. Wait, with so many sacred stones around, why the hell am I forking them out of my purse? Looking at the ground, it was now littered with sacred stones from all the shaking. He sighed. I'm so stupid. No harm was done since he would just take these pickings, which would be all the same. Zhuo Fan had no shame whatsoever. But then he noticed his still bleeding right hand and frowned. Returning dragon's roar? Roar. Following the roar, his hand was covered in a flash of green, filled with life, yet the Qilin arm was still wounded like before. Startled, Zhuo Fan frowned. Is it that the Qilin arm can't be healed, or maybe the wounds from a sacred weapon can't be healed? Since this was his first injury to the Qilin arm, Zhuo Fan was a little unsure. Never mind, I'll just let it recover with time. After so many years, I ended up bloody wounded in action. I best keep this under wraps, or my actions here will be revealed. Holding some bandage, he wrapped it tight around his arm. Then he let his sleeve hide it before he went deeper into the cave. In the end, his main objective was to investigate the array. He wouldn't be at ease going back with just a sacred weapon. This is the place where the sacred mine is sealed. The cave couldn't be dug any further since it must have hit a wall. Touching the end of the tunnel, Zhuo Fan pondered. He noticed light flowing along the wall like some kind of barrier, covered in all kinds of symbols. His eyes widened. I knew it. The one who set this array up must be a master. It's so ingenious I can't find the slightest weakness. It's as if... Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes. It is just like Lightning Canyons who trapped Soaring Qilin. It can't be the same person or expert that set it up, right? That would mean this was another remnant of an emperor. Just what on earth happened in the mortal domain in the past? Why would such an expert leave his mark here? Even with the 9 Serenity's secret records, breaking through this ingenious array was impossible as he was now. He only got to enter the Lightning Canyon because Soaring Qilin used its life to make a hole. As for the other 2 forbidden zones, he wouldn't get in even if he risked his life. Their arrays were intact. Forget about even getting in touch with those sacred beasts, not when he couldn't open the door. Chapter 663. As you should have. Tracing his fingers over the wall, Zhuo Fan was mulling over something. Then he opened his eyes wide and 2 golden halos flashed in his right. Divine Eye of the Void's 2nd stage, Void Annihilation? Bam, the spatial power struck the wall loudly. Then it was over. The barrier didn't even shake, though it did flash a bit after as if to mock Zhuo Fan that he was all bark and no bite. Zhuo Fan sighed. This array is ridiculously strong. Not even Void Annihilation, specialized in breaking arrays, can do a thing to it. He would never get it open as he was now, a mere ant against the world. My only choice is to wait until after I go beyond the mortal domain to try again. Zhuo Fan gave up the search and was about to return to the valley. However, he made sure to spruce this place up with how messy it was. And so, without further ado, he picked the walls clean of any and all sacred stones. By using shift now and then, Zhuo Fan popped all over the mountain as he avoided the hundreds of monitoring arrays. All he left behind was now a bare, dark cave like he was some thief who couldn't get enough. It was a good thing the exalted double dragons didn't see him, or they'd be spitting blood right about now. Those sacred stones were tens of times the reward the double dragon gathering offered the 9 sects this time. It took 1,000 years to form, and yet they were gone just like that. May you rot in hell, Zhuo Fan. How fortunate indeed the two exalted were oblivious. Of course, Zhuo Fan could never let them know, though his wounded right arm was a giveaway. Zhuo Fan frowned and held it close. It was its first wound, and he was a little worried. In the last few fights he had, no one could even scratch it, so coming out wounded all of a sudden would definitely attract the exalted's gazes. That'll be bad for sure. Squinting, Zhuo Fan was pondering on a solution. Whoosh, an hour later, Zhuo Fan reappeared in the valley. Alas, gone was the natural beauty and lush scenery, now covered in ever-flowing blood that gave it a nasty stench. One should not forget the constant symphony of wails and cackles that accompanied such a view. It brought this work of art to life. Bang tilde, don't hit me, please. I give. Just let me go. Damn you. Now you know when to surrender. What were you doing before then? Where'd your arrogance go? What about yesterday's cockiness? Hi, if I don't set you straighter than an arrow now, then I'm no demon scheming sect's disciple. Kui Lang's laughter echoed through the valley, filled with the promise of brutality. Zhuo Fan looked around, and he saw punches and kicks raining down on one helpless victim. Gui Hu, Kui Lang, and the rest were dishing out all the beatings they could, like a master lashing out at his servant. As for the one who wailed beneath their feet, that was Ren Kong. Yuer and the girls stood aside with a thick, loathing gaze on their faces. When they noticed Zhuo Fan, they bowed. "Steward Zhuo, welcome back." "Did you get the prick?" Zhuo Fan asked. The girls turned to the others and nodded. Bai Lion bowed a bit as she reported. "Steward Zhuo, heaven-trailing sect's disciples have all been killed except Ren Kong. Based on his status, we can't kill him. So we captured him, sealed his cultivation, and let the others thrash him until now. As you should have. Ren Kong can't be killed, or it will force heaven-trailing sect to desperate action." Zhuo Fan nodded, then he showed a nasty smile. "Though that doesn't mean we shouldn't put him in his rightful place. Since he liked showing off yesterday, let's show him how it's truly done. By the way, how come you aren't enjoying the kicking festival along with those guys?" The 3 girls blushed and fell silent. Zhuo Fan paused, but then he noticed something. Ha, I get it. A lady is to be reserved and shouldn't lower herself to such barbaric and vile actions. But as someone treading the demonic path, you should learn to let go. Come, let's kick him a couple of rounds. It'll make us feel better. Zhuo Fan waved as he strutted over, but the girls still hung their heads in the same spot. "This isn't like you at all." Zhuo Fan looked back with an odd gaze. "Especially you, Yu Ling. When you were the boss of the labor office, you were more arrogant than ever. Why the sudden shyness over kicking someone? Steward Zhuo, it's better if you see for yourself." Yu Ling blushed harder and pointed at the crowd. Zhuo Fan was intrigued now. Going over, he looked from behind the kicking frenzy. "Ahem, brothers, please make way. Allow me to join. Steward Zhuo is back. Make way. Steward Zhuo wants to let off steam." Kui Lang looked back, and his eyes lit up when he saw Zhuo Fan. The others moved away with bright smiles, letting Zhuo Fan have his fun. Now the scene was revealed in all its glory to him that had him stumped. He gave an odd look to the rest, especially those shy ladies. Now he got the gist of their reluctance. Ren Kong was nothing more than a curled-up ball of bruises and wounds, twitching and even whimpering. That wasn't the least of it, though. He was stripped of clothes, and blood was also gathering underneath him. Zhuo Fan couldn't help sneering at them. "You should know not to take it too far in your games. You even stripped him naked. He is, after all, the young master of the heaven-trailing sect. Doing this in front of thousands of people, he won't have the shame to get out of his room." That's just what I wanted. "I bet he won't be able to get out of his home, even back at his sect." Kui Lang snickered. He pointed at the blood under Ren Kong and followed the trail of blood. "Look, Steward Zhuo." Zhuo Fan did look and was speechless before crying out, "You sure have unique tastes." He gave them a funny look, then gave a loathing handshake. "Next time, don't talk to me. I am not a sicko, but a perfectly normal human being. No wonder even Yu Ling, with her nasty temper, stood behind. You guys just aren't normal. The three girls from afar shook and covered their ears, trying anything to stop hearing his words. The curled-up Ren Kong twitched on Q, and his sobbing increased. Kui Lang's face twitched. Steward Zhuo, who do you take us for? We're not sick, at least not to that degree. Didn't we vent for you? The prick had gone overboard yesterday, so we used a club to. Kui Lang lifted a bloody wooden stick. Zhuo Fan hurriedly held his nose and jumped back a couple of steps. He glared at them in disgust. Put that away, you filthy animals. Animals, animals, Wu Tilda. Ren Kong shook as he cried. For the first time ever, he agreed with Zhuo Fan, giving him a long look. Zhuo Fan shook his head, sympathizing with him. Then he turned to Kui Lang and the others, barking, "You're the ones who have gone overboard. Ever heard the saying, death before dishonor?" The guys were stumped. They did not get Zhuo Fan. Didn't they do what he asked? Why was he angry? Ren Kong lifted his wretched and crying face and gave Zhuo Fan a strange look. Was he the rescuer among this band of scumbags? However, Zhuo Fan's next line made his mouth twitch. Couldn't you have just gotten rid of the flesh and taken a round with his soul? That kind of pain is the most exquisite. Moreover, it's far less nasty and messy. I should have known that all vile demons are the same. Ren Kong thought. With a plop, the club fell to the ground. Zhuo Fan spoke with deep loathing. The others were stumped for a moment, then cackled. That's the steward Zhuo we know. Even if left alive, it won't do without scarring him good. You're the best team leader ever? Kui Lang snickered and patted his chest. Rest assured, sir. We shall have no compassion, no shred of sympathy, and we'll be sure to make him pay. Thrashing him was going too easy on him. It's just that you said we should take our sweet time, so there's plenty of stuff we haven't yet tried, ha ha ha. I told you to take your time so you could buy me time. It wasn't so you could turn him into your punching bag. Then again, the result ain't half bad. Recalling his haul, Zhuo Fan grinned. Then he looked at the shivering mess on the ground, afraid the act was about to resume, and Zhuo Fan shook his head. This beating will leave a deep trauma in Ren Kong's psyche. He's done for. Well, not my fault he had to prance in my face. Hold on, Zhuo Fan squinted suddenly. Then he looked at his right hand to chapter 664, respect. All right. Brothers, get rid of his body and let's have a go with his soul. One last push and we're done for today. Gui, who looked at everyone. He got Zhuo Fan's implied meaning and acted accordingly. With a nod, everyone returned to Ren Kong with a sinister smile. Ren Kong was so scared he was shaking like a leaf. However, with a spatial ripple as the only sign, a white pillar sprouted in front of everyone. At the same time, an aged voice echoed, "All right, kids, that's enough playing around. The 6 hours are up. The team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect is over? Over. Isn't it too fast?" Kui Lang looked baffled. "We still haven't destroyed this prick's body. How come it's over when we're just getting started?" The others' interest fell at this point since the time was up. Zhuo Fan snickered at Ren Kong's scarlet butt and added, "Good things never last long. Now that the time is up, we must abide by Double Dragon Gathering's rules and stop. When it's all said and done, Brother Ren, you are still the young master of the Heaven Trailing Sect, the head of the Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. We're rivals on the battlefield, but friends outside of it. Friendships come first and rivalry second. Do you think you can make it back, or do you need me to get someone to help you?" Hypocrite, every face in the audience twitched, scoffing at him on the inside. They bore witness to the true essence of a demonic cultivator, cruel to no end and a hypocrite to the core. And Zhuo Fan seemed to be the culmination of all evil. Ren Kong's face sank, silently taking out a shirt from his ring to put it on. Then he barely got his feet under him. He clenched his ass cheeks as he wiggled towards the saving light, soon vanishing. Looking at each other, Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang laughed at his expense. The girls only blushed harder and glared at them with a shake of their heads. Zhuo Fan's gang followed into the light right after. Their vision shifted from the mountains to the Double Dragon Manors arena. Yet the welcoming committee was not in the least bit happy, showering them in scornful looks rather than applauses. The team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect was not as intense as the crowd hoped. Instead, it was completely one-sided, and at Zhuo fans' behest, it devolved even more into a sick chase for torture and pain. No, a sick game is more accurate, because Heaven Trailing Sect's people weren't killed but toyed with instead. If one could still call it that, this fight was nothing more than a show of Demon Scheming Sect's endless capacity for brutality and savagery. Heaven Trailing Sect's young Master Ren Kong would have gone through even more cruelty if not for that title shielding him from death. Not like this outcome was any better. Shuddering, Ren Kong, with Elder Kai's support, stood opposite of Demon Scheming Sect's team, but his head was still lowered, fear having twisted his character from an overly proud man to the shell he was now. He was unable even to look his torturers in the eye. Elder Kai saw his young master's appearance and gnashed his teeth in hatred, glaring at those demons. Not like Zhuo Fan and co. ever cared. They still bore that twisted smile from before. Bring it if you dare. The judge's cold eyes swept both sides as he spoke. In this team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect, the former had sent in 10 people and 10 returned, while the latter had sent 10 and only 1 returned. A battle won by an absolute margin. Demon Scheming Sect, do you wish to keep challenging? Your next opponent is the second place in the middle 3 sects, Demon Soul Sect. Damn right we are, Zhuo Fan blurted out without even thinking. Judged had expected this kind of answer and continued. Then you are free to decide whether it will be right now or after a rest of 3 days. We didn't even break a sweat. We fight now, of course, Zhuo Fan snickered. The judge nodded and turned to Demon Soul Sect. Do you accept the challenge? If you don't, it will automatically declare Demon Scheming Sect as the winner and you the loser? Han Yunfeng squinted in thought. Zhuo Fan paused, giving him a long look. Didn't he say he'll give up earlier? Why the hesitation? We accept. However, at this moment, Demon Soul Sect suddenly decided to fight. Turning to Zhuo Fan, Han Yunfeng was filled with battle intent. The best choice is not to fight, but it will only leave us with regret. But don't think for a second you can humiliate us as you did to Heaven Trailing Sect. Demon Soul Sect is filled with battle demons. We'll rather die than be shamed. Humph, we'll just see about that. Lu Zai snorted in contempt, but was stopped by Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan gave him a long look and nodded. Good, but you better come prepared. We're not ones to go easy. Humph, we don't need your pity. Han Yunfeng scoffed. Zhuo Fan's nasty grin resurfaced, turning to his team. Demon Soul Sect is unlike the Heaven Trailing Sect. They won't balk under fear. We can't mess around with them and have to take them seriously. But they only have 2 ethereal stage experts. Why so serious? Kui Lang paused and gave the opponent an odd stare. Zhuo Fan smiled. Look at their eyes and you'll see they have made peace with death. You might want to have fun, but they are serious. They won't let it go your way. That is why it's better to face them head-on and give them proper respect. They have come to the gathering fully aware that they might never return and are ready to go all out if they do. The true spirit of a cultivator. They are nothing like kicking around some wastrels. We need to act according to our opponents. Some are to be toyed with while others should be shown respect. Startled, the gang turned in Demon Soul Sect's direction. Sure enough, although they were around the level of the Heaven Trailing Sect, they were determined to see this fight through one way or the other. Despite witnessing how they trashed Heaven Trailing Sect, they still showed no fear. They really must be taken seriously. Kui Lang took a deep breath and nodded. His face was solemn. Looking at them, they were suddenly reminded of themselves from before. If not for Zhuo Fan bumping their strength, they would probably be at the level of Demon Soul Sect, and could only throw their measly lives away in this double dragon gathering. They all let out a sigh of lament. The judge turned from one team to another. Disciples, please enter the Sumeru dimension. The second challenge of the Middle 3 Sects challenge round begins. Zhuo Fan led his team towards the gateway. Han Yunfeng followed as well. Whether intentionally or not, Zhuo Fan paused for Han Yunfeng's team to catch up. Just like that, the two walked abreast, entering the valley simultaneously. The prick sure has his charm. not always an insufferable bastard. Wu Qinkyu couldn't help but smile. Yan Mo's eyes shook at the side, and he had to nod. Indeed, demon scheming sect is at its peak, and he should be brash and wild. But when he entered the valley, he chose to wait for Han Yunfeng to catch up and go in at the same time. It is a sign of respect. That is true. Respect me, and I shall do the same. Insult me, and I'll make you pay 1,000 times over. It seems to me the fact that he drove demon scheming sect into butchering heaven trailing sect is justifiable. But all we saw in that battle was demon scheming sect's cruelty and not heaven trailing sect's arrogance. That is why we all labeled the demon scheming sect's men as thugs. This is why demon cultivators earned their bad name. Ha ha ha. What a world. Eyeing him, Yan Mo nodded. Who'd have thought a righteous disciple would know the toils of us demonic cultivators? Ha ha ha. It's because I'm a righteous cultivator that I need to have tolerance. Demonic cultivators are paranoid, yet not necessarily wrong. I will not be prejudiced. Wu Qinkyu chuckled and said to Yan Mo, by the way, I don't find this Zhuo fan that unreasonable. Just that he acts differently depending on the people and situations, while also a bit heavy-handed. You said he almost got you killed. How did you manage to piss him off? Well, it's none of your business. Yan Mo turned red and shifted his head away. Wu Qinkyu snickered at his reaction. Demonic cultivators love to make a scene, are narrow-minded, and must have what they want. Therefore, when the two of them meet, sparks fly. Sigh, while righteous cultivators love to don the mask of hypocrisy. That should level things out, right? Wu Qinkyu shook his head at this thought. Demons are frank and irritable, while the just are fake and calm. Though who can tell who is the demon and who is just? Meanwhile, when the two teams entered the valley, they stood across from each other. Zhuo Fan jumped and landed behind his team. Han Yunfeng and the others frowned. Zhuo Fan, however, smiled. I'll say it again, who can get on my level? Pass all 9 of them, then you can face me. Han Yunfeng's eyelid twitched and he stared at Zhuo Fan furiously. Chapter 665, Round Robin. That's odd. How come the prick is up to his old tricks and won't fight this time either? Wu Qinkyu's side was puzzled as they watched Zhuo Fan. Hadn't he always treated Demon Soul sect with respect? Why the acting? Why the antagonistic display? By not fighting in a team battle, he clearly looked down on them, holding them in contempt. His action was a hard and cold slap to Han Yunfeng's team's face. Leaving the slapping aside, why lift their hopes just now only to knock them down again? Just what is that prick thinking? They would never have guessed that it wasn't that Zhuo Fan did not want to fight. It was because he couldn't. His right hand got hurt from the brief encounter with the sacred sword. If misfortune had it that he exposed it, the exalted double dragons would see it, and he'd be finished. As for his left, it was nowhere near that strong. Favoring his weak left instead of that strong right would incur the same suspicion. So the best way to avoid it all was to show off and stay out of it. If Demon Soul Sect had just forfeited and let me fight Sword God Sects Wen Tao straight out, then with his strength similar to a superior 3 sects disciple, it would fit my plan perfectly. Then I wouldn't have to hide from anyone and not be so passive. But just what the hell got into Demon Soul Sect all of a sudden? While I do admire their guts, they're just too weak. I can't fake it with these weaklings. It'll only get seen through. The only choice is staying still. Scratched his nose. Zhuo Fan sighed inwardly. Han Yunfeng witnessed his action and was fuming mad, gnashing his teeth in hatred. What the hell's the meaning of this? I get you look down on us, but did you have to do it in front of everyone? Won't you even give us a few moves? Since you're so stuck up, what's with the show of respect from before in walking side by side? Are you toying with us? Han Yunfeng glared and said, Zhuo Fan, I will make you fight. Humph, to fight our steward Zhuo, you'll have to go through me first. Kai Changlong stood in Han Yunfeng's way. This is a team battle, but we won't take advantage of your weakness and we'll go one-on-one. If you have what it takes to beat our 6 ethereal stage experts, then there will be no one to stop you from fighting Steward Zhuo. What? A round robin of 1 against 6 third young Master Han cursed. You have no shame at all. My brother is in the 2nd layer of the ethereal stage, while just 3 of you are in the 3rd layer. Why not ask him to stand still so you can beat him? Quiet, brother. Han Yunfeng cut off the third young Master Han's rant. If it's a team battle with only 2 ethereal stage experts, they could have 2 of theirs hold us back while the rest would kill our teammates. Then it will turn into 6 versus 2. How long do you think we will hold on then? Third young Master Han paused, then let out a long sigh. Han Yunfeng's eyelid twitched and said, "That's why this round robin looks like 1 against 6. The fights will never be 1-on-1. This is in our favor, I accept." "Great, then let's go." Kai Changlong walked forward, giving Zhuo Fan a look from beyond the others. Han Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. His body shook, and with a reverberating roar, a blue hundreds of meters tall winged lion appeared in a flash of light. With its appearance, the temperature dropped sharply, and a biting wind formed that chilled one to the bone. The crowd cried out, "That's Han Yunfeng's soul." At once, the audience was boiling. Everyone knew the soul was an ethereal stage expert's strongest weapon, but also its weakness. So unless they had no choice, the fight was to the death, or they did not fear a heavy injury, the average man would not take it out. Since if the soul was finished, so were you. So even in the middle 3 sects round, the audience had not once seen ethereal stage experts taking out their souls. Even when Ren Kong was being pummeled from all around, he would rather have his cultivation sealed than show his soul in fear of having it crushed. No one imagined that in the second stage of the middle 3 sects challenge round, Han Yunfeng would actually lay his soul bare at the very start. He was ready to go all out. Elder brother? His younger brothers cried in panic. Han Yunfeng waved them not to worry, his face hard. They are all tough opponents. I have to go all out from the start, or if the time drags out, it will work against me. Ha ha ha, what a brave man you are, eldest young master of Demon Soul Sect. Then allow me to accompany you with my own soul. Kai Changlong laughed and felt as if he had met a kindred spirit. His body shook and yellow light spilled from him. In a blink, a huge seal of 60 meters appeared overhead, giving an oppressive feeling. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook and he cried, "It's actually a rarely seen tool soul, the seal of upheaval?" Correct. Souls are commonly divided into beast souls, elemental souls, and domain souls. As for this tool soul, despite being rare, it is on the same level as a beast soul. And Han Yunfeng's soul is that of ascending howling lion. Of bitter cold and extreme yin, the opposite of the seal's extreme yang. This makes it that the match will be decided on the strength of their souls. Yanmo nodded as he analyzed. Yilin looked from the sideboard. "It's Han Yunfeng's win." "Why?" Startled, the 2 turned to him. Reason dictated it should be Kai Changlong who won since he had the higher cultivation. Yilin huffed, "Because he stakes his life." Bam. The loud sound came just as Yilin finished. Ascending howling lion and the seal of upheaval clashed in a terrifying rumble. However, in that short exchange, the seal of upheaval had 5 claw marks with ice spreading around them. PFF. Kai Changlong shook all over and spat blood. At the same time he took back his soul, he cupped his hands in admiration. "Respect, you're too kind." Han Yunfeng returned his gesture even as his brow was soaked. Should this be his victory? He was, in fact, the more injured party of the 2. Zhuo Fan's brow shook and he admired Han Yunfeng. The kid is a damn feisty guy. He's unlike those fake young masters from sects, and even staked his life on the first attack. His upbringing must have had a heavy role to play in it. Demon Soul Sect is remarkable. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook as well. How can there be a fight like this in this day and age? As the forefathers say, pride comes before the fall. Even in a life and death struggle, one holds back some energy just in case to change the tides and win or escape. But this guy had put up all he had and more, cutting off all his paths. If he couldn't have shaken off his opponent in the first strike, he would have been dead by now. The guy is ruthless. He is staking his life just for the chance to fight him. How can you guys even understand him? Yilin mocked. He has to fight 6 people even in rounds. Even if he comes out victorious, he will be exhausted to death. The only way to save energy is to go out in full force. While he gives his life in every exchange, his opponent doesn't have the nerve to meet him. This leaves him with a margin to win and conserve his strength. but even so, one cannot say just how much energy he'd have left in the end. By the way, Yan Mo, you said you wanted to spar with senior brother, but do you have the courage and thirst as he does? Yi Lin asked Yan Mo. Yan Mo's brow shook as he watched the next fight. This time Bai Lion went forth only to be defeated in one strike. But even though he saw Han Yunfeng panting, Yan Mo shook his head with no admiration for the man. This guy is consumed with cultivation. Doesn't the demonic path contain obsession as well? This is the road he is walking. Huff Tilda, despite having only struck twice in the valley, Han Yunfeng was breathing heavily, his head soaked in sweat. His brothers rushed over to help him. "Brother, are you all right? Let's just forget it. They're making it hard for you and toy with you. With the way you are now, what's the point of defeating the 6 of them when you won't be able to even stand? This is pointless." With a slight twitch of his eyebrows, Han Yunfeng slowly looked at Zhuo Fan, only to see his solemn face and bland look, as if he looked down on him. Taking risks, despite knowing it would fail, was useless. But when Wen Tao's words came to him, that cultivation meant going against the natural order. If he lost this chance to fight the strongest, he would feel regret for the rest of his days. Han Yunfeng once again straightened his back and took a deep breath as he stared at Zhuo Fan. "Even if you do not put me in your eyes, mine will always be on you. My cultivation will never stop." "Yes, that's the way, demonic young master," Wen Tao spoke as he witnessed the fights. "This fight isn't to defeat him, but to prove you fear no challenge. This is the only way you can go further." Zai Tianshang, next to him, looked at Han Yunfeng and then at Zhuo Fan. He nodded. Just like when he set Zhuo Fan as his rival, it wasn't to surpass him per se, but for himself to never stop pushing forward. Chapter 666, Soul Burst. "Young Master Han, your next opponent shall be me. I won't be like the 2 you faced and won't hold back at all. Please be ready." Lu Zai walked before Han Yunfeng with a leisurely gait, bearing a twisted smile. Glaring at him lightly, Han Yunfeng said, "I know. These days have shown me that you are the foulest person of all demons scheming sect, ha ha ha. You're asking for it." Lu Zai's face fell, a bone-chilling bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Then his body shook, and a huge green spider appeared in front. The green gas it released spread along the ground like a poisonous net. Han Yunfeng's brow shook and turned serious. He'd seen Lu Zai use this move before with mystical heaven sect, to cut the enemy off from all directions. In other words, Lu Zai planned on surrounding him instead of attacking him head-on, to finish in one move. In this way, he became passive, making his plan to save energy fail here. He was sure this would become a stalling battle to wear him out instead. If it were just a single fight, this wouldn't matter. But in a round-robin, he could not let this happen. Kai Changlong couldn't help but sigh. Why is Lu Zai doing this? For young Master Han to fight all 6 of us is incredibly brave. Even if we are not exactly honorable, there's no reason to take it so far. You know as well his character. It's obvious one strike can win this. It's easy to win or give him a pass, but he would rather toy with him. Bai Lion scoffed. He plans on dragging this on, something Han Yunfeng could never accept. Kai Changlong sighed and shook his head. Meanwhile, Han Yunfeng looked around the spreading poison, and with a roar, the ascending howling lion flapped its wings. The fierce gale slammed into the ground, turning the area around him into sparkling blue ice crystals. It was then that the spreading poison stopped. The moment the green gas touched the crystals, it would stop in its tracks. Han Yunfeng shouted, and ascending howling lion shot for the green spider, going all out once more. "Humph, useless. I'm not going to take you head-on." Lu Zai snickered and made a sign. The green spider scattered like before into thick mist. The thousands upon thousands of tiny spiders raced for Han Yunfeng under the cover of the mist. Whoosh tilde ascending howling lion's strike hit nothing, but it turned back and went straight for Lu Zai. Ignoring the incoming flood of spiders, he actually opted to go down with his enemy. Han Yunfeng is truly ruthless. Meeting someone like Lu Zai who wants to exhaust him, he instead stakes his life going all out. Wu Qinkyu sighed. Yan Mo nodded. "The kid's obsessed, and I like it. I hope to see him in the double dragon manner." For a person from middle 3 sects, and just a second layer of ethereal stage as well, it will be hard to enter double dragon manner. It's all up to the exalted. Yan Mo and Wu Qinkyu turned to the highest seats in the audience, where the exalted sat. Lu Zai looked at the lion with a smug grin. Ha ha ha, the more anxious you are to end this, the more you'll tire. Lu Zai made another sign, and lines of green flashed all over the lion. Just like a net, those lines connected and trapped it. At the same time, the green pattern on the ground released green smoke, connecting to the net. Roar. With a mighty roar, the lion found it could not advance at all, stuck in place. Grinning, Lu Zai gave Han Yunfeng a cocky look. Young Master Han, it's your bad luck to have met me. Do you know how a spider feeds? It traps its prey in a web, letting it struggle and beg for death, then slowly eats it alive. This is quite a lengthy process, too. You were rash for a quick battle, but then you got me, hi. Humph, that remains to be seen if your net is that tough. Han Yunfeng made a sign as his brow sweated harder. The lion roared as it struggled, and it trembled. Uncaring about the lion's actions, Lu Zai grinned. Poison explosion? Boom tilde, the lion's body kept popping with great bangs sounding through the air. Han Yunfeng shook with every blow and even coughed up crimson blood. Brother! Third young Master Han and second young Master Han cried out in panic. The flying lion was Han Yunfeng's soul. Its wounds meant Han Yunfeng's soul wounds. It was such a heavy and sharp pain few could endure. The two gnashed their teeth and looked at Lu Zai in hatred. But Lu Zai only laughed. Young Master Han, your demon soul sect's eldest young master, so I can't take your life, but you should know when to give. It's time for you to admit your defeat to me. This is as far as you go. Han Yunfeng was demon soul sect's young sect leader, and defeating him would give him great merit back at the sect. Lu Zai was blinded by greed, so he did not follow in Kai Changlong and Bai Lion's footsteps in fighting head-on. Victory and merit were worth more than anything. He would be willing to do anything as long as it would help his ascent. Han Yunfeng's face twitched in pain, but he actually mocked Lu Zai. Kid, you're not worthy. We'll just see about that. Lu Zai's face fell and his sign changed. The thousands of tiny spiders charged for Han Yunfeng, but they froze in place when they touched the blue curtain of light. Just then, Lu Zai shouted, and the tiny spiders exploded, breaking through the blue curtain and allowing the spiders behind them to advance. Han Yunfeng was now at his most dangerous. With a string of constant explosions, the barrier of light shrank more and more until it was gone. Lu Zai trapped his flying lion, and explosions also assaulted it. He was stuck, unable to neither attack nor defend. Han Yunfeng's face was heavy, feeling the sharp pain stinging his soul. He paled, and Lu Zai grinned as he changed his signs. The spiders drew nearer with every step, every second, and with them, Lu Zai's web closed around him. Everyone, including the audience, was at the edge of their seats for Han Yunfeng's fate. Third young Master Han shouted, Brother, just give up. You defeated 2 experts and are weary. It's no loss even if you concede. This isn't about reputation, but whether I can walk further on the path of cultivation. Han Yunfeng's eyelids shook, looking in Zhuo Fan's direction. His eyes flashed and roared as his aura exploded once more. Brother! His brothers cried out in worry. What's he up to? Wu Qinkyu was startled, having a bad feeling. Soul burst? Han Yunfeng made a sign. The trapped flying lion wailed in pain and then exploded. Streams of blue light shot in all directions like a tidal wave. Everywhere and everything froze under a layer of blue crystals. Those spiders were about to explode again, but they froze immediately before shattering to dust. PFF, Lu Zai spat blood, looking at the light show slowly diminishing. Followed by a roar, a lion without wings burst out and came for him. The sudden impact caught Lu Zai off guard, knocking him flying, trailing blood behind him. This was not as light as before, with just his soul a little bit shaken up. This time his entire innards were crushed, and there was a high chance his body was ruined. However, the people did not care about him, not even demon-scheming sects members. In their eyes, there was a lion that had lost its wings, and despite its thin state, it held its pride as it lay on the ground. Chapter 667, Man on the Path. Young Master Han, why did you do that? Watching the weak and frail lion lying on the ground since it struck Lu Zai, when Tao shook his head, if I had known you were so obstinate, I wouldn't have said what I had. Seeing you fall in such a plight feels like I harmed you myself. Zai Tianshang's eyes shook as he stared at the scene for a long time before sighing. I had spent my life only on martial arts, yet not even that can compare to Han Yunfeng's accomplishment. Soul burst, a desperate and last move to injure your opponent by exploding your soul. Unless it is the last resort, no one would ever use it, not when the recovery is painstakingly difficult. Even though Han Yunfeng had blown up his soul's wings, the damage to his soul is heavy and has also crippled his future. Putting the cart before the horse. Yan Mo watched from above with a sullen look. He was angry, but not at the result, and more about his inability to fight. Didn't he challenge Zhuo Fan so he could go further down the path of cultivation? Now that his soul is crippled, what was the point? Wu Qinkyu nodded, lamenting at the pity. Only Yi Lin disdained, looking at the lion in admiration. What do you ignorant youngsters know? The soul is important, but the damage isn't permanent, just somewhat annoying. If my guess is right, Double Dragon Manor, Zhuo Fan, and even me can all heal him. But the step he had taken today shall carry him for miles. The road of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. If one knows every effort was useless and stopped, that is as far as he went. But he has achieved his goal just because he chose to stake his life in this matter despite the obvious outcome. Even if he didn't get to fight with Zhuo Fan, his heart has grown to new bounds. The two squinted, watching Yi Lin in shock. Are soul wounds that meager anyone can heal. Double Dragon Manor, I get it, since they're the top in Western lands, but even you and Zhuo Fan are such miracle workers. Yi Lin noticed their gazes but said nothing, tapped tilde as the dust cleared. Han Yunfeng dragged his even more weary body, looking with a pale face at the bloody Lu Zai on the ground. I won. This is the third match. Lu Zai gnashed his teeth and found he could not get up. All that was left was the regret in his eyes. He would never have imagined Han Yunfeng would go to such extremes. I just said I didn't want your life, so why did you have to go as far as wound your soul to win, lunatic? You're a true madman. At Lu Zai's unreconciled face, Han Yunfeng grinned, then he turned to Demon Scheming Sect. The next challenger. Brother. His two younger brothers shook, wanting to dissuade him. But seeing his determined look, they gave up. They knew that once their big brother was serious about something, there was no changing his mind. Demon Scheming Sect's team's hearts shook and looked from the frail lion to the weary Han Yunfeng. They held him in much more respect than before. Han Yunfeng would never achieve his goal, yet he fought regardless of the futility of his efforts. It was this determination that won them over. It wasn't just them. The entire audience was filled with respect. Gui, who walked forward, "It's my turn. Please instruct me." "Good, begin." Han Yunfeng strained to keep his body upright as he shouted. His lion also struggled to stand, roaring toward Gui, who, despite how exhausted he was, his battle spirit never waned. Gui, who said nothing as he walked to Han Yunfeng. Second young Master Han was tense, worried about his big brother's fate. Han Yunfeng fixed him in his eyes. He knew well that there was no way he could fight an ethereal stage expert in the state he was in. But what amazed him was that Gui, who had no killing intent, as if he was only walking over. Han Yunfeng frowned and snapped. "What's the meaning of this?" "Are you saying you can take me with just a finger?" Gui, who did not reply. As he reached him, under the watch of thousands of pairs of eyes, Gui, who took Han Yunfeng's fist, struck his own chest with it 3 times and then walked away. Startled, Han Yunfeng was stumped. The audience was baffled. At this time, Kui Lang laughed as he came over, copying Gui, who by hitting his chest with Han Yunfeng's fist for 3 punches. "My turn, he, Kui Lang swaggered off. "Hey, what's the meaning of this?" Han Yunfeng asked. Yu Ling smirked and came over. "What's so hard to understand?" "You just beat them, so the next one took their place. Aren't you challenging 6 ethereal stage experts? I'm the last one." "Wait, you're..." Han Yunfeng had a weird taste in his mouth. "Stop whining. It's just your fist, Ling got before him and was about to do the same, but then she realized something. She looked at her perky chest and blushed, then waved. "Never mind, I'm the weakest of the 6. Since you beat the rest, I'll just admit defeat." Ling left with a wave as she gracefully walked away. Han Yunfeng was left stumped, his heart filled with complex emotions. "Guihu, what the hell are you guys playing at?" Zhuo Fan chuckled. Guihu shrugged. "Steward Zhuo, you saw it yourself. I took 3 fists of his and lost." Yep, me too." Kui Lang bobbed his head. Zhuo Fan shook his head. 3 fists to the chest. "Are you guys swearing an oath of brotherhood here? Since you all admit defeat, it seems I'll have to step in." Zhuo Fan stepped lightly, coming before Han Yunfeng. His eyes lit up with battle intent. "I've waited so long for this. Ha ha ha, I always keep my word. Since you reached me, you have the right to hang out. Go ahead." Zhuo Fan smiled. Han Yunfeng cupped his hands in glee and began weaving signs. Seeing their big brother shine again, the 2 younger brothers were filled with pride. They also sent grateful looks to Guihu and the others. "Thank you, brothers. Just showing our respect is all. Since your brother wants to fight Steward Zhuo with such passion, the least we can do is help out a little." Guihu's gang hit their chest in reply. However, just then, there was a light hum and a flash of light. The judge's aged voice came from outside. "The 6 hours are up. Both sides cease fighting and come out. If you fight again, I'll consider it a grudge fight." "What?" Han Yunfeng shook and was unwilling. "How can it be so fast?" Then his eyes went dark and collapsed. Zhuo Fan's right sprung into action, but then he moved it back and used the left one instead to hold him steady. "Brother Han, we'll fight next time." Han Yunfeng shuddered and turned his white face to Zhuo Fan. "You'll still fight me?" "Of course, this is my promise." "Since this time we can't, there's always next time." Zhuo Fan spoke with determination. Han Yunfeng's perked into a smile and his eyes closed. He was out cold. His soul, the lion, also vanished back into his body. Holding Han Yunfeng's body, Zhuo Fan was the first to go through the light. The 2 sects' teams exchanged glances and followed after. Only Lu Zai, in his heavily wounded state, had to be carried out by Kai Changlong. Whoosh, tilde the teams were back in the arena and were welcomed by a resounding round of applauses. Unlike the first challenge against Heaven Trailing Sect, the Demon Scheming Sect still held their absolute advantage, but they had a complete attitude change. Instead of abusing their opponent, they showed respect, bar a particular someone, of course. This led to everyone having a whole new respect for Demon Scheming Sect. After looking at both sects, the judge coughed for silence and was about to announce the results when Zhuo Fan stepped forward. "Elder, 10 people went into Sumeru Dimension and 10 have returned. Both sides have 1 seriously injured member. It should be a draw." Well," the judge was taken aback and nodded. "Since you are willing to step back, I will help you. This challenge is a draw." This statement left the crowd in shock, all looking at Zhuo Fan. Reason dictated that Demon Scheming Sect held the ultimate advantage and was the real winner. But Zhuo Fan was willing to give up victory and give his opponent the greatest respect. In an instant, the people were in awe of Zhuo Fan's style, and the Han brothers appreciated him too. Exalted Hai ran up above, nodded. "The brat is walking the path, a true rarity. Few demonic cultivators have ever risen above their demonic nature." "True. However, it's not just him. Ha 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 has also grown, ha ha ha." Exalted Bai Mei chuckled and added another name to the list in 3 strong characters. Chapter 668. Hand in the Shadow. With dusk approaching, the judge declared today's fight over. The middle 3 sects challenge round had been going on for a long time, with each stage taking 6 hours each. The next challenge stage shall be held tomorrow. The judge ended with a bitter look in Zhuo Fan's direction, as if to say, "It's all your fault, you punk, for wasting our time." A whole day was wasted with just 6 single matches and 1 team battle in this yet unfinished middle 3 sects challenge round. Now you need 2 days for just 3 rounds. Why do you take your sweet time with it every time you're involved? First was the lower 3 sects round, now the middle 3 sects challenge round. Do you enjoy playing that much? Can't you go on a bit faster so I can lay to rest these weary bones a bit earlier? Zhuo Fan chuckled as if he knew what he was thinking. But then he turned his head away and rolled his eyes like it was not his problem. The judge sighed and shook his head. Just how on earth did such an obnoxious freak come from the tiny demon scheming sect, a lower 3 sect? After everyone dispersed, Zhuo Fan handed Han Yunfeng over to Demon Soul sect with the promise that he would also heal his injuries before leaving. The Demon Soul sect still doubted that such a heavy injury could even be healed. The guy isn't trying to dupe us, is he? Then again, tricking them wouldn't earn him anything. Their elder brother's wound was self-inflicted as he insisted on going on with the challenge. The Double Dragon Gathering used to be a cruel and bloody event. The fact they didn't wipe us out is already fortunate. What more could we ask? Therefore, Demon Soul Sect's team looked at the frail Han Yunfeng, thinking of his future bumpy path ahead of him, and sighed. The best talent in our sect ruined just like that. Middle 3 sects, middle 3 sects. Meanwhile, Fiend Yang took his team back, shouting all the time, filled with joy and bliss from the achievement. Fiend Yang then felt like crying. Curses, it was freaking hard too. Thinking back on our team in the last Double Dragon Gathering, of the 10 of us, only 4 returned home. I never thought this time our disciples would come back in one piece and even earn us a middle 3 sect position. It feels like I'm still dreaming. I'm so damn happy. Humph, how can it ever compare to now? Fiend Yin sneered. Double Dragon Gathering requires a team of 10 to participate. Back then, most of those candidates were just replacements for the elders, and venerables stuck their candidates in to earn them some merits. They weren't worth a damn on the stage. Unlike this time, where we only had 10, each is an elite by himself. Especially Zhuo Fan, who is worth 100. Thinking of the team battle, he alone could finish them all off, ha ha ha. Slapping Zhuo Fan's shoulder hard, Fiend Yin laughed, but Zhuo Fan kept frowning and cursing on the inside. Hey, watch the hand, my right's still healing. Oh, he didn't say it, putting on a twitching smile and nodding. Fiend Gui praised as well. Here, on this Double Dragon Gathering, Zhuo Fan had earned the biggest credit. Without him, the disciples wouldn't have the strength to even fight. They wouldn't have what it takes to raise our sect's name. We even have the middle 3 sects and superior 3 sects coming to watch us. So when we return, the first thing we do is to reward Zhuo Fan. He is the future pillar of our demon scheming sect, ha ha ha. You're talking nonsense. Isn't it obvious by now? Fiend Yang sneered. Our position in the middle 3 sects is secured, and we even challenged 2 middle 3 sects. Even if it's just team battles, it will certainly not drag us back when it comes to the final score. Speaking of drag, I'm still annoyed that damn mystical Heaven sect played us. All right, it's all in the past now. Our objective is how to keep challenging. Fiend Yin interrupted him. Fiend Yang gave a heavy nod, turning serious. The previous challenges were nothing to speak of, just small fries, while the next 4 sects are the real deal. Especially the top of middle 3 sects, the Sword God sect. Their strength is very close to a superior 3 sects. We must tread carefully. Venerable sirs, sorry to interrupt. However, just as they were getting to the crux of it, a faint voice broke their focus. Before we discuss the fighting tomorrow, could you perhaps heal me first? I feel my body is failing me. Whoosh. Startled, the fiends turned around and saw Lu Zai's weary look, lying on the ground with a miserable face like he was on his deathbed. Fiend Yang's face twitched as he cursed. You have the cheek to ask for help? What kind of brain do you have crammed in there to do what you did? You went as far as pushing the hard-headed Han Yunfeng to risk his life. Just look at Kui Lang and the others. They know a hero when they see one. Their actions have spurred the public's respect for us and given Demon Scheming Sect a new look. While all you managed to do is get both of you on the deathbed, no one spares a look to you. You were seriously asking for it. Let me tell you, even if you did manage to beat him, it wouldn't have been of any worth. You'd only be reviled. Thanks to Zhuo Fan's final intervention, he patched up your mess. By the way, why would you even go so hard in blocking him anyway? Did you think he could have beaten Zhuo Fan? It's fine. He just couldn't help it and got his punishment. Fiend Yang still wanted to go on, but Zhuo Fan stopped him with a smile. Kui Lang and the other are the same as Han Yunfeng. They have potential, which resonated with him, unlike the petty Lu Zai, who squabbles over petty affairs and can never understand such bravery. Just leave him be. At the end of it all, he's one of ours and shouldn't bother him. Fiend Yang huffed and shook his head. Zhuo Fan, I'm not talking about his character, but his brains. Originally, the demonic path wasn't popular, but now that we're a middle three sect, we may even get an entire empire for ourselves. The Double Dragon Gathering is the best chance to show off our mettle. But with his behavior, won't he scare off our potential funders? We may be a demonic sect, but we still have principles, unlike those rogue demonic cultivators. Here, we collect protection fees while those rogues only know to rob homes, ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan chuckled. Lu Zai didn't like what he heard. Then back with Heaven Trailing Sect, Steward Zhuo asking us to toy with them isn't just as vile. For God's sake, here I am, taking your side, and you just had to make me look bad. He emphasized it with 2 kicks and grumbling. I did it on purpose. Everything was for power and grace. Since we wanted people to see us have virtues, we had to also show them we're no pushovers. This will help future deals go much easier in our favor. It's called preemptive strike, got it? Hear that? Steward Zhuo is a brilliant man, not something a pig-headed guy like you could ever measure up to. You'll only make a fool of yourself. Fiend Yang cursed at the side, then turned to Zhuo Fan. Sai, we better teach this kid well, or who knows what trouble he might stir. No worries, I'll first heal him, then teach him, he. Zhuo Fan snickered as he dragged Lu Zai into his room. The rest looked on and chuckled. Bam! In the room, Zhuo Fan threw Lu Zai on the bed, closed the door shut, then his face fell. Lu Zai, what was that just now? Were you about to spill the beans about Han Yunfeng as well? Steward Zhuo, I just don't understand why you suddenly sent me a message to stall Han Yunfeng as much as I could. Why then do you now? Lu Zai spoke fearfully. Zhuo Fan squinted and held his right hand. You did well when you stalled him, but if you dare say any word of this. I'd never, Lu Zai waved frantically. You'd better. Now stop asking questions. Zhuo Fan huffed and presented a vial in a flash of light. He threw it over. Take this. Don't come out in 3 days. You'll be back in shape. You don't have to join tomorrow's challenge. Just heal up. Zhuo Fan then walked out and slammed the door closed behind him. Lu Zai bobbed his head, but when Zhuo Fan was gone, he gnashed his teeth. He stared at the door with bitter resentment. Damn you, Zhuo Fan. You're the one working from the shadows, and while I take the fall, you take the glory. You get the merit and I get the can. Just you wait. This is far from over. Lu Zai turned to the vial Zhuo Fan threw and opened it after a moment of thought. This is just the interest of what you owe me. Zhuo Fan just left Lu Zai's room and then looked around. He returned to his room and took off his shirt. Looking at his right hand, still bleeding, he gritted his teeth and frowned. Damn that fiend Yin, he's like a bull. But what's with this healing rate? Just a little touch and it's already opened up again. It's all thanks to Lu Zai's stalling, or my wound would have been exposed the minute I fought. Squinting, Zhuo Fan snickered to himself like a little weasel after his plan worked perfectly. Chapter 669. Danking Shen's Purpose. Ha ha ha, I see. I was wondering why you were so odd before. When you switched to using your left instead of your right, it turned out it was wounded. A sudden old chuckle pierced Zhuo Fan's ears, making him shiver. He swished a shocked face around but only found an old drunkard. It looked as if he had been in Zhuo Fan's room from the start, taking his sweet time gulping down wine and looking at him with a penetrative sneer. His brow shook and Zhuo Fan cried, Senior, how did you get in? What, ain't I welcome? Danking Shen's face looked a little savage as he said, I've told you already, there's nowhere on these lands I cannot go. No one can stop me. Ugh. Zhuo Fan's face stiffened and he let out a strained laugh. Ha ha ha, yeah. You do me a great honor seeing me, Senior. You light my home with your presence. How could little old me ever refuse you? It's just that Senior's sudden appearance caught me by surprise. TCH, quite slick, I see. Who'll ever believe your smooth talk? Danking Shen sneered. Then his cruel eyes snapped on the bleeding right hand. You must be most annoyed this old man found out your secret. Speechless for a moment, Zhuo Fan's eyes spun all over the place, but then he chuckled as he strained to deny it. Senior, how can you say that? How could a little old and average radiant stage disciple ever hide something from so many experts? Senior must be joking, ha ha ha. Even with the forced laughter, Zhuo Fan made sure to hide his wounded right back in his clothes. Spare me your lies. Danking Shen's face went cold, his piercing eyes staring right at him as he questioned. Boy, tell the truth. Who gave you that wound? Flicking his eyes around, Zhuo Fan waved him off. Isn't it obvious? Having fought so many times, injuries are common. Sir also knows I am a tough man, not going to let a flesh wound bother me, so I endured it. Since Sir has found me out, then I am most grateful for your concern. Cut the crap. Don't you play dumb with me. I'm not buying it. Danking Shen's face twitched and snorted. I've seen your recent fights, and you think I don't know who you've been fighting. They couldn't even scratch you, let alone hurt you. Moreover, that wound is a through and through, clearly made by sword energy. Talk, where did you run off to? Heart tensing, Zhuo Fan gave the old man a look. He clearly knew everything despite questioning him, so all he could do was admit it. Senior, you're so astute, and I can't hide anything. I was curious, explored someplace, and got this little scratch for my troubles. Boy, you sure are deceitful. Using your teammates that were toying with Heaven Trailing Sect, you sneaked away to check out the sacred mine. Not even the exalted double dragons figured you out. Boy, your plan was brilliant. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, Senior. Did it not fail to pull the wool over Senior's brilliant eyes? Zhuo Fan grinned at Danking Shen, flattering him whenever he could. The way he saw it since Danking Shen had left Double Dragon Manor ages ago, he came to him after finding him out. It was a clear sign the old man wanted to negotiate something. So, Zhuo Fan was working to lighten the mood and see what he wanted. Sparing him a glance, Danking Shen sneered. Easy on the flattery, boy. I needed one look and knew something was off about the show you pulled on Heaven Trailing Sect. Why did each disciple go after their prey and then return to that valley, all except you? Why were you so late for the show? Then there was the fight with Demon Soul Sect. It was clear from your demeanor that there was something with your right hand, though just a hunch. Now that I see it myself, it all became clear. You got guts, boy. The sacred mine is Double Dragon Manor's territory, yet you dare go in. Talk, who sent you? What is their purpose? Danking Shen barked. Zhuo Fan shrugged, muttering for a bit. Senior, you're only fussing over trifles. No one sent me. I didn't even know there'd be a sacred mine in that place. I just felt that spiritual energy was incredibly thick when I entered. So curiosity got the best of me, and I went to check it out. I never thought it would lead to such a careless mistake and got wounded. Careless, you say? Who are you trying to fool? Danking Shen mocked. The sacred mines aren't important just for Double Dragon Manor, but the entire Western lands. While the mine's interference prevented an array from being set up, thousands of monitoring arrays existed before it. There's no way you could have bypassed them without inside help. And not just you. Even I, a former Double Dragon Manor disciple, have no idea where they've changed those monitoring arrays' positions, and just touching one of them will instantly get the two old coots on you. It may look like light protection when in fact, it's at the highest. It's like casting thousands of eyes on that place, taking in your every movement. Zhuo Fan's brow shook. So the monitoring arrays were placed by the exalted in person. He had just skirted the two old guys' traps under their noses. Zhuo Fan sighed. That was close. How fortunate I'm an array master and a good one enough not to run into any of them. Glancing over, Danking Shen resumed the inquiry. Talk, why did you come here? Who's your contact in the Double Dragon Manor? Senior, I won't lie to you. I was just curious and took a look. That's all. Zhuo Fan chuckled. As for those monitoring arrays, I just had to read the terrain and energy flow to find them out. I always stepped in their blind spot, going in and out without a sign. I had no devious ploy at all. Danking Shen's heart shook, looking at Zhuo Fan in shock and doubt. Those were set up by the exalted themselves and hidden very well. Yet you saw them at a glance. Senior, my low cultivation might not show it, but I'm a 10th grade array master. Also, this is just what I can do now. If we discuss insights and theories in arrays, my accomplishments are way higher. Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan's face was solemn. I was a little nervous about when the two exalted might find me in the short time I had, or I could have just broken them, you know? Danking Shen looked at him, filled with skepticism. He did not believe him at first. The two exalted set them up themselves, and you, a snot-nosed brat, up and said you could break them. Even talent has limits. However, Zhuo Fan's confidence was too genuine to write it off as acting. Seeing hesitation play on his face, Zhuo Fan broke his thoughts with a smile. "Senior, what do you need of me? How can I be of help? Boy, you've been caught messing around. Now you want to drag me into it too? Ha ha ha, Senior, you can't say that when it's you who came here for something. Now you approached me with the intent to test my limits, so how can it be all my fault?" Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head. Danking Shen's eyes flashed, praising his sharp mind, but his voice was still the same. "Boy, I only came to check something and not for anything else. Stop your wild guessing." "Oh, Senior, you're really, ha-ha, can't you be a little frank with me?" Zhuo Fan shook his head, annoyed. "Senior, you're not part of Double Dragon Manor. Since you found my secret trip to the sacred mine, you had no reason to come and question me. Yet you came nevertheless. For you to keep asking me about my contact only means you have two purposes. One, you still care about Double Dragon Manor and want to protect it by removing the danger, though that could have been easily done by dropping a hint about my actions. That leaves the second purpose for yourself, to eavesdrop. I think this one has a higher probability. Because that is your purpose, you need an insider who knows the ins and out of the current Double Dragon Manor. Didn't you say it yourself that you've been gone for ages?" Eyeing Zhuo Fan, Danking Shen's beard shook. He chuckled and shook his head. "You're one little freak, you know that? You saw through me down to the last detail. No wonder in the fight with Demon Soul Sect, you let Lu Zai, who has been at odds with you, step in instead of others who would have listened just the same, because he will do a better job. Ha ha ha, when using others, one needs to consider every aspect. Lu Zai is petty and untrustworthy. Though sometimes, for some things, only petty people can do them." Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted and snickered. "Senior, what do you need of me? Please tell me." Danking Shen's eyes shook, and he finally sighed. "I want the sword that injured you. Chapter 670, Twin Soul." "What?" Zhuo Fan's eyes widened as he cried. "Sacred weapon?" His heart tensed and his brow furrowed. He would never have thought Danking Shen's return to Double Dragon Manor was for the sacred weapon. Worse, now that the said sacred weapon was now with him. Wouldn't Telling get himself killed and robbed? No, he can't know about this at all costs. Whatever I do, I must never allow him to suspect I have it. But when he reaches the cave, he'll know I have it when it's not there. How am I going to hide the truth? God damn it. What the hell is a top expert even doing setting his sights on a sacred weapon? It's a rarity even for me, so why should I just give it up? Seeing Zhuo Fan's heavy look, Danking Shen was suspicious. "What did you just say? Sacred weapon? Who told you that?" When I entered the cave, I saw a very dangerous longsword with sharp spirituality that actually moved by its own will. It almost took my little life. There's no way it's the same as spiritual weapons, so in a moment of inspiration, called it a sacred weapon, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan lied through his teeth as he started blabbing. Danking Shen nodded like it was natural. "I see. It's something you named it yourself. I actually thought you knew Atlas Sword's history." "Atlas Sword?" Zhuo Fan gasped. Danking Shen nodded. "Yes, the Atlas Sword. The continent's 5 regions all have a sacred mine. In those sacred mines, over eons, nature itself forged a divine sword to guard them. The Western lands is this Atlas Sword, the one I want to obtain. But, having left the Western lands long ago, I had lost my right to get it through normal means. All I can do is take it by force." Danking Shen sighed and shook his head. "That's why I hope I can get the map showing me the way to the sacred mine and obtain Atlas Sword. So that's why." Zhuo Fan gave an understanding nod, though his frown deepened. "But when I saw Atlas Sword, it was savage. It almost took my life, and I barely escaped. Is Sir that sure that you can subdue it?" "Of course." Danking Shen beamed in pride. "Atlas Sword is a sacred weapon of this world, incomparable to every other sword out there. Even someone at my level would have a very hard time subduing it. It also cannot leave the sacred mind, which makes it even harder. But I grew up training with it while at double dragon manner. I will reflect on each other's thoughts to the point we are one. I once had the chance to have it. With enough sacred stones in my ring, the Atlas sword would simply follow me instead. But then you know what happened. In my rage, I destroyed 10 sects, and the Exalted sealed that area, forcing me to leave. Otherwise, I would have long since taken the sacred sword and become almighty through all the lands. Zhuo Fan nodded, even as he was cooking a plan in his mind on how to dissuade the drunkard. So he said, "Since you didn't want it last time, why would you want it now?" "That's none of your business." Put in a difficult situation, Danking Shen grumbled and stared at Zhuo Fan with conviction. "Boy, didn't you say you saw the way through the monitoring arrays?" "I don't care if it's the truth or not. I just want you to draw me a safe path, and I'll make it worth your while." Well, Zhuo Fan was put on the spot, not knowing what to do. If he did that, it would be the same as sealing his fate. He could practically see Danking Shen reaching the cave, only to see it empty of no sacred stones and no sacred weapon. After a brief moment of shock, he'd go berserk. Won't he kill me in his rage? Zhuo Fan felt like he was handing out the noose to string himself up. Senior, have you ever thought the sword might accept someone else before you?" "That's not possible. Didn't I tell you? The sword has a will and won't just follow anyone, unless—" "What?" Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up with hope. Danking Shen's mood darkened. "Unless the Exalted kept the sword distracted. Atlas' sword has been under the Exalted's care, and it would definitely listen. If they wanted to move it, it would obey." "Oh, in other words, you're not the sword's true love." Zhuo Fan bobbed his head and sighed inside. "I can rest easy knowing there's a convenient scapegoat around." Therefore, he took out a blank jade slip, imprinted it with the right path, and then presented it to Danking Shen. At this moment, they were in this together, with no one able to sell out the other. Danking Shen took it and laughed. "Great, now I can do it." "Ha ha ha, thank you, boy. It's no trouble. Senior is a straightforward person, and I'm sure helping Senior will definitely not go unnoticed, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan waved him off with an innocent face, even when his words had obvious implications. Danking Shen's face twitched. "I just knew that when I told you my reason, you'd try haggling with me. Spill it, what do you want? I'll do all I can to achieve it." "Senior, how can you say that? I'm not petty. A mere map is nothing." Zhuo Fan faked modesty. Danking Shen rolled his eyes and mocked, "Save it. With your keen mind, I could tell you're not one to lose out on anything. Now I am owing you a favor, and who knows what you'll do that'll make me have a hard time. No, I have to repay it today." "Oh, then what does Sir think it's an appropriate reward that can compare with a sacred weapon?" Zhuo Fan grinned. His smile twisted, but he never asked for anything, letting him come up with the price. This is all appealing to one's conscience. Moreover, there's no way a big shot like you would be stingy with a junior. Glaring at Zhuo Fan, Danking Shen shook his head. "Boy, you're truly sharp, to make me say it so that you won't lose out at all. An old man like me can't dupe a kid either. I planned on giving you a cultivation method or martial arts, but never mind. Since you said it has to match the worth of the sword, a mere cultivation method will look like an insult." "True, so very true." Zhuo Fan bobbed his head, his grin ever present. He didn't care about any manuals. What could the mortal domain ever come up with that was worthy of his attention? What he wanted was a true expert's promise. Now that was the true reward. Danking Shen pondered for a bit, then clapped. "Fine then, I'll make this an exception and give you a secret art I created personally. This is sure to be enough." Danking Shen's hand flashed, and a green jade slip rested in his palm. Zhuo Fan took it and squinted once he read. "Twin soul art." "Right, that's the one." Danking Shen nodded, smiling. "Boy, you are so much like me back in the day, just as talented and proud." Senior, you call this a reward?" "Of a sort, yet also yes, because we all form our souls in the radiant stage." Danking Shen's eyes flashed, and he gave a vague grin, startled. Zhuo Fan looked lost. Who'd have thought he is another one with ethereal stage power in the radiant stage? Zhuo Fan knew that the reason for the mighty power he had right now was due to the azure flame. while Danking Shen just relied on himself to reach it. Now that was a true genius. Danking Shen beamed. Boy, did you really think you're the only genius? My talent wasn't any less than yours in those days. How else do you think I surpassed my two masters and earned the title of the strongest in Western lands? All my success is attributed to having twin souls. Danking Shen extended two fingers and they started glowing azure before touching Zhuo Fan's forehead. In a blink, Zhuo Fan's vision changed, appearing in a golden world. There, a proud sword stood stalwart with a huge prismatic dragon winding around it, bearing its fangs and claws. It was none other than a heaven dragon soul. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan was back to reality. Senior, that's? Zhuo Fan's eyes widened in shock. Danking Shen smiled in pride. See that? Those are my twin souls. One is the sword soul and the other is the heaven dragon soul. They both exist at the same time, making my soul many times stronger than anyone else's. This is why I have become the best in Western lands. The next one to have it, boy, will be you, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan shook, his face overwhelmed by what he saw and heard. Twin souls had never appeared even in the sacred domain since two souls meant they had to fight for supremacy. However, those two souls were peacefully coexisting in the same place. What's going on? Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted as they rested on the jade slip. So even the mortal domain has some nifty stuff. Chapter 671, 3 Conditions. The formation of the soul usually only happens once, in the ethereal stage, the culmination of one's spirit. Seeing Zhuo Fan staring intently at the jade slip, Danking Shen nodded and explained. However, Zhuo Fan, we are different. We've reached the culmination in the radiant stage and formed our souls. This way we can form our soul once again. Zhuo Fan turned solemn, listening to his every word. Danking Shen's eyes were hard as he warned. But this chance has some conditions. One of them is that the second soul forming has to be far stronger than the first, or the first soul would interfere and would make it harder. That's easy since it's obvious. Since I formed my soul in the radiant stage, my spirit would be stronger when I reached the ethereal stage. Zhuo Fan spoke like it was obvious. Danking Shen smiled and shook his head. Ha ha ha, to others that might be the case, but it will pose a challenge for you. Why do you say that? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow in doubt. Danking Shen's eyes shone as he continued. This is related to the second condition of the twin soul, no mountain is higher. Since the second soul has to expend your spirit, it must be stronger than the first soul so that it can suppress it and form. Otherwise, it's a failure. That, I see. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, already understanding what he was saying. Heaven Dragon's soul was world energy taking form, one of the best a soul could ever become. So what could possibly be stronger than a Heaven Dragon soul? Danking Shen saw through his worry and sighed. Alas, you did not meet me earlier. Or, having seen how alike we are, I would have warned you when forming your first soul. Just like how I formed the sword soul first, then the Heaven Dragon soul to suppress it and accomplish the twin soul art. Senior, that's just hindsight. I refuse to believe that if you were presented with the chance to form the Heaven Dragon soul the first time, you would first wait for the sword soul. I bet you didn't even know twin soul was possible. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Ugh, Danking Shen's heart jerked, but he nodded. True. When I formed the sword soul, I had no chance of forming the Heaven Dragon soul first. However, it was this that gave me insight on how to achieve the twin soul of today. What if I form a second Heaven Dragon soul? Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up. Since the second soul had a hard time surpassing the first, making them equal was better. I'll just have to scour the world for some 10 more Earth Dragon souls. How hard could it be, however? Danking Shen shook his head. Boy, you know full well that a mountain ain't big enough for 2 tigers. If a man formed a twin soul of the same type, it would be a true toil. That is why a person can't have 2 beast souls. If you want them to coexist, they have to be different. When you try to form another Heaven Dragon soul, your first one won't just sit still. It will fight for its turf and will make sure you fail. Which takes us to the third condition, harmony. Take your room, for instance. You'd be annoyed if someone waltzed in yet wouldn't even bat an eye when an ant slipped in. Why is that? Because you don't see it as a threat to your interests. It is like you consider this room yours, and the ant will also see it as their nest. You live in harmony despite sharing the same room. I see. In other words, the Heaven Dragon soul sees your sword soul as nothing more than a prop. Heaven Dragon soul is a reptile at the core, so the two have no conflict of interests, resulting in harmony. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up. Danking Shen nodded. That's exactly it, child. While the spirit is unique, the soul is a twin one, resting within it in harmony. As for how to achieve this, it's all written down in that art. Do your best and read it carefully. This is as far as I'm going to help you, ha ha ha. But senior, while I can understand all the other stuff, how am I going to form a soul stronger than the Heaven Dragon soul? Please enlighten me, senior. Zhuo Fan pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. Danking Shen shook his head. I have no solution either. It's all down to luck, ha ha ha. Danking Shen turned around and was gone. He ran away. In any case, I returned the favor and freed myself of this tie. Your success will now solely rest on your shoulders. I'm powerless anyway, ha ha ha. Wait, senior. Zhuo Fan hastily said, but he no longer sensed the old man around. Damn you, old coot, and your wretched favor. You gave me some twin soul art and got me intrigued, only to leave me high and dry when it's the hardest. What now? I know this strange art is nearly impossible to train in, but now I'm so piqued I can't let it go. Damn ungrateful old geezer. You clearly used it to lure me. How am I supposed to form a soul stronger than that dragon soul? Your secret special art is useless to me. But then Zhuo Fan thought differently. Danking Shen wants the sacred weapon that I got before him. The map I drew for him will just lead him to nothing. So this isn't a favor but a practical joke, so he no longer felt cheated. It's up to me to make the most of this. What matters is that I got away scot-free. There's no point in worrying over it any longer. And so, Zhuo Fan's hand flashed, and Blood Infant came out of his body and turned into that demonic sword he was now holding. Looking at the pommel, he did find the word Atlas engraved on it. Oh, Atlas sword. I was in such a rush then that I had no time to find out your name. Now I see it really is what that old guy wants. I just hope he never comes back to me to get it, or I'm finished. Zhuo Fan traced the blade as he said. However, just then, the old voice of Danking Shen sounded again. By the way, boy, I don't think you'll ever get to hide your wound in battle. If the two exalted find out, you'll be in trouble. Senior, you're back. Startled, Zhuo Fan hurriedly stuck the sword in his gut, running his body through it, making him grimace as blood seeped. The long sword snickered and turned into Blood Infant before hiding in his body. Glaring at his gut, Zhuo Fan crunched his teeth. Is this guy blind? The old man is back, and yet it still delayed hiding. What if he found out? Fortunately, the wound this time was just skin deep. So Zhuo Fan ignored his self-injury and replied, Thank you for your concern, senior, but I have a brilliant plan. Oh, that's good. But just in case misfortune takes you, you had better not drag me in as well and just say what happened to you. Or else. Danking Shen smiled coldly and sighed. What a shame you got so many eyes on you. I would have nipped this trouble from the start just to keep a clear conscience, but it will only have the opposite effect right now. Zhuo Fan's cheek twitched, and he rolled his eyes at the old guy's whining. This guy takes matters into his own hands. Thank God I'm a shower and everyone's now interested in me. He won't touch me, or it'll make things worse. Otherwise, if nobody discovered his secret, he'd be wiped off the face of this world. Since the outside of his room was quiet, he figured the old guy had left. Zhuo Fan eased a breath and looked at the jade slip in his hand. Humph, might as well hang on to it just in case. I'll know more after I inspect it thoroughly. Zhuo Fan started reading the jade slip carefully. His face shook as he delved deeper. The more he read, the more excited he got. Danking Shen is a true genius to come up with such a mystical art. Such a shame he's from mortal domain and had a poor start. If he were from a sacred domain, he might reach saint level. On the morrow, the arena was packed in minutes. All were pushing and rushing to get the best seat, excited for what would follow. After all, this battle had great significance. that of the greatest underdog that ever lived fighting the strongest middle three sect, Sword God Sect. Sword God Sect was also recognized as one to be just under a superior three sect. In other words, if Demon Scheming Sect won this challenge, they would threaten the positions of the superior three sects. Be it the national delegates or the other sect teams, all were here to watch history being made. The chances were high that Western land's status quo and sphere of interests would shift after this fight. One more reason why they should pay close attention. King Cheng, the superior three sects are here as well. Look at how serious they are. They must feel threatened. Shui Ruohua pointed at a few sects as she spoke in shock. Tell me, do you really think Demon Scheming Sect threatens the superior three sects that had been unchanged for thousands of years? Chu King Cheng had a radiant smile. When he steps in, no one's position is ever safe. I've seen it happen so many times it has become a common occurrence. The bigger and stronger they are, the more likely they are to be thrown down from their throne by him. It's only natural to feel nervous, ha ha ha. Chapter 672, Gentle Sword. Sister King Cheng, you believe in him that much. The next four sects are in an entirely different league than the ones before. Danner fluttered her big eyes. Chu King Cheng's expression never changed. He is a miracle worker. If there's anything he wants to do, then nothing is impossible. I do not doubt it. The rest's hearts chilled looking at her. Only Xuan Sheiyu's face turned heavy and morose. Whoosh! The judge was back in the center of the stage. He bowed before the exalted double dragons sitting in the highest spots and then shouted, "Disciples of Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect enter." As his words fell, the two groups walked in. Sword God Sect was led by Wen Tao, though he seemed to have lost his casual nature, now sporting a grave and serious look. Demon Scheming Sect was led by Zhuo Fan, of course, only this time they were just 9, bearing Lu Zai. It was clear that the guy got the worst wounds yesterday and could not fight. With the two sides' disciples in the arena, the judge looked from one to another, then spoke to Zhuo Fan. Demon Scheming Sect has only 9 participants and is at a disadvantage. Do you have a replacement? Thank you for your concern, Elder. Demon Scheming Sect cares about quality and not quantity. We will fight even if we are missing one man. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands, striking a heroic figure and earning the respect and admiration of the crowd. The judge nodded and turned to Wen Tao for his response. Wen Tao simply smiled and cupped his hands to him and the Demon Scheming Sect. My Sword God Sect is not one to take advantage of one's moment of weakness, but Demon Scheming Sect is just so strong that we have to take it seriously. Even if it had only one person remaining, Brother Zhuo, we'd still fight him, all 10 of us as determined as ever. That's why, ha ha ha, Brother Zhuo, please show leniency. Brother Wen is too polite. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands as well, his eyes flashing, when Tao Shur is slick and charismatic. He is devoid of the arrogance that plagues those with status, bereft of a loser's cowardice. Instead, he shows a humble and steadfast attitude, his kindness hiding a ruthless nature. He does not lose his pride and does not flaunt it either. While this won't make him outstanding, he does garner respect with his amiable nature. Just like they say, the gentle sword is sharp and smooth. Since both sides agree, we will begin the match. The judge flicked his hand and shouted, "Open the dimension." The last battle of the middle 3 sects challenge stage, between Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect begins. Whoosh tilde those 2 elders once again walked on stage and opened a path to the valley. When Tao smiled and offered kindly, "Brother Zhuo, after you." "Oh no, Brother Wen, after you." Zhuo Fan returned his gesture, and the 2 sides vanished in a white flash. The audience was in awe. The Demon Scheming Sect isn't savage to everyone who walks their way. At the very least, towards the Demon Soul Sect and the Sword God Sect, one demonic and the other righteous, they look quite friendly. That meant Heaven Trailing Sect's brutal fate wasn't without reason. You're just too cocky. Why would the other give you any respect if you start threatening another? Soon, the people came to an understanding of the sect's demeanor. Demon Soul Sect was one to value duty and gratitude. Sword God Sect stood on ceremony. and Demon Scheming Sect responded with the same coin depending on their adversary. As for Heaven Trailing Sect, the eyes of the crowd turned to their location to see just two people. Ren Kong, among them, looked bitter and stared at Zhuo Fan with all the hatred he could muster. This attitude earned the people's contempt. Showing off gets you killed off. Idiot. Suddenly, the hearts of the people had made their choice. If the status of the 9 sects shifted in this competition, some strong empires would take the initiative to invite certain sects among them. The benefits, of course, would be greater for both sides. While Demon Scheming Sect's cruel act on the Heaven Trailing Sect had earned their disgust, the next 2 matches showed how heroic they were, changing the public's view. As for the disgust, it was all shifted to Heaven Trailing Sect. They were sure of it now that they deserved what they got. Who told you to be rampant? A petty and unceasingly pedantic sect will never have enough. In this manner, the funders wrote Heaven Trailing Sect as the worst sect to have. Unless they had absolutely no choice in the matter, they'd never accept it. Otherwise, they would shoot down any attempts this sect had to come to their lands. As if he could sense everyone's despise and disgust, Ren Kong glared at them, and they balked in fear. Then Ren Kong turned back to hating Zhuo Fan with gnashed teeth. Wasn't he the victim here? How did he earn public ire after all he had been through? It made no sense. Elder Kai grumbled, his face heavy. However, just then, a faint voice reached their ears. Elder Kai, young Master Ren, my master would like to send a message to sect leader Ren. Would you care to talk? Who are you? The two turned around and saw someone covered in all black, shaking and instilling a feeling of weakness, as if a light breeze could topple him. His head hung low, blocking his face. When he rose his head, his pale face was there for all to see, shocking the two to the core. Lu Zai, what do you want? Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan's team had returned to the valley. Just like last time, he jumped back and said to Wen Tao, like I said, who could get on my level? Before he finished, Wen Tao's teasing came. I knew you'd do this, so I came up with the perfect way to deal with your 8 bodyguards. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and mocked. You're an ethereal stage expert, and I have 6 that can match you. Though one is down with wounds, 5 is still enough. So where did you come up with 8? Besides, all 10 of you are ethereal stage experts. You could easily handle them. Ha ha ha, that just won't do. Since Brother Zhuo set up this trial, I must brave it myself. Won't I earn Brother Zhuo's contempt by using my junior brothers to resolve problems? Wen Tao smiled. The other 9 Sword God sect disciples, Zai Tiansheng included, nodded. They stepped back and looked solemn, determined not to get involved. Kai Changlong squinted and grew angry. Wen Tao, are you saying you can take us 8 together by yourself? Humph, talk about arrogance. You might be in the 4th layer, but we have 2 in the 3rd layer, 1 in the 2nd layer, 2 in the 1st layer, and 5 ethereal stage experts. Not even you can beat us. That remains to be seen. Wen Tao sneered. Sometimes, a difference in cultivation does not reflect a difference in strength. Brother Zhuo is the perfect example of this, always able to overcome the gap in the most overwhelming fashion. While we are just 1 layer apart, our strengths are another matter altogether, ha ha ha. Wen Tao chuckled and shot forth. Brother Zhuo, you'll be fighting soon enough. This is just a warm-up. In mere moments I'll deal with these guys who won't be able to do anything. What nerve! You take us for nothing, is that it? Think you will reach Steward Zhuo that fast? Kai Changlong huffed and made a sign. In an instant, a seal 100 meters high appeared overhead and slammed down on Wen Tao. Wen Tao couldn't care less, leisurely pointing 2 fingers ahead. Whoosh! A sword wave clashed with the huge seal, sending it flying. It then disappeared midway, having returned to Kai Changlong. Kai Changlong shuddered and spat blood. He sank to his knees, unable to get up again. What? Only 1 blow. The crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe their eyes. To them, Kai Changlong was second in strength to Zhuo Fan. They never thought it possible just a layer difference, even when the soul was taken out, would still be defeated after 1 blow. Such a difference made no sense. All turned grave as they watched Wen Tao. Even Zhuo Fan, though he did not care much, he did have a vague smile. Chapter 673. A hit. Sorry, Brother Kai. I went easy and you should just lie there for 6 hours and you'll be fine. Wen Tao walked on, speaking words of comfort to Kai Changlong, as if to show sympathy for the loser. But the look he got from Kai Changlong was that of refusal and indignation. This is naked humiliation. Wen Tao wasn't one to be outrageous, maybe not even aiming to humiliate him. Still, having his all-out attack flicked away by a finger, this was the second time this top genius of demon scheming sect had received guidance, bearing Zhuo Fan. This was the gap in strength. This was the gap between the top of the middle 3 sects and the lower 3 sects. Yes, they were challenging the superior 3 sects, but all knew full well who the instigator was. Other than a freak like Zhuo Fan, who could even take on superior 3 sects' disciples, the rest were still lower 3 sects material. No matter what tricks Zhuo Fan used to grow them to a middle 3 sect level. A mere clash with a true genius of a middle 3 sect showed just how far they still were. Even Heaven Trailing Sect and their cowardly disciples, did they not have the Kong twins? Those two beat all 6 of them like nothing. Only when Zhuo Fan stepped in were they dealt with in Demon Soul Sect's match. Han Yunfeng was clearly weaker than them by a layer, but he pushed on one fight after the next. Ignoring the last 3, the first 3 fights were done at full power. He fought 3 people and still won. This time they were up against Wen Tao, the strongest in the middle 3 sects. Only now it dawned on them just how lacking they were. Kai Changlong looked up at Bai Lion to see her use all she had but ended up defeated in the same brief manner as he was. Wen Tao went through them with practiced ease, like they weren't even worth the attention. Wen Tao was called the Gentle Sword, his mind was sharp, and he paid close attention to courtesy. He held no contempt for any of them. But even so, it was because of their profound weakness that it made this upstanding peer brush them off. It gave Kai Changlong a deep feeling of powerlessness. Middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects were different breeds. They might earn a middle 3 sect spot, but catching up to a real middle 3 sect would take years and years of hard work. Steward Zhuo had taken them here, but it was up to them to do the rest. Kai Changlong sighed within, having come to a decision, when Tao walked forward freely and unfettered. Gui Hu, Kui Lang, and Yu Ling weren't startled, choosing to attack him together. Wen Tao, don't think that you'll have it any easier just because you took down senior brother Kai and Bai. However, Gui Hu's words were met with 3 muffled sounds, when Tao popped behind them the next second. Then their necks stiffened and froze on the spot, only to collapse soon after. Sorry, you're not enough to block my path. Wen Tao smiled as he turned to Yuer, Tai Ying, and Kui Gang, the 3 in the radiant stage. The trio's faces fell, unnerved and unsettled. Wen Tao gave a warm smile, saying, "We'll take care of your freakish steward in a moment, so please stay down and don't disturb us." Wen Tao swiped 2 fingers in front of the trio and they fell powerlessly. The demon scheming sect's disciples, except Zhuo Fan, were on the ground. Sword God Sect had yet to suffer a single defeat. Moreover, all was quickly done by Wen Tao himself. It made all the onlookers speechless from shock. A single man had almost defeated the biggest underdog of the competition. Such power was unheard of. Even the superior 3 sects' disciples were stirring. I never thought Wen Tao would be so strong. Sword God Sect's disciples truly are worthy to be in the superior 3 sects. As long as... Wu Qinkyu looked intently at the fighting in the valley, especially at the lone Zhuo Fan. This final roadblock is removed. Then we'll be meeting Sword God Sect in a challenge. Yanmo squinted but mocked. That's just it, the biggest roadblock and Sword God Sect's biggest headache. Wen Tao only got rid of the small fries, leaving this dragon of the deeps alone. Even if all 10 gang up, they might not defeat him. Oh, now that you mention it, we've never seen all 10 of Sword God Sect's team fight together. Yet you're saying they can't measure up to Zhuo Fan. Wu Qinkyu looked astounded at Yan Mo. I admit Zhuo Fan is tough, but Sword God Sect is no pushover either. If there will be 10 against 1, I do believe the odds are even. Yan Mo gave him a long look, then shook his head. That's because you never took on the punk's fist. I'll have to agree with Yan Mo on this. The final winner in this fight is Zhuo Fan, without a doubt. Yi Lin nodded. Wu Qinkyu gave him an odd look and chuckled. Junior brother, are you that certain? You didn't fight him either. Do you have to ask? Since he's my archenemy, I am more than sure. If he can't even deal with this little scuffle, how is he worthy of being my fated rival? Yi Lin smiled, but then he turned serious. And I can sense that the berserk power within him is no less than mine. If I could cope with mine, then he had to have subdued it as well. Eyeing him, Wu Qinkyu nodded his head and resumed watching the fight. On the other side, at Mystical Heaven Sect, the girls were restless in their worry for Zhuo Fan. Denner even pointed at the solitary figure. Sister Qingcheng, he's now alone against 10. Will he be fine? Shui Ruohua furrowed her brows and turned to Chu Qingcheng, eager for her reply. Humph, facing the strongest in the middle 3 sects, the punk's done for, he. Chuan Xiaoyu got ahead of Chu Qingcheng, enjoying his predicament. This earned a roll of the eye from the girls. They just could not understand where their refined young master had gone to. Ever since the matter with Yan Mo, their young master was becoming more and more sinister, incurring their dislike. Chu Qingcheng did not mind his rude interjection. She looked at Zhuo Fan in complete confidence. No need to worry. He has always been alone. Having a few people around cheering for him won't matter, since whenever he faces someone, it's always by himself. Alone. But this is a team battle. He never once thought about relying on others. The girls frowned as they saw Zhuo Fan's tranquil gaze. It was as if having all his teammates taken out by Wen Tao meant nothing. Wen Tao noticed it as well, and he became even more solemn. Everyone knew that man, by nature, was a social animal. Even a loner would, more often than not, become dependent on the people around him. They would always feel something when these people come to harm. Even if these people proved useless, the time spent alongside them proved this would happen. However, Zhuo Fan didn't so much as twitch. He was like a sword stuck in a huge rock, proud and unmarred by anyone that approached it. Like he wasn't part of the demon-scheming sect, and its disciples had nothing to do with him. To this guy, beating demon-scheming sect doesn't equal defeating him. Suddenly, Wen Tao chuckled and his face grew hard. Ha ha ha, looks like we're just going to start fighting again. Wen Tao's hand flashed and was now holding a greenish sword that oozed sharpness. A 9th-grade spiritual weapon, no doubt, and charged at Zhuo Fan. Dealing with the earlier small fries, he treated it like a game. However, he was facing Zhuo Fan now, and taking out his spiritual weapon showed how deadly serious he was in this fight, investing in it with all his being. Empty grace, sword, wind. Whoosh, tilde, just like a shooting start. When Tao stabbed at Zhuo Fan with his sword, the sharp energy around it was so acute it could almost cut space itself. He was on him in an instant. Zhuo Fan's heart jumped, even as his face remained still. He smirked as his right eye shone in 4 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher, boom! As if the space itself exploded. All plants 100 meters around Zhuo Fan started to shake and drift away into nothingness. When Tao started and shot back in haste, but his sword was in the range of Space Crusher, constantly moving and dissipating the spatial disturbance. At the same time, that dissipated spatial power turned into a rumbling power flowing unabated in Space Crusher's range. This is sword energy that can wander inside Space Crusher. Zhuo Fan cried out, "Damn it!" Too little, too late. The sword energy roaming in Space Crusher focused on the sword, and Wen Tao made a sign. The sword energy gathered on the sword released a powerful force that tore an opening in Space Crusher, and the sword made a beeline for Zhuo Fan using this gap. PFF. Scarlet blood flowed. Zhuo Fan raised his right to block in a panic, but the sword ran his hand through. However, neither the audience nor the fighters noticed Zhuo's sly smile. A great hit. This will do well. Chapter 674, Let Loose. Ah, scarlet blood dripped on the ground, dyeing the earth red. Zhuo Fan's face throbbed as his face slowly took on a much darker tone. Until now, his nigh invincible right arm was twitching in correlation with the pain it sent. Mystical Heaven Sect's girls gasped, filled with worry. Danner was frantic. "Sister Qingcheng, he's hurt badly. Lightly furrowing her brow, Chu Qingcheng's heart tightened in silence. She had complete and utter confidence in Zhuo Fan that no matter what he faced, or when this man would always come out on top. Even now, her belief hadn't been stirred. Yet despite this, she could still feel pain and worry for him when she saw Zhuo Fan's bloody right hand. This was Chu Qingcheng's stance. She saw herself as nothing less than Zhuo Fan's woman. If a woman did not trust her man, then she could never call herself his to begin with. However, she would keep her eyes on her man, and the slightest wound would fill her with worry. It might sound contradictory, and it was. Why worry when you believed he would win? This worry proved, in fact, you didn't believe him. This was the nature of women, filled with contradictions yet emotional to the core. Trust and tenderness. Looking at Chu Qingcheng, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety, Shui Ruohua's opinion of her never fell. It occurred to her then and there, and she looked back at Zhuo Fan with a sigh. It looks helpless and bitter, but I yearn for it. How is this possible? I had never managed to scratch him, and a measly Wen Tao ends up piercing that freak's arm. Yan Mo was overwhelmed by such a radical development on the screen that he shouted his indignation. Wu Qingqiu eyed him, then smiled. Yan Mo, aren't you a bit too conceited? I find Wen Tao just a layer under you, but no less weak. Coupled with the fact he made a sneak attack while exercising caution, Zhuo Fan was bound to be hit hard. Maybe he underestimated his opponent since he was from a middle three sect. Brow shaking, Yan Mo was still incredulous an almighty expert like Zhuo Fan, who resisted him every step of the way, would make such a gross miscalculation as overlooking sneak attacks. Especially when he could still hear Zhuo Fan's patronizing and preaching words. Sure, they were insufferable, but every word showed just how cautious this freak was, meticulous to the core. So how the hell would he suddenly turn sloppy in the face of challenging the middle three sect's strongest sect? It was too basic a mistake to make. What if it's on purpose? While Yan Mo was using every bit of brain power to figure out just what he saw, a faint voice pierced the fog. Yilin's sharp eye never left Zhuo Fan, his brow furrowed, his face solemn. Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Junior brother, where did that come from? Yan Mo looked at him as well, eager for the reply. Just a hunch, nothing more. Yilin shook his head and said, I don't believe he ever underestimates his enemy and makes such a gross mistake by taking this fight as trivial. The only plausible explanation is that he did it on purpose. Rolling his eyes, Wu Qingqiu shook his head and sighed. Junior brother, you're just too stubborn. No one is perfect, and we all make mistakes. Just because you find someone that caught your eye doesn't mean only you can beat him. Can't the rest of us have a sliver of chance as well? You try finding anyone who agrees with that logic, ha ha ha. Yan Mo's face twitched, but he shook his head in the end, thinking, Here I thought this guy is great, but only has this dumb reason. Yilin spared them a brief glance, but said nothing. He kept staring at Zhuo Fan with all his focus to see if he could find anything that unraveled the mystery. While Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo didn't understand Yilin's reasoning, there was one person in this vast audience that saw through Zhuo Fan. In the shadows, a glittering pair of eyes blinked at Zhuo Fan's right, now gushing with blood, with a smirk. Ha ha ha, this punk is cunning indeed. He actually found such a grandstanding way of hiding his wounded arm. Danking Shen held his beard as he smiled in amazement. The kid could scout the sacred mine, and the wound he got from Atlas' sword could only be hidden for so long. I never dreamed he would think of using someone to strike his wound and hide its origins. I don't think there'd be any more reasonable explanation than this. But what is truly shocking is he actually went with it. He used his sect's disciples in the fight with Demon Soul sect to stall. He didn't fight Han Yunfeng because the kid was too weak. If he ended up wounding this grand dark horse, then it would only raise suspicion. However, if it was Wen Tao instead, his power fit the bill, making this kind of wound obvious. It's truly rare for someone like him to know patience and understand choices. Anyone else thinking this plan would not consider every detail and would just fake being wounded in the fight with Demon Soul sect. And that would have had the opposite effect. Ha ha ha, Danking Shen chuckled. His strength and sharp mind make him a marvel of this world. I would have taken this boy along if I had not come for the sword this time and didn't want to raise alarm. Sigh, what a shame. Shaking his head, Danking Shen's figure was gone from the shadows. Meanwhile, with a groan, Wen Tao made a sign, and the sword stuck in Zhuo Fan's right flew back in his hand. Gazing at the bright edge of his sword and then at Zhuo Fan's red arm, Wen Tao's brow was furrowed in puzzlement. Even he found it hard to believe he could land such a heavy blow. But then he cupped his hands in respect. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhuo, sorry. I hope you will overlook my overbearing attack. It's fine since I won't be going easy either. Zhuo Fan flicked his right and splattered the blood covering it on the ground. His face was heavy and his voice was low as if enraged. Though no one figured out yet that his heart was dancing in joy. Now I don't have anything to worry about and can let loose. Ha ha ha, Wen Tao's face twitched. Brother Zhuo, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't mean to give you such a heavy wound. I was only distraught by Brother Zhuo's power but never imagined. You mean to say I don't live up to my name, that I'm not so tough to even take one hit? Is that it? Zhuo Fan faked anger. Then, Brother Wen, allow me to show you all that I'm capable of. Now I can't waste Brother Wen's kind intentions, can I? Wen Tao's mouth twitched and he shook his head. But then his gaze steeled. Let's go. Since Brother Zhuo wants to let loose, then I'll be happy to oblige. Wen Tao swung his sword, and an invisible ripple shot from its edge straight for Zhuo Fan. However, unlike the brash space crusher's way of unleashing its power, the sword's vibrations were gentle, like silken threads drifting with the winds. As a dinghy on wave doth drift, and willow branch bend in the wind so swift, never more than a finger lift. Such is the way of peace and gift. With that poem, Wen Tao pointed at his sword and smiled. Brother Zhuo, the name of this sword is Ephemeral Life, a gentle and aloof sword. It drifts with the world and stands free of burden. It is not a sword meant for brute force but refined and carefree in nature. But even gentleness has power. Even it can take a life. Do take care, Brother Zhuo. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, and he understood his meaning. In Space Crusher, everything was pulverized. Yet this sword's sword energy remained because it used softness to glide through brute force. However, while the sword looked soft, it was hard. Only when combined with that gentle sword energy could it release such a power that could break Space Crusher. Recalling the sword's name, Zhuo Fan had figured out everything. Such is the way of peace and gift. This did not mean it was weak, but it was crafty and ready to pounce when the time was right. While a breeze could not shift a mountain, it can move me with it, thus borrowing its power with time and unleashing it all at the right time. This was the meaning of the sword's name and what made gentle sword Wen Tao deadly. Gentleness acted as entrapment, while hardness struck one's defenses, ending everything in a split second just like before. Having understood all about his opponent, he also had the perfect response. Raw power could not beat gentleness as it was meant to carry it. Only through destruction and instant annihilation could he finish this before the opponent gathered momentum. Zhuo Fan sported a vague grin, with purple lightning arching around his right hand. The fist turned into a dragon claw ready to rip the sky. Wen Tao was startled, his face twitching. Did I just talk too much? Showing off allowed this punk to find my sword's weakness. Wen Tao felt like smacking himself hard to wake up. Chapter 675. Soft to hard. Brother Zhuo is truly an astute man to able to understand my gentle sword. Ha ha ha. Wen Tao glanced at the purple lightning and let out a strained laugh. Zhuo Fan grinned. You're far too kind. It's Brother Wen who explained it to me. It's truly a dumb thing to show off all your cards before the fight even begins. But today, I witnessed Brother Wen's actions and heard your words. Now I have a whole new view of it. Brother Wen didn't do it out of foolishness, but as a generous gentleman, ha ha ha. Everyone watching the fight burst out laughing. Wen Tao looked bashful. Maybe regardless of being a fool or a gentleman, I'm sure with Brother Zhuo's perception, you would have noticed it after a couple of moves without even me saying it. Rather revealing this before the fight to everyone so that I would be seen as open-minded. However, knowing my sword and defeating it are two different things. Wen Tao smiled and raised his sword. He flicked it and sent several sword energies straight for Zhuo Fan. "Brother Zhuo, take this gentle sword, ever-flowing and ever-changing." Whoosh! Zhuo Fan's heart sank, and he got himself ready. The purple lightning on his right hand crackled, but as the sword energies reached him, they turned soft, floating in the air and surrounded him, trapping him in their center. Wen Tao waved his sword again and sent more sharp sword energy at Zhuo Fan, turning into thousands of strands in a blink of an eye. However, like before, the sword energy turned soft right before reaching Zhuo Fan, drifting in the wind. He was now trapped in a quagmire of sword energy, with no way out. Fiend Yang turned grave and face-palmed. This punk is just too cocky. He not once came to see the middle 3-sect stage and has no idea what Wen Tao can do with this attack. He is caught in thousands of strands, unable to break free of the sword energy. Be it Heaven Trailing Sect or Demon Soul Sect, neither could escape it when it was unleashed in their team battles. While Zhuo Fan was tougher, it was still unknown if he could pull it off. Fiend Yang and Fiend Yin were looking very tense. The one who was in the center of this entrapment looked far more relaxed by comparison. Zhuo Fan just grinned and used his right dragon claw to swipe. Along with the crackling, the purple lightning destroyed any sword energy it touched. The purple lightning has the power to destroy the world. While its power is lacking, its character is one of destruction. Wen Tao's gentle sword energy had just met its nemesis. Yi Lin showed a hint of a smile, but then he turned solemn. However, I'm sure Wen Tao is aware of it as well. But since he does something so pointless, he must have a backup plan. Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo gave Yi Lin a deep look, then returned to the fight with a nod. Just as this genius of the superior 3 sects said, the sword energy strands got crushed, but Wen Tao showed no worry. Making a sign, Wen Tao made the struck sword energy that floated about. As a result, to enter the sword in his hand, Zhuo Fan noticed, to his amazement, that ephemeral life exploded in power. Zhuo Fan's heart shook, and he understood gentle sword's true meaning. It's to drift alongside you like the wind until you are squeezed to death. These gentle sword energy strands acted like a fence. If one started bashing it, the sword energy fragments would return to the sword and turn from soft to hard, greatly bolstering its power. The source of this power was, on one hand, the soft sword energy gathering on the sword, and on the other, the power of the adversary fueled within the blade. This way, the more he let it drag out, the worse it would be for him. So that's why he said that knowing and defeating it are different things. Regardless, once his strands are out, he holds the advantage. Unless one uses force, there's no quick way to end it. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Since this is the case, I'll punch right through. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and shot for Wen Tao. But just then, under Wen Tao's urging, the soft sword energy strands plugged the gap, and Zhuo Fan was trapped again. However, Zhuo Fan, having seen his tricks, there was no way he would let himself get stalled again. So he swiped his lightning-streaked claw. Roar! With a draconic roar, the purple lightning-fueled claw crushed the soft sword energy, clearing a path. Zhuo Fan took the next second to get out of the circle. The scattered pieces of sword energy gathered on the sword, but the remaining soft sword energy strands had no time to block Zhuo Fan again. Wen Tao's brow shook, and his gestures changed. The soft sword energy turned hard, stabbing Zhuo Fan from all directions. Zhuo Fan grinned and flicked his right, shattering the strands with the purple lightning. Wen Tao raised an eyebrow and didn't dally. He changed his hand sign, and all the sword energy gathered on the sword. The sword's edge gleamed with unspeakable power at that moment. Zhuo Fan now finally arrived before Wen Tao and struck. Wraith style, second move, ghostly dragon claw, soft to hard, heaven-breaking sword. Wen Tao did not hesitate to stab straight for Zhuo Fan as well. In an instant, ephemeral life looked to have been soft all its existence and turned hard in this fleeting moment. With that stab, it was like the world's power fell on Zhuo Fan's shoulders. Zhuo Fan's claw came like a raging dragon, violent and overbearing. It was as if this claw was going to tear the world asunder. Clang, the claw and sword met in a screeching clash, a clash that only lasted for a split second before they separated. Zhuo Fan's body stood in his spot, his attack blocked, while Wen Tao was thrown tens of meters from the sudden force of impact. When he straightened up, he looked at Zhuo Fan in shock, puzzlement, and disbelief. What just happened? Why did a casual sword strike wound him so before, yet my all-out attack did nothing? He even managed to bounce me back. Just what is happening? Was he truly careless before? Is that why I hit him? Now that he's serious, there's no way of hurting him. This guy is strong to a terrifying degree. Gulping, Wen Tao showed no glee but unprecedented seriousness. The ones watching the fight had no idea what Zhuo Fan was really capable of, especially that ridiculous body of his. How is he still human when not even a 9th-grade spiritual weapon can't scratch him? While he was shocked, Zhuo Fan was even more so. His right hand used the world's power, that of the invincible sacred beast Qilin. It should be natural to win any encounter when it is involved. However, he never thought it possible to be blocked, leaving him depressed. Wen Tao is good. Gentle Sword is not only capable but uses both soft and hard skills to perfection. They would scream if others knew he was depressed because of this tiny little detail. You're the damn violent brute here. Dude, you're depressed cause he blocked you? Then what about the rest of us? Should we be in the pits of despair? Luckily, he didn't show it, keeping it to himself as he went for Wen Tao again. He could see that Gentle Sword no longer had as much power in his sword as before. So all he had to do was strike fast before Wen Tao gathered some more power, which was when his sword would be defeated. Whoosh tilde he reached Wen Tao in a flash and swiped with his claw. Wen Tao hurriedly blocked with his sword but was sent flying. The force pierced his innards and forced him to spit blood. Ha ha ha, I just knew it. You can never beat me directly without the Gentle Sword's accumulated power. Zhuo Fan did not pursue and smiled. Brother Wen, do you have any tricks? Use them now or surrender. Since you are a gentleman and courteous, I will reply in kind. Wen Tao looked long and hard at Zhuo Fan. I knew I couldn't match you alone. I was only testing you from the start. Knowing to back off when it's futile is something I told others, but I can never retreat. However, ha ha ha, Brother Zhuo, the team battle is just getting started. Wen Tao's eyes flashed, and he stood up after wiping the blood from his mouth. The other 9 Sword God sect disciples were now on the move. Chapter 676, Harmony of Soul. Finally. Sword God sect hadn't yet involved all their disciples in team battles. Now they're going all out against one man, ha ha ha. Wu Qinkyu chuckled, his eyes filled with excitement. I can't wait to see what Sword God sect is made of. Yan Mo also nodded. Ever since the middle 3 sect stage, the Sword God sect has been hiding something. Maybe they have a weapon to challenge the superior 3 sects with. However, they're forced to use it on an underdog. Wu Qinkyu thought the same. Thump tilde with heavy steps. Sword God sect's 9 disciples came behind Wen Tao as if to give him support, as they stared at Zhuo Fan, filled with thirst for battle. They all saw what Zhuo Fan could do, and even their team leader couldn't deal with him after going all out. But they were not in the least bit anxious but steeled in their determination. Zhuo Fan approved of their attitudes. For some reason, Zhuo Fan felt that Wen Tao's Gentle Sword title was half attributed to the 9 disciples. As if the Gentle Sword's true power would be unleashed only when they worked together. Zhuo Fan, I know you're a body cultivator of freakish build, and not just anyone can withstand it. However, now we will strike your weak spot. Do watch out. Zai Tiansheng stepped forward with a serious look. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Give me everything you got. I'll take it you all on. Hey, you can't just throw the match just because he's an old buddy. He's our strongest opponent yet. Wen Tao shook his head, smiling. Zai Ugh, I always feel your name makes me lose out every time I say it. Ha ha ha, did you not see me talking too much and ending up revealing my secret? You saw how I lost, so you better learn from my mistakes. Star Reader, Zai lit, means thanks. Like you wouldn't have lost anyway, even without babbling and explaining your style. A calm voice echoed out. A loss is a loss. If you keep looking for excuses, you're only going against the gentleman's code. They all turned to see Zhuo Fan scratching his chin, knowing the thick sarcasm in his words. Wen Tao's face fell and snapped. "Brother Zhuo, I get that you win. But can you please not kick someone when he's down?" "That's how it is if you don't admit it," Zhuo Fan grinned. Wen Tao huffed, then flicked his head away in annoyance. Zai Tiancheng smiled. "Brothers, we're here to do battle, not squabble. What would that win even account for? The next fight is the one to determine the real winner." "Well said. What does personal honor mean when fighting in a team battle?" Wen Tao's eyes lit up. "Brother Zhuo, get ready. This won't be so easy. We'll see when it ends." Zhuo Fan smiled, but his eyes showed caution. Sword God Sect's 10 disciples made signs, and 10 glinting swords flew from them and into the sky with a ripple. "That's..." Zhuo Fan was startled, and so was everyone. Someone even shouted in shock, "That's their souls. Just what are they planning to do by releasing 10 souls?" Yan Mo looked stunned. Wu Qinkyu was frowning, shaking his head. "The soul is the core of one spirit. Unless one would fight to his dying breath, no one would just take it out. However, facing an expert like Zhuo Fan, a soul would easily end up damaged. Aren't they looking to die by releasing them all? This is the only way for them to release all they have, only by fighting to the end." Yilin sighed. "Why must they go so far? Zhuo Fan is my opponent. Why are they in such a rush to stake their lives?" Wu Qinkyu sighed, his face solemn and filled with respect for Sword God Sect's disciples. Knowing full well there's no chance they have no remorse in giving their very being in defeating their adversary. This is a warrior's honor and life pursuit. These 10 people are worthy of our respect. Yi Lin and Yan Mo looked at Wu Qinkyu and nodded. At this time, the ever-stony exalted double dragons finally expressed emotions, talking and laughing, working together and staking one's life. This was both foolish and also dedication. "Zhuo Fan, if you can't block our attack, you must dodge. We won't attack again, but that will mean your defeat. Don't be stubborn and risk your life for nothing." Zai Tiancheng made a sign and shouted at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan started, looking at them oddly. He could sense their move would shake the world itself, but, hey, who's the one risking his life here? You got your souls out and everything. Are you that confident I wouldn't just pluck your souls one by one? Wen Tao saw that he was skeptical, so he mediated. "Brother Zhuo, junior brother Zai isn't joking. You'll know in a moment. Our strike will hit you right where it hurts the most." Wen Tao made his own sign and shouted, "Harmony of soul sword, gather." The other 9 people echoed him in shouting and gestures. The 10 swords in the heavens above gathered, and a strange, gentle power ebbed from their center. Like a simple string, it linked all the sword souls together. When Tao shouted again, and a dazzling white light brightened the skies. It was so intense the sun itself paled. Once the light passed, the people cried in shock. 9 swords were gone from the sky, leaving just one. But this sword's soul released an incredible power with every motion. The slightest movement shook space enough to rip it. "That's a soul harmony," Exalted by May cried. "Everyone's soul is different and mutually exclusive, but there are arts in this world, soul harmonies, that can unify them. It's rare enough to see 3 souls join together, but Sword God Sect managed to do it with 10. This is like a miracle." Exalted High Ran nodded as well, equally amazed. Sword God Sect has the sword at its core with everything related to it. All of their disciples form a sword soul as well. To them, it will be much easier to practice soul harmony, but this is just too overwhelming for it to happen with 10 in one moment. I believe the core of it is gentle sword, that Wen Tao, soft and hard. Hard enough to break the heavens and soft enough to absolve anyone. He is the tie that binds them. This is how such a remarkable art like soul harmony came to be. Exalted by May squinted and nodded. The list of names once again appeared in his hand. Wu Qinkyu and Yan Mo were stunned. 10 souls fused into one. Such a soul power was more than mere deadly. Zhuo Fan had so far only shown off his body's outrageous power. No one here ever knew anything about his soul or how strong it was. No wonder Wen Tao and Zai Tiancheng warned Zhuo Fan to dodge it. Such a strong soul attack would rip Zhuo Fan's soul to shreds if his were any weaker. and even if it were strong, it would still be left with a deadly wound. Wen Tao was called Gentle Sword, yet his final move was soul harmony. He truly walked an incredibly overbearing path, yet soft to the extreme. This sword was beyond strong. He's in trouble. Wu Qingqiu sighed. Yilin looked grave as well. Only Yan Mo looked eager, having some expectations. He only caught a glimpse of Zhuo Fan's soul last time, and it was by no means weak. As for how strong it was, he didn't live up to the challenge, but now this freak's soul would finally come out. Sister King Cheng, what now? How could any one man take on such a powerful soul? On mystical heaven sect's side, Danner was filled with worry and restlessness as she pulled on Chu Qingcheng's clothes. She was more worried than anyone about Zhuo Fan's predicament. Xuan Sheiyu said flatly, "It's best for that devil to die, Humph?" The girls only ever looked at Chu Qingcheng in worry. They all knew she knew Zhuo Fan the most. She would know in her heart if Zhuo Fan could come out alive. However, she was also somewhat alarmed since she didn't know a thing about Zhuo Fan's trump cards. However, from what she saw of Zhuo Fan's cool expression, her heart regained calm and she smiled. He's going to be fine. Chapter 677, Heaven Dragon Soul. Boom, a sharp whistling wind made itself known. The 10 fused sword souls were as huge as a hill, pressing down on Zhuo Fan. The thick aura made everything around Zhuo Fan quiver and crack the earth. Rocks split, and then the dust and rock fragments started floating upward. It was not that the laws of physics were out of whack, but it was the Earth's reaction to being pushed. It was as if the sword's gravity outweighed the Earth's. Fiend Yang gasped in shock. The soul harmony of 10 sword souls was beyond anything they had imagined. What kind of power would require showing such a strong reaction? It was this power that was bearing down on Zhuo Fan's head. However, he was still the same, standing there in absolute calm. Fiend Yang was sweating buckets, and it wasn't demon scheming sect's venerables, but everyone else was getting nervous over Zhuo Fan's fate. Even the exalted showed serious looks. This move was a true combined team attack. Not one person here, not even among the superior 3 sects, could take such an attack head-on. However, if one such person came out on top from the exchange, he would become a candidate for the best in Western lands on the spot. He might even challenge Danking Shen's position in the future. The 2 exalted watched Zhuo Fan's figure with extreme seriousness and furrowed brows. "Brother Zhuo, are you really not going to step away?" Seeing Zhuo facing this new sword soul's power unflinching and undeterred, Wen Tao felt like he had to warn him again. However, Zhuo Fan merely smiled and shook his head. "If I move, won't that mean I admit defeat? Since you, Brother Wen, have pushed on despite the obvious outcome, wouldn't I be a coward if I acted otherwise?" "A true man, I see. This fight, regardless of the outcome, I'll remember it. And I'll remember you." With a shout, Wen Tao's hand sign changed, and the huge, sharp sword soul went right for Zhuo Fan. The pressure increased manifold in an instant. If before, its drift downward only gave a heavy presence, this time, it was more like a hammer bashing into you until you were mush. Not even the ever-dauntless Zhuo Fan could remain unfazed under it, stalling his breath. So strong. Zhuo Fan had his own calculation of how strong this attack might be, but that did not mean he had to be careless, making signs himself now. Just as it was about to slam into him, everyone watched with bated breaths, watching as a startling draconic roar came from within his body. Prismatic light drenched his surroundings as the mighty sword soul trembled and stopped. Sword God Sect's 10 disciples shivered, watching with incredulous eyes. Why would their invincible souls soar up and stall in midair? It was like something was holding it back. The moment they saw what it was, their hearts cried out in shock as they gasped at the impossible sight. Their awe-inspiring sword soul was in a sharp dragon claw, covered in prismatic light. Behind that claw was a 100-meters-long dragon, circling Zhuo Fan and keeping him safe. The piercing and overbearing dragon eyes made all, even the audience, shudder inside, making them jump to their feet. It was as if they were nothing but ants under those dragon eyes. This naked disregard was felt to their core. "That's," Wu Qingqiu cried out. Yan Mo was just as shocked. Now I see why just half revealing his soul last time would display so much power. If memory serves, this must be the legendary Heaven Dragon soul. Across all the Western lands, there are only the two exalted that manage to form such a soul. Yan Mo turned around to glance at the exalted. The usually composed elders were now standing, shocked at this wonder that was Zhuo Fan. Heaven Dragon's soul was the strongest in the world, and its forming was just as undertaking. But it went beyond their wildest imagination that a mere radiant stage imp would do it. Even danking Shen back then couldn't. The two exalted exchanged a glance and looked on. The Western lands finally had another mighty genius. I see, so that's why you didn't fear their united sword soul. So you formed the Heaven Dragon soul as well. Yi Lin chuckled as he watched the mighty presence on the screen. That's for the best. It's the least my fated rival should have. Wait, back up, won't that make you the one my master told me about that stole the dragon power from the dragon tomb? Ha ha ha. Wu Qinkyu jerked at his words. Junior brother, what do you mean by dragon tomb? Oh, nothing. I'm just saying this guy is worthy of being my adversary just by his courage alone, ha ha ha. Yi Lin chuckled. Wu Qinkyu muttered in doubt. Junior brother, I know you're amazing, but there are some things I don't understand. Now that he took out the Heaven Dragon soul, yet you're still saying he is the perfect adversary for you, does that mean you have a soul to match his? That is a secret, he. You'll know soon enough. Yi Lin had a mysterious smile. Wu Qinkyu's doubts only increased, but did not push the issue. Only now did the rest of the crowd realize the implication of this soul, and they grew excited as they drowned the stands in a clamor. Heaven Dragon soul, something only the exalted double dragons have in the entire Western lands. But how can the great exalted just show their souls? I never thought it possible that today I'd be given such a treat. An average disciple actually formed the strongest soul. It was breathtaking. It also lives up to its name, blocking the power of 10 souls. Mystical Heaven Sect's girls were overwhelmed, chattering in glee. The fiend venerables were so touched they were on the verge of tears. Since we have an ultimate genius with a Heaven Dragon soul in our sect, does that mean we can aim for Double Dragon Manor's position? Frickin' hell, this windfall is just too sudden. They were just some no-name lower 3 sect, and now had the prospects of becoming the head of Western lands. This damn brat, couldn't he have told us the great news earlier? I was so scared my poor little heart was about to burst out of my chest. Fiend Yang wiped his nose in tears of joy. Some men's joy was another man's sorrow. Zhuo Fan's display of the Heaven Dragon soul was unquestionably a moment of happiness for Demon Scheming Sect and his friends. However, for the superior 3 sects that were about to face his challenge, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Everyone paled on the spot, while the 10 Sword God sect disciples facing this monster were close to tears. When Tao glanced at Zhuo Fan and the huge dragon above, then cursed. Seriously, Zhuo Fan? Is this what you call cowardice? What pushing on despite obvious outcome? With the Heaven Dragon soul, there's nothing you can't do. What's with all the posturing and playing the victim? You even made me believe it. I did say that I would face you, but that did not refer to you. What are you getting all that excited about? Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan refused to admit his wrong, mocking, "Wanna continue? If not, throw in the towel." Staring at Zhuo Fan when Tao snorted in anger, "Throw in the towel, no way. When our souls combine, we will draw blood." When Tao shouted, and the 10 people made a new sign, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Everyone heard a sudden ear-piercing screeching as the sword soul in the Heaven Dragon soul claw scraped against its nails step by step, about to come out of its grasp. Heaven Dragon soul was strong, but 10 sword souls combined was nothing to scoff at. The huge sword was now approaching Zhuo Fan, ready to smash him. Zhuo Fan's heart jumped and made hasty signs himself. The dragon claw upped its force by a third. The 10 disciples shook as blood leaked from their mouths, but they still pressed on. The sword soul kept sliding off as the claw could no longer keep it locked. Wen Tao, are you that intent on risking everything? At this rate, This will only end with me being smashed by your sword soul, or if I shatter your souls with my dragon claw. In my case, it will only be my body that perishes while your soul will be destroyed. Your price is so much steeper. Zhuo Fan's hands trembled in the sign he made. He looked at the incoming storm and warned the 10 disciples. Gnashing his teeth to the point of bleeding when Tao shouted his last will, braving the dangers despite the obvious outcome, that's the way of the sword. If we back down now, we'll never live to accept this shame, and never would we reach the peak of swordsmanship. Death is a much better option. Zhuo Fan, I used to be a martial fanatic, only knowing that strength is needed to win and not one's path. Now that I'm in the Sword God sect, I finally found my path. This fight today, I do not fight you, only follow the path I chose without turning back. Zai Tiancheng shouted at the sky. The rest of his fellow disciples echoed him. Never turning back, never turning back. Chapter 678, The Only Team. Zhuo Fan gave the 10 of them a long look, taking in their determination and the blood around their mouths with a slight nod. Since that is the case, I can only oblige. Wraith Styles' second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Zhuo Fan's hand made a gesture, and the Heaven Dragon's soul roared, increasing the power of its claw. Crack. The huge sword soul sported a hairline fracture, causing the 10 disciples to tremble once more and spew blood. Even so, they held on, and the sword soul kept sliding downward. Zhuo Fan's gestures continued, and Heaven Dragon Soul's claw's power was increased again. When he finished going through the signs, the Heaven Dragon Soul used the Ghostly Dragon Claw, further amplifying the damage to the sword soul, which was on the verge of shattering. The Sword God sect disciples were about to have their souls purged in that instant. However, as Zhuo Fan's signs came to a close, he suddenly stopped right at the end. He grumbled and relaxed his hands before making a different sign. Wraith-style, third move, Necro Dragon Screech, Roar. The power of the claw abated, and the dragon opened its maw to release a roar at the sword soul. A powerful sound wave carried Heaven Dragon Soul's soul power and slammed into the sword soul, making it tremble. With a bang, the huge sword soul split into 10 souls as they flew back to their bodies. Wen Tao and his fellow disciples shook and spewed blood before collapsing. The audience was shaken by this outcome, filled with complex emotions. This showed them in no uncertain terms that Zhuo Fan, this demonic cultivator, had spared their lives at the last moment. This same ruthless and vindictive demonic cultivator let righteous cultivators live. It was beyond baffling. While there could be friendship, everyone knew that the demonic path was pitiless. The fact Zhuo Fan had urged them to give up was already kind enough, and even if he had killed them, no one would call it into question. The ending, however, was when Zhuo Fan was about to doom them for eternity. That last moment made him change his mind, opting for splitting their combined soul and sparing them. He only left them with a heavy wound. This made the audience baffled as to his intentions. A demonic cultivator is a twisted and deceitful individual. He is making Sword God secto him. He's making sure that Demon Scheming Sect will now have a middle 3-sect ally after this. Humph, vile demon spawn, you may be able to deceive others, but you'll never succeed in pulling the wool over my eyes. Leader of the Universal Righteous Sect's team, Zhao Deju's eyes shone, having seen through his play. He turned to his fellow disciples and admonished them. See that? See how cunning a demonic madman is. Now the Sword God sect would be moved to tears. Sigh, this is how another righteous sect degenerates. One disciple started sucking up to him the minute he finished. Senior brother is right. I only hope the Sword God sect disciples can be as wise and open-minded as senior brother to see this vile spawn's treachery. But how can there be someone as righteous and outstanding as senior brother all around us? I fear that they would fail to understand this truth. Exactly. Rubbing his chin, Zhao Deju felt elated at this guy's skill in flattery taken to the rank of art. He sighed most dramatically. That's what worries me. Without someone like me in their sect, they would be easy prey to these demons' hypocrisy. That's why I keep telling them not to come in contact with demonic cultivators, or they will one day fall prey to their machinations. Especially that ultimate clarity sect, as the head of the superior three sects, should take it upon itself to root out all evil demonic cultivators in particular. But they, senior brother, please calm your anger. I can see that such a righteous cause will soon be squashed in the hands of these undivided sects. It'd be better if we become the head of the superior three sects and a just model for all the righteous sects out there. That disciple was laying on as thick as possible. Especially that best disciple in Western lands. That title should be senior brothers by right. Only senior brother and his righteous conviction can lead the Western lands. Zhao Deju nodded at every word with a natural face like it was all a given. But then his face sank as he turned to Zhuo Fan. That may be, but I can't defeat Wu Qingqiu, nor Yanmo. Now that another monster with a heaven dragon soul appeared, sigh, it just had to be a demonic madman. Is this the omen to the doom of righteousness? Senior brother, history shows us that evil never triumphs against good. Sooner or later, the best in Western lands can only be senior brother, he. That guy's flattery just wouldn't stop. Zhao Deju was feeling much better for it too, but he also knew the truth. Screw your evil never triumphs against good. When it's all said and done, it's all a matter of whose fist is bigger. They were last in the superior three sects rankings, and now that the demon scheming sect came challenging, the odds were they couldn't even keep their spot. So what head of the 9 sects? I'd be happy if we keep just our status. Grumbling on the inside, Zhao Deju shook his head, thinking of ways to make that happen. Wu Qingqiu rubbed his chin, giving Zhuo Fan a long look. Is he doing this for the future of his sect? Demon scheming sect is just a lower 3 sect. Rising to the rank of middle 3 sect and crushing sword god sect's team in the process would only earn their hatred. It would only make things worse. It's one thing to become a middle 3 sect and another to grow into one. That takes time, even with double dragon manor's resources. I think it is a straightforward decision. When with me, he didn't even care I was from a superior 3 sect, so why would he care about a middle 3 sect? Yanmo shook his head. Moreover, demonic cultivators are known to be volatile and rash. When they say they'll strike, that's what they'll do. So why change tunes midway? The way I see it, he just didn't feel like killing them, nothing more. Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, didn't feel like it. The blade was at their throat, yet he didn't feel like swinging it, since when can demonic cultivators easily withdraw their bloodlust? Yanmo fell silent. As a demonic cultivator himself, he knew it far better. His thirst to kill had to be satiated fully when it was brought out. Otherwise, it would stifle and work against him, harming his soul. The chance was it might even make a hole in one's convictions. As for why Zhuo Fan did it in stride, it was beyond him. Ignorance makes you amazed. Yi Lin butted in with his mockery. Be it demonic or righteous cultivators, they all want to elevate their heart and mentality to an unrestrained degree. What's so odd about Zhuo Fan restraining his desire for blood? This only proves his heart has reached an incredible level, even above many of our elders, even beyond mine. What I find odd, though, is why he did it. Is it really out of friendship? That's not the demonic path. Yi Lin frowned, his mind filled with countless thoughts. High above the stands, the two exalted shared a glance and beamed. Bai Mei, see that? This boy is just like us back then. Exalted Hai Ran chuckled. Looking at the baffled looks of the crowd, Exalted Bai Mei nodded as well. Yes, this is a reason not many can see. While demonic and righteousness are conflicting, they're all paths leading to the same destination. Among those that seek it, a kind of kinship forms, which is natural. Like us, Zhuo Fan and the Sword God sect's team also have it. Right, mortals pursue glory and riches, something even cultivators can't completely separate themselves from. How few are there, those pursuing the end of the road with their whole being? They won't understand while the rascal refrained from killing them. Only we know. Seeing Wen Tao's team so driven on the path of the sword, it's like I'm seeing myself and my determination. Even to a demonic cultivator, as long as he has this pursuit at heart, he will never deal the last blow to a fellow path traveler. The demonic path is cruel, but they value heroes just as much. I want all of those 10 boys. Ha ha ha. Exalted Bai Mei took out the roster and scribbled down 10 more names. Tilde a white pillar burst into view, conveying the judge's words. The victor is decided. You all can now return. Zhuo Fan pulled the Heaven Dragon soul back inside and looked at Wen Tao's team to see their wan faces filled with unwillingness. We lost, so let's just go. We lost after all, ha ha ha. Wen Tao shook his head with a bitter smile as he got up. He turned to his team with blood dripping from his lips. Junior brothers, let's go. Don't be discouraged. We might have lost this challenge, but it's not our swordsmanship that did. Our path can move on. One day we will defeat this monster and wash away this shame. Are you sure? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan smiled, glaring at him when Tao stabbed his finger as he shouted, Next time we will win. I'll be happy to meet you again in battle. Zhuo Fan turned serious. The next time we fight, though, I hope it will be all 10 of you. When Tao clenched his fists and spoke with power, Don't you worry, you will. The disciples cupped their fists, still filled with fighting spirit like this was their victory. Sword God Sect's team walked through the white pillar, but before they did so, they helped up Demon Scheming Sect's disciples and went together. Zhuo Fan looked on with a smile. When it came Zai Tiancheng's turn, he looked at Zhuo Fan. Although this might sound brazen and ignorant, I'll still challenge you the next time. It's not just to defeat you, but so that my sword would grow on. And I won't be challenging you alone, but with those 9 senior brothers you defeated with me. Zai Tiancheng left through the pillar, but then he heard Zhuo Fan chuckle just as he went through. Zai Tiancheng, Sword God Sect has now caught my eye. The only team, you won the team battle, I only won the singles. Hearing this, Tiancheng grinned as he moved through the white curtain. Chapter 679. Superior 3 Sect Stage. Tilde Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect's teams had returned from the battlefield. This had been a rare occurrence in the eyes of the public, one which filled them with admiration. The righteous and demonic sides had a friendly spar in every sense of the word. This showed that no matter the differences between demonic and righteous, there would always be something that connected them. At the very least, the disciples' extreme devotion and stalwart mentality demonstrated a shared goal between one another. They all wanted to reach the same point on the cultivation path. The judge eyed both teams and smiled as he announced. In this middle 3 sects challenge stage, Demon Scheming Sect vs. Sword God Sect, the Demon Scheming Sect's 9-membered team had 8 wounded and only 1 standing. Sword God Sect's 10-membered team had all of its disciples defeated. In conclusion, the winner of this challenge is Demon Scheming Sect. Clap tilde sharp and loud clapping echoed throughout the arena as the audience expressed their approval and admiration toward Demon Scheming Sect. This fight was fought with honor by both sides. Demon Scheming Sect's win had been frank and conclusive. How this heroic battle was fought brought these people a sense of awe. The fact they were sects of different paths, yet had been so cordial with each other, only made this feeling stronger. Zhuo Fan, mainly, was the target of most applauses. Since Demon Scheming Sect managed to score this win based solely on one man, he had done the impossible in turning the tables when he was at his most dangerous moment. It all came to a close with letting off Sword God Sect's team and not humiliating them further, showing his respect for his adversaries. People had begun to understand that this unprecedented expert of the Demon Scheming Sect was not just a killer bent on slaughter. You see, everyone is watching him. Even against an adversary, he shows respect when earned. That is his principle. After so many years, he hasn't changed, just like he was in the 100-pill meeting. Chu Qingcheng sported a wide smile, looking at Zhuo Fan with a soft gaze. The girls were stunned, also finding Zhuo Fan dazzling. The judge motioned for the thunderous applause to stop, and silence reigned again. He chuckled. Ha ha ha, this fight has been most brief, leaving us with ample time for me to declare this. Let the superior 3 sects stage begin. I invite to the arena the 3 great sects teams. Everyone was taken aback. Then they were excited anew. The strongest 3 sects were about to battle. It would be completely different from the middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects stages. This was a fight between Western Land's strongest disciples, which enraptured the audience. "We best go on the arena, junior brother." Wu Kinkyu smiled and said. Yilin looked bored out of his mind but still squeezed a smile. "When we finish off the other two sects, I can finally face off with my fated adversary. I can't wait, ha ha ha." Yan Mo's face twitched. "Yilin, I don't know how strong you are, but don't think for a second Hellion Flame will fall with a simple push. I'm not going to kill you. Just get you out of the way to give us two some room to fight." Yilin sneered, but then he looked in Zhuo Fan's direction with bright eyes. "By the way, we're about to face off, yet we have yet to meet properly. I think I'll drop by to say hello, ha ha ha." Yilin was gone the next second. Yan Mo was shocked by his speed. It was so fast that not even he noticed when he was gone. Turning a baffling look at Wu Kinkyu, the guy only shrugged, as if to say, "Now you get how deadly junior brother is." Meanwhile, as the superior three sects teams got into the arena, Zhuo Fan and Sword God sect's disciples shuffled out, placing Kai Changlong and the others back to Demon Scheming sect's side, when Tao's team gave one last look to Zhuo Fan before leaving. A look that was filled with a burning spirit for battle. That intense gaze left Zhuo Fan speechless, but also expectant. Maybe next time they will show him some interesting developments. Then again, finding such a group of martial fanatics driven so hard on his path towards Tao is a fortune. The days with no adversary can be quite lonely. Then Zhuo Fan's heart shook, staring at Ultimate Clarity sect walking into the arena. He was looking for the youth that gave him the jitters, yet he just couldn't seem to find him. "Zhuo Fan, you fought marvelously." Fiend Yang slapped Zhuo Fan's shoulder with a laugh. "I was so scared back then you'd be too caught up in it and killed Sword God sect's disciples. Thank God you saw reason. You know we need time to develop. This is not the time to get on the middle three sect's bad side. Having already messed with Heaven Trailing sect, if we had them hating us as well, then we'd be pinned in the middle. But now it's fine, you rotten brat, that you went easy, and you even earned a huge favor from Sword God sect in the process. It might even lead to us becoming allies." "Ha ha ha, your twisted and devious reasoning is becoming more convoluted by the day. You're not Steward Zhuo for nothing. You're of deep machination," Fiend Yang praised while slapping his shoulder. Glancing over, Zhuo Fan merely chuckled and sighed. They totally misunderstood him. He didn't put much thought into it. Not to mention he'd be saying goodbye to Demon Scheming sect after he was done with Double Dragon Gathering. So why would he waste his time thinking about the sect's future? He only spared the 10 disciples because he found them much alike. He could see in them his younger self. Sure, he had outstanding success and ease in this life, as well as the endless arts and manuals, along with 9 Serenity's secret records and his skills in arrays and alchemy. But they were all due to his past life as a demonic emperor. Who in this world had not been through struggles and pain? His past self was like Zai Tianshang, growing one step at a time against adversity. Fighting in challenges he knew he couldn't win, skirting death more times than he could count. That was how he finally grabbed the title of the head of the 8 emperors. Seeing these kids behaving just like him struck a chord in his heart, and he couldn't help but go easy on them. It's like how a veteran demonic cultivator, being cruel to the extreme, can harbor a trace of empathy. However, thinking of Fiend Yang's words, this was for the best in the end. The more friends, the more paths. Even if he left the sect and did not care for it, there might come a day he would be in trouble and need help. What was the harm in growing this fast friendship anyway? Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, and he recalled that there was still one promise he had yet to keep. So he looked around the arena in haste. There he found Demon Soul Sect's team. "Venerable, I'm now going to get the sect an ally. It will help greatly when the Heaven Trailing sect and Mystical Heaven sect come for us." Zhuo Fan shouted, and his eyes shone a cunning light. Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow following his gaze, then he lit up as well. "Good, hurry along now. Your actions are always filled with responsibility, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan also chuckled, vanishing the next second and appearing before the Han brothers. "Second young Master Han, third young Master Han, may I ask where your brother is?" Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. His face filled with worry. Startled, the two jumped back at his sudden appearance. But seeing it was just Zhuo Fan, they returned the gesture. Second young master hand spoke. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhuo. Elder brother is still unconscious, but there are no major concerns." "That's good." Zhuo Fan nodded and revealed a vial for them. "This is a 10th grade pill, spirit inception pill. It can restore his soul. Take it and give it to your brother. He'll be as good as new." Boom! The two's hearts jumped, looking at the vial in curiosity. A 10th grade pill was practically a marvel with how rare they saw it. However, for some odd reason, the two's behavior was strange. They wanted it but were reluctant, thus hesitating for a long time. Zhuo Fan frowned, and a strong arm slapped his shoulder just as he was about to inquire. Loud laughter followed it. "Brother Zhuo, don't blame them for not taking your pill because they already took my 11th grade nascent soul pill. I told them that men with integrity aren't greedy. Since their brother is fine, there's no need for taking another person's pill." Zhuo Fan's heart jumped in shock. His face filled with horror. When did he get behind me? Why didn't I sense him? This person's odd aura was making him feel unspeakable danger. Turning his head, Zhuo Fan stared at a familiar pair of eyes. He saw in them a strange flame flashing. As if in reply, Zhuo Fan's eyes also flashed in azure. "Brother Zhuo, we finally meet." "Ha ha ha, hello, I am Ultimate Clarity Sect Lin. We will soon be fighting at last. I am most excited for a battle between Sacred Beast Inheritors." Yi Lin sported a creepy smile, his eyes taunting Zhuo Fan. Chapter 680. Sacred Beast Inheritor. Sacred Beast Inheritor. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Yi Lin. This was the first time the word Sacred Beast had been uttered in the mortal domain. On top of that, this guy even said Inheritor. The resonance he felt from the power within him with the ones coming from this guy proved it. He had obtained a Sacred Beast inheritance. Or he's a freaking Sacred Beast to begin with, like young Sanzi? Zhuo Fan's expression became heavy. If he's a Sacred Beast inheritor, that would mean he is like me, but still very much human. But if he's a darn Sacred Beast offspring, does that mean he's a strength freak like young Sanzi? Zhuo Fan gulped, thinking of young Sanzi's outrageous display of power. "Hey, what's up? Didn't your master ever tell you, you and I are the same and you shouldn't fear me?" Yi Lin saw through his tense heart and chuckled. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook. "The same, that means he's still human. This is good. At least he's not outrageously strong." But the moment he noticed his cultivation, his heart sank. First layer ethereal stage. If they were Sacred Beast inheritors, then the one-stage difference in cultivation spelled awful news for him. Frowning, Zhuo Fan remained silent, giving Yi Lin the time to smile. "Brother Zhuo, weren't you awesome just now? Where has all your energy gone? Didn't I tell you there's no reason to fear me? It's not logical. Beasts fight, so what is there for a Sacred Beast inheritor to fear? By the way, who is your master? I noticed you have the purple lightning. Maybe it's..." Yi Lin's tone was condescending to the extreme, but Zhuo Fan picked up on the guy's attempt at sounding him out. So he shot back instead. "Then, Brother Yi, who is your great master? I asked you first. You answer me, and then I'll answer you." Yi Lin grinned. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "I've been fighting for so many days, and yet you still can't tell who he is." Yi Lin's brow shook, looking at Zhuo Fan with a vague smile. Zhuo Fan had been fighting a lot, and used plenty of ultimate skills. Yi Lin had a pretty good guess as to who Zhuo Fan's master was, but then Zhuo Fan's skills were also jumbled up. The more Yi Lin saw, the more shocked he was, confused, and got his heart pumping. Just which Sacred Beast's inheritance does this guy have? One time he used raw power to win, and the next was purple lightning. What's with that space shaking anyway? It's not from the 5 Sacred Beasts, that's for sure, nor in any of their teachings. Yi Lin was thrown in a loop, so he came to probe him. But it never occurred to him that Zhuo Fan would be so cautious to not leave any room for interpretation. Not even his constant taunts and pestering earned him anything worthwhile. He could only sigh. "Are all Ultimate Clarity Sect disciples present?" The judge's voice came from the arena. Wu Qinkyu cupped his hands, then looked around and saw Yilin next to Zhuo Fan. "Junior brother, we're about to start. Hurry up and come back." Shrugging, Yilin's face sank in disappointment. Then he gave one last smile to Zhuo Fan as his eyes flashed. "Brother Zhuo, it won't matter if you try to hide it now. When we are trading blows, I will find out exactly who taught you. Also, just as you know alchemy and arrays, they come easy to me as well, ha ha ha." Yilin vanished and reappeared before Wu Qinkyu with a smile, so fast. Everyone who saw this felt their hearts shuddering in shock. Even the exalted looked on in curiosity. "By May, I fear the kid's speed has exceeded the limits of ethereal stage." Exalted Hai Ran spoke. Exalted By May nodded, his eyes trailing to Zhuo Fan. "This double dragon gathering sure has many seeds. Wasn't that our objective all along? Ha ha ha." The two exalted exchanged a look and nodded. Zhuo Fan followed Yilin's figure with a solemn look. He wanted to see what this unknown sacred beast inheritor was capable of. Was this why he had felt strange since he came to Double Dragon Manor? Because the sacred beast's power made a connection with another. However, the two Han brothers came to wake him up from his daydreaming with a bow. "Forgive us, Brother Zhuo. As you heard, he had given us a pill already to heal our brother. We could only refuse you, so it's fine. I understand. He was only taunting me by proving what I can do, so can he, but better, just like when two savage beasts face each other, they first bare their fangs in a show of strength. I don't mind. Actually, Brother Han, that 11th grade pill would work much faster in healing your brother than my 10th. Everything will be perfect." Zhuo Fan gave them a smile and a nod. The two's eyes lit up and they thanked Zhuo Fan. "Brother Zhuo is a true man of virtue. You have our complete admiration and respect. We thought Brother Zhuo could not help our brother, so we took someone else's pill. Forgive us. Brother Han, what matters is that he is all right. Appearances have little importance. I'm more than appeased as long as Yunfeng is back to normal. And speaking of respect, it is I who should respect Brother Yunfeng's perseverance and courage." Zhuo Fan sighed as he spoke from his heart. The Han brothers were touched. Zhuo Fan is such an open-minded man, so understanding. He truly cares for brother, much more than those damn prancing hypocrites. They exchanged a couple more words of respect, then the brothers left. Once they were gone, Zhuo Fan flicked his eyes back on Yilin with a sneer. "Little punk, you're still naive if you think you can foil me with a measly pill. Alchemy is but a skill, and with a bit of training I can cook up 11th grades as well. To people, one's conduct is what matters. You gave them an 11th grade pill and even set up a condition, making them see it as a trade. It'd be a wonder if they'll ever remember you, while I didn't even give them anything, using just a couple of words to make Demon Soul's sect become friendlier. This is how one should be. Doing it yet not saying it is dumb. Not doing it but saying it is hypocritical, while doing it and saying is the smart way to go. Kid, you might have some sacred beast as a master, but at the end of it all, you're just too naive, humph." Zhuo Fan looked at Yilin with sharp eyes and flicked the pill vial in his hand before it vanished. "Heh, you saved me a pill?" Achu tilde. As the three sects' teams in the arena were drawing lots, Yilin sneezed so hard he almost met the floor. He rubbed his nose, thinking. Who's talking behind my back, no matter how much he looked around but found nothing. Then he saw the big guy in front pointing at him and criticizing. Yilin's face fell. "Ultimate Clarity Sect Disciple, your turn." The judge reminded him. Yilin nodded. He put his hand in the box and drew a slip. "Number 2. He's my opponent. That's practically a win." A loud voice sounded, startling Yilin. Looking over, he saw that same big guy going wild with joy. Zhao Deju slapped him hard on the shoulder, laughing. "Junior brother, your luck is good, getting there weakest. This just assures us 2 more points. Of course, I'm in the 4th layer of ethereal stage while he is still in the 1st. It makes no sense for me to lose, ha ha ha." The big guy was immensely proud of himself. Wu Qinkyu shook his head. "Ignorance sure is bliss, right before the end. If Zhuo Fan was Demon Scheming Sect's freak, then Yilin was Ultimate Clarity Sect's freak. What made it worse was their similar nature and their shared love for playing pretend. It was the easiest way for the prey to take the bait. Walking over to the big guy, Yilin spoke coldly. "Hey, did you just mock me?" "What if I did? What's with the grand ultimate clarity sect, the best sect around, coming here with a fresh ethereal stage disciple? How is such a team worthy of their title of the strongest sect?" The big guy sneered. Zhao Deju added oil to the fire. "Hey, you saw him just now, his speed. There's at least something to him. Senior brother, there's barely any place to run on the small stage. No matter how fast he is, what good will that do? Maybe he'll show his mettle in the team battle. Could be. If a little rat like him starts scurrying around the place, messing things, it will be bad news, ha ha ha." As the two talked with gross lack of respect for the third wheel, Yilin felt his face twitch. "In other words, you must have gotten the devil's luck to have picked me for an opponent." "Right. As you wish." Yilin's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, stomping away in anger. Wu Qinkyu sighed. "The kid is doomed." Chapter 681. Wu Qinkyu's fury. With everyone having drawn their numbers, the first round of singles was between Universal Righteous Sect and Ultimate Clarity Sect. The first battle that would start this fierce clash would be between Ultimate Clarity Sect's best talent in Western lands, Wu Qinkyu in the 6th layer of ethereal stage, and Universal Righteous Sect's most naturally self-righteous disciple, Zhao Deju in the 5th layer of ethereal stage. The two eyeballed each other, then cupped their hands. Wu Qinkyu started with a smile. "Brother Zhao, after you." "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu." Zhao Deju replied with the same courtesy. Then he made a sign followed by a palm strike. Quasi-earth-ranked martial art, universal palm. Boom. Wind blew out of nowhere into a fierce gale as a gigantic yellow palm crashed like heaven and earth crumbling. It went for Wu Qinkyu with the power to take his body back to the earth where it belonged. The audience gasped in shock and thrilled at the show. Such is a Superior 3 sect. One strike can change the landscape. Zhao Deju was seen as one of the best talents in the Superior 3 sects, worthy of his name. Even the exalted double dragons lit up at his feet, making them take out the roster. Ha ha ha, just in time. Brother Zhao is capable, worthy of all the preparations I made for today. Wu Qinkyu laughed, feeling like he had just found a worthy adversary to clash with. Among the peers in Western lands, there had to be less than 3 people that could fight him, with Zhao Deju being one of them. Now in this fight, this best talent of Western lands found the trip worthwhile. Wu Qinkyu laughed because of it as he did his signs. Bright clear sky, spinning ether. Whoosh tilde Wu Qinkyu's palm stuck out in front of him and rotated. Something like a spinning wheel was felt as if it was there. Despite having no form for anyone to see, its power was unmistakable. Go! Wu Qinkyu flicked his hand, and the wheel spun into the air, facing the huge palm. That fierce storm was sucked into the wheel and drifted off in the form of a gentle breeze. Finally, the wheel and the palm made contact in a terrible explosion. The huge palm shook, and then it scattered. Only that wheel kept spinning and enlarging as it ultimately faded, leaving behind the bright blue sky. Such a strong move. It matches perfectly with the world's transitions. Wu Qinkyu is indeed the best talent in Western lands. His insights in the Tao are deeper than his opponents. Exalted by May praised, opening the roster and writing on it. These two are heroes of their generation. Today they have earned their place among the others on this list. Exalted by May didn't get to finish writing their names as Exalted High Ran waved with a smile. Let's not be hasty. We should enjoy the show first, ha ha ha. Startled, Bai Mei eyed the other, then chuckled. Hey, old man, you're so old, yet you still like to have fun. You just don't want to miss anything, ha ha ha. Brother Zhao, it's my turn now. Here, take this. Wait. Wu Qinkyu was excited to pit himself against his opponent, but Zhao Deju waved with a smile and a gesture of respect. A great talent like Brother Wu, I am not worthy of stopping. You don't have to continue, I admit defeat. What? Wu Qinkyu shook from the shock, then his face grew dark from fury. Brother Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Brother Wu is too strong that I am in awe. The only option is to concede. Please do not make it hard for me. Zhao Deju bowed in respect. The entire audience was stumped. The two had only just begun, and one was giving up just like that. He didn't even try his best. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook with anger. Brother Zhao, that strike of yours was only at half power. Why would you give up so fast? Brother Wu must be kidding. Even if I unleashed the quasi-Earth-ranked martial art at full power, Brother Wu would still cancel it. I am more than aware of the gap between us, and I don't wish for us to delay the inevitable. Zhao Deju quickly turned to the judge with a bow. Elder, I concede. Please announce it. The judge held his beard and said, You have only clashed once. It's still too soon to tell. Does Elder have to see blood being spilled to call it off? Zhao Deju cut off the judge with a rushed speech. The judge huffed and flicked his hand. I haven't seen a winner, but since you insist on backing out, I will help you. In Universal Righteous Sect vs. Ultimate Clarity Sect, the first match goes to Ultimate Clarity Sect. The people looked at one another as they devolved into an uproar. They had barely fought, and it was already over. We don't see the winner, so how could they? The audience was perplexed. Only a few figures could read more into it and sneer at Zhao Deju. Humph, does he want to keep his strength for when he goes against Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect? With a snort, Yan Mo showed a mocking smile. How is this Universal Righteous Sect even worthy of being a Superior 3 sect? They're nothing but cowards and a disgrace. The other disciples were lost, with Yume asking, Senior brother, just what is he up to? You still can't see it. Universal Righteous Sect's scheme involves focusing on the challenge stage completely. So now they're saving their energy and cutting their losses so as to go all out against the challengers, Sword God Sect and Demon Scheming Sect. Yan Mo's eyes flashed. While their plan is great, this action goes against a cultivator's essence, pushing back against all adversity. Using such a cheap trick would get the exalted furious. Yan Mo looked above the audience at the highest spots. The other disciples did the same in time to see the two ashen. Using the rules and the lineups to one's advantage is a basic strategy. With small tricks, one can turn it all around. Exalted Hai Ran spoke coldly. Zhao Deju is very sharp, so much so that he lost his path. Even the middle 3 sects no cultivators emphasize character to persevere in pursuing Tao. But a talent from a Superior 3 sect using petty tricks? He's no different than a mortal, indeed. I have been too rash just now. How fortunate I didn't write him in as well. He is a man over-encumbered by fame and fortune. This is as far as he'll go. Exalted by Mei sighed and shook his head. He lifted the roster and wrote just one name, Wu Qingqiu. This was how the best talent in Universal Righteous Sect, Zhao Deju, lost his chance to enter Double Dragon Manor. On the stage, Zhao Deju was oblivious of this cruel outcome and bowed in respect. Brother Wu, even if we don't fight, we all know the outcome. I am not your match. It's best to save the energy for vanquishing demons instead. We are both righteous. Brother Wu should understand my pain. Screw your understanding. Wu Qingqiu was so pissed off that he resorted to crude language. Holding back in a single match is an insult to your opponent and an even more shame to you. You're not fit to be a cultivator. Fighting you will only make me sick. I'd much rather ask Demon Soul Sect's eldest young master or Sword God Sect's Wen Tao for a spar than waste my time with you. Flicking his sleeve, Wu Qingqiu left the stage. Zhao Deju took a deep breath, feeling solitude from hearing the audience being against him as well. Getting back to Universal Righteous Sect's team, the best ass kisser that ever lived polished his trade. Senior brother, calm your anger. Senior brother is doing it all to stop the demons from succeeding, thinking only of the greater good. How could they ever understand senior brother's pain? Yeah, they may be from righteous sects, but can't see evil when meet it, being in cahoots instead. Senior brother is, however, making it clear who the demons are. Senior brother is the model example of righteousness among this sea of hypocrites. Zhao Deju looked around and nodded. You're the only ones who understand me. Don't worry. Even if they have mistaken my intent and despise me for it, I will stand strong. I, Zhao Deju, will definitely grasp victory. Roar, everyone gave him thunderous support. We'll follow the same plan, getting as many points as possible in the singles round. If you can't score, save your energy after a couple of hits and concede. Ultimate Clarity sect is a righteous sect and won't resort to killing. It won't drag down our score as much as abstaining either. Even if we end up as the last of the superior 3 sects, as long as we block Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect, we win. Zhao Deju told them their role and looked at the big guy among them. Junior brother, next you will be fighting their weakest. Ultimate Clarity sect is very strong, with everyone in the 4th layer ethereal stage at the least. Only that kid is a fresh ethereal stage cultivator. While he might be fast on his feet than normal, your soul won't lose to mere speed. Those are points ripe for the taking. You must come back with them? The big guy grinned, looking at Yilin in the distance with a sneer. Don't worry. I'll make sure to give him a proper greeting and give senior brother his honor back. He was totally oblivious to Yilin looking back with the same sinister look. Frickin' prick. You dare curse me? Me? While the true mastermind, Zhuo Fan, was casually overlooking these 2 bitter enemies about to tear into each other. Chapter 682, The Terrible Yilin. Universal Righteous Sect vs. Ultimate Clarity Sect second singles match, disciples on the stage. The judge looked at the 2 sides and shouted. The big guy from Universal Righteous Sect snickered as he strutted on the stage, brimming with ill-placed confidence. Yilin was doing the same, sporting a wide grin, cheerfully walking up. Only his eyes were flashing with resolve. His fellow disciples noticed it and knew this opponent was a goner. Yan Mo and Zhuo Fan stared intently now that he was fired up to figure him out and his strength. Begin! Looking at the 2 disciples, the judge shouted and jumped back to leave the playing field to them. Laughing, the big guy cupped his hands in the cockiest attitude possible. We may be on the righteous path and might come from the head of the 9 sects, but all is free on the battlefield. Now that we are here, I will not hold back, ha ha ha, scumbag. The audience looked at him with nothing but contempt, and their opinion of the universal righteous sect fell lower. With their strongest backing out when the going went tough, then to see their next match acting all high and mighty against the weak, they criticized it harshly. Is this the style of the universal righteous sect? Thank you for opening our eyes, humph. Yilin sneered as well, but kept his words to himself. He merely flicked his hand for the other guy to start. The big guy's face fell seeing that Yilin couldn't see his kindness. Of course he'd be pissed being looked down on like that. So he raved. Don't think you can act all high and mighty because you're from Ultimate Clarity sect. On this stage, no one will spare you. The big guy shouted and was instantly covered in an earthen glow. Around him formed the image of a huge mountain, making the air on the stage heavy, with the rock pieces falling to the ground. Even Yilin shook from the pressure and the multiplied weight. It felt like even moving his leg involved much greater effort. An elemental soul? Gravity. Yan Mo frowned, nodding at the big guy. While obnoxious, he at least has the strength to back it up. For him to have an elemental soul, that of gravity, he would be a strong character in the ethereal stage. He can now cripple Yilin's speed with this power. However, is that guy's speed the only thing weird about him? Yan Mo's face was sure of it. Wu Qinkyu looked on with some hatred left from the previous match. He mocked. For one to take out their soul right at the start can mean 2 things. Either he's going all out or confident of success. However, with Universal Righteous Sect's rotten style, I bet it's the latter. Too bad they miscalculated this time around. Taking out your soul before my junior brother is suicidal. Ultimate Clarity Sect's other disciples were taken aback and shook their heads. It was the first time their senior brother spoke such rude comments. He's still pissed from before. It wasn't their senior brother's fault, but that Zhao Deju. If you want to quit, then don't go on stage. The stage is for fighting. Senior brother is kind and would never take a life even in a life and death situation. But you just flicked your hands a couple of times and hopped off stage. How much of a clown are you? No wonder senior brother is fuming. They moved on from Wu Qinkyu's livid face and turned to Yilin's fight. Their senior brother was pissed and none wanted to get burned from it. Yilin's mood wasn't any better either. Seeing the big guy showing off his fangs, Yilin had only one thought. Die. The big guy saw Yilin standing there in silence and mistook it for fear. Ha ha ha, can't move, can you? You might be fast, but with me around, you're finished. Beg, I might be kind enough to spare you, he. The big guy snickered. Universal Righteous Sect's team did the same. They could practically feel the honor they lost in the last match returning. Die somewhere else, you waste. I'm not here for you, Yilin shouted and pointed. Whoosh! A golden flame appeared the size of a droplet. It shot for the big guy and entered his body before he could even react. What followed was a bang. The golden flame broke out from the inside. The big guy was turned to ashes before he could wail in agony, now lost to the wind. Even his soul faded away, gone all the same. After the golden glow faded, the stage was empty, like the big guy was never there to begin with, erased from existence. Ugh. The cocky Universal Righteous Sect now looked stumped and choking on their previous arrogance. They looked on with empty gazes, still out of it. The audience wasn't faring much better, gasping and frightened. What just happened? In an instant, a fourth-layer ethereal stage expert went from showboating to nothing at all. Was he killed? That was too fast. I didn't even see it. Hellion Flame's team shivered at such a scene as well. Yanmo now saw this guy's strength. He who only called Zhuo Fan his only true adversary. He's a freak just like him? Yanmo's face grew hard, looking over at Zhuo Fan only to see him just as stunned. No one here had expected the little guy's strength. It was insane. Even the Exalted thought so. This double dragon gathering is freaking messed up. Now there are two monsters around. Yanmo felt bitter as he shook his head. Wu Qinkyu was lost as well at such a display. Ever since Junior Brother entered ethereal stage, I never once saw him attack. Now that I do, I can barely recognize him. Just who in the 9 sects can stand up to him in battle? Chance had it Wu Qinkyu looked at Zhuo Fan when he said it. He saw him shocked still and sighed. Maybe not even this fated adversary can match Junior Brother. Universal Righteous Sect vs. Ultimate Clarity Sect's second match goes to Ultimate Clarity Sect? The judge came out from his stupor and announced the results. The audience gasped and cried in excitement. After Zhuo Fan, now Western Lands had another freak that entered their eyes. This shows the Western Lands will become stronger than ever. Ignoring the hubbub around him, Yilin walked down board. He paused halfway, staring at Zhuo Fan and giving him a taunting gesture. He pointed at the stage and shouted, "I'll be waiting for you right there." Whoosh tilde everyone looked at Zhuo Fan, and their eyes lit up. Those monsters up and declared war. Who will the best in Western Lands belong to in the end, Zhuo Fan or Yilin? Or they may as well become the next exalted double dragons. The people were wild with excitement at the prospect of a good fight. Even the exalted double dragons were looking forward to it. After thousands of years, the Western Lands finally saw talents of Danking Shen's caliber. It was just out of their imagination. It was going to be 2 of them. These 2 old guys were getting interested as well. Bai Mei was excited. Hai Ran, Zhuo Fan is a demonic cultivator. He's yours. Yi Lin is a righteous cultivator, so I'll take care of his training and turning him into something great. When we taught Sheng, we almost got him jumbled up with righteous and demonic teachings. This time, we finally have a successor each. Exalted Hai Ran felt at peace. Bai Mei thought of something and said, "Old man, no matter who wins among these 2 kids fight, we will get them to fight once every year. This is the best way to see the fruits of our teachings. What do you say? Even at your age, you're still so obsessed with fighting?" Exalted Hai Ran snickered, but then he nodded in interest. "Though I must admit, you came with a good proposal. When Sheng came, we had no way of knowing which of us taught him better. This time we each get one and we'll see who's better. But this way, even if they'll be our disciples, how will we explain it to their sects?" "What explaining?" "Other candidates stay in the double dragon manor for some decades to train. Only those 2 will be having an indefinite stay. We'll only let them go if their sects are in trouble. What can Ultimate Clarity Sect and Demon Scheming Sect dare ask of us? Doing it like that sounds more like we're stealing them. We are the leaders of Western Lands. We have never done something so vile." Exalted Hai Ran chuckled. Exalted Bai Mei mocked. "We haven't because there never was a worthy seed. Now that we found 2 of them to boot, Are you that willing to give up Hai Ran? Never. Exalted Hai Ran shook his head. The two Exalted shared a look and burst out laughing. The saints weren't evil, just that they had yet to find something worthy to commit evil for. This is why the say goes, every man has the capacity for evil inside their being. Now, even the honorable and revered Exalted would dare commit crimes just for the sake of two geniuses. Chapter 683, Clarity Domain. The sacred beast behind him is the most violent of the 5 ancient sacred beasts, the decimating dragon ancestor. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes in thought, recalling the 9 Serenity's secret records and finding out what beast had Yi Lin's back. Yes, that little flame was none other than the heaven-refining, decimating golden flame of primal chaos. Zhuo Fan's expression was heavy. Legend had it that the primal chaos split into yin and yang, which created the world. This led to everything existing in 2 versions, yin and yang, flames included. If vaulting Kun Peng gave him a soft, yin flame, the azure flame, then the decimating golden flame was a strong yang flame. When it came to achieving ethereal with one's soul, the best was a soft flame. The azure flame was truly remarkable in this regard, but this strong flame was better when it came to fighting and destruction. So while Kun Peng was called vaulting, keeping the world order and nourishing all living things, the dragon ancestor was his antithesis, pure destruction. As the 2 flames mix and endear each other, it encompasses life and death with their every move. Thus, Zhuo Fan and Yi Lin might have gotten a sacred beast inheritance, but one was focused on cultivation, while the other was set on brute force. Regarding cultivation speed, Zhuo Fan was certain that if he focused on training alone, he would catch up to Yi Lin in 5 years at the latest. However, here and now was a competition, one that had him at a disadvantage. His gentle azure flame stood no chance against that almighty golden one. They were all part of the primal chaos, but it was the same as fighting the sword with a pen, simply impossible. Luck had it that he wasn't entirely hopeless. While azure flame lacked fighting power, the purple lightning made up for it. He could clash against the golden flame with this. Though, as Yi Lin saw, Zhuo Fan's powers were so messed up inside him. Having not taken one particular side further, the purple lightning fell short in power, even worse than the azure flame, for crying out loud. I have the 9 Serenity's secret records, the greatest secrets ever known, at my fingertips, yet I'm still nothing more than a jack of all trades. Now that he was facing a true expert, these weapons all fell short. If I lose now, I'd be thrown into the pits of despair. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan felt like crying, but he didn't have any tears. He took a moment to calm down before beginning to analyze his chances. They were looking very small at the moment. Yi Lin's simple pointing just pulverized a 4th-layer ethereal stage expert. It was obvious he took the golden flame to an almost perfect level. Coupled with all kinds of art from the sacred domain that the dragon gave him, the fight would spell grave danger for Zhuo Fan. As he was deep in thought, Ultimate Clarity Sect and Universal Righteous Sect singles round came to a close. To begin with, Universal Righteous Sect wanted to keep their strength up. Then when Yi Lin killed one of their own, they were even more scared of fighting. This made it so the Universal Righteous Sect lost all their spirit in the next matches, making them lose almost all fights with Ultimate Clarity Sect. The same happened when they fought Hellion Flame too. However, Hellion Flame was not as gentle as the Ultimate Clarity Sect. They fought to the death. Universal Righteous Sect's disciples had no time to even say surrender before they were done in. With such disastrous casualties, the Universal Righteous Sect was forced to forfeit before they even walked up there. To top it all off, they even had the nerve to curse demonic cultivators for being despicable and ruthless. Though having already seen their hypocrisy, the audience sighed at how much humanity had fallen. When Hellion Flame and Ultimate Clarity Sect fought out of destiny or sheer dumb luck, the first match was between their captains. Yanmo walked on the stage filled with thirst for battle. Wu Qinkyu smiled at his determination, finally relieving that fight's anger. Yanmo, you're not going to yield after 2 moves like that, Zhao Deju, are you? Wu Qinkyu stared Yan Mo in the eye. Yan Mo's face was hard as he snapped. As if, who the hell do you take me for? You dare compare me with that coward. Wu Qinkyu, today we are going to fight to the death. My thoughts exactly. Come, ha ha ha. Wu Qinkyu laughed, filled with mettle and excitement. Yan Mo grinned as he started making gestures. Suddenly, a circle of two snakes biting their tails formed behind him. The red and blue flames were constantly changing through their interactions, unleashing a scorching heat that would burn anything. The judge cried out, "A domain soul? It is such a high grade that not even the barrier can contain it. What power!" The exalted double dragons were stunned as well. They did not think this double dragon gathering would have so many promising talents. While they did not match Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan's true potential, the others weren't just props either, each a genius in their own way. Yan Mo, for example, had the yin-yang union flame. The exalted knew that even with it, it was truly hard to keep the yin and yang balanced. But for Yan Mo to not only do that, but even unleash a domain to such a stable degree, he was truly a rare talent. Wu Qinkyu felt the bubbling heat rising higher and higher from the two flames. He smiled. Yan Mo, you've released your soul right from the start. Is it to go all out or declare yourself the winner? You're not going to fight and dash, are you? Hey, I'm not suicidal, nor am I that confident in beating you. But on such a rare occasion, I want to let loose and fight you with all I have. Yes, let loose. I may be a righteous cultivator, but I just love how forward demonic cultivators are, ha ha ha. Wu Qinkyu laughed and made a sign himself in his excitement. Wu Qinkyu squinted and turned still. Then, black and white spread from his feet as they rotated, dissipating the scorching heat around as it did. The people watched in shock as a yin-yang symbol took shape under Wu Qinkyu as it spun and spun. Yan Mo's fire domain faded slowly once inside this symbol and returned to normal. Another domain soul. Yan Mo's face grew grave. Ultimate Clarity Sect's Clarity Domain. Correct. A soul's form is based on the cultivation method, but it can also base itself on outside things, just like how Brother Yan's soul is based on demonic fires, that of yin-yang union flame. But Ultimate Clarity Sect is focused on clarity, not allowing external objects to affect the soul form. So whenever the soul forms, the disciples of Ultimate Clarity Sect go to the secret realm of our sect, where they absorb the energy of heaven and earth to form the purest clarity domain. Grinning, Wu Qinkyu spoke. I'm sure Brother Yan knows about our secret realm as well. That is where the energy of heaven and earth is interlocked. Forming one's soul there would make one no less strong than Brother Yan's. That's why, Brother Yan Mo, do take care, ha ha ha. Yan Mo snorted. Enough small talk. I've heard of Ultimate Clarity Sect's secret realm, but so what? The strong are always strong for a reason. What could a weakling ever gain from going into that realm anyway? I only care about you, Wu Qinkyu. I only want to defeat you. No matter how strong or weak your soul is, I'll give my all in fighting you. Brother Yan, you flatter me? Wu Qinkyu smiled, cupping his hands. Since Brother Yan holds me in such high regard, I can't disappoint and will reply in kind. Wu Qinkyu held his palms together and made a sign. The Taiji symbol spun faster and faster. Yan Mo laughed, and his hands went through his gestures. The two snakes also rotated faster. Then let's fight to our heart's content. With a bang, the two domains clashed. Yan Mo's side was bubbling with power in blue and red colors, while Wu Qinkyu's side was traced by a cooling breeze, peaceful and serene. But everyone could see that this breeze was deadly. Infernal flood? Yan Mo's hands stopped and shouted. The red flames suddenly turned into a churning sea as it shot for Wu Qinkyu's domain. The clash pushed the clarity domain on the verge of collapse. Tongues of scorching flames slipped into the domain, and Wu Qinkyu's surroundings began to heat up. Frowning, Wu Qinkyu pointed with both hands, and countless blue edges shot for the burning inferno. Calming sword? Ugh, with groans, those blue edges entered the world of fire and vanished, but soon after, the inferno rumbled one last time before it ebbed. Its rage subsided, and soon it became still as it blended into the clarity domain. Yan Mo's face was hard. Zhuo Fan was watching the fight from the side, and his eyes shone with curiosity. Chapter 684, Epiphany. In any soul domain battle, each domain clashed with the other for supremacy, as no domain would allow another to exist in the same space. It was either one or the other. When the domain fell, so did the soul. Yet, just now, Yan Mo used the yin-yang flames to strike at Wu Qingqiu's clarity domain. The latter did not meet with an equal force, and instead took that power for himself. It was the same effect employed by the demon transformation art. Zhuo Fan recalled the bitter experience in the Lightning Canyon. Even by using the azure flame to protect himself, he still ended up with purple lightning burrowing deep inside him. To absorb this purple lightning through the demon transformation art, he had to use Kaior's egg as the medium. Since it worked once, maybe it will work against Yilin. No matter how amazing the decimating golden flame was, there was no way it could top the purple lightning from the Lightning Canyon. He was not looking to block that power, but to take it within and make it his own. Isn't this the same reason I chose the cultivation method in the first place? How could I forget it? However, this was only a guess. To get some hard evidence, he needed to do some tests. The last time was a static array that launched automatic attacks while he would be facing a live human being who could change his attacks at any moment. This epiphany acted as a reminder. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed as he watched the two fight, constantly thinking, yin-yang flame circle. Yan Mo changed his attack. With a sign, two flaming pythons, one red and one blue, circled the clarity domain from each side. They soon turned like the ring of snakes behind Yan Mo, spinning with the clarity domain in its center. Yan Mo's sign changed again, and the burning heat soared into a huge fire wall, bearing down closer on the clarity domain. One could see how the yin-yang flames were eating away at it. The sizzling, piercing flames were forcing the domain into a corner. From the outside, it looked like the domain was swallowed whole by flames. Wu Qingqiu frowned and made quick gestures. The Taiji symbol underneath spun faster as strong wind blades shot for the yin-yang flames, making them scatter. Yan Mo worked to stabilize the flames. Just then, Wu Qingqiu also worked to break through, shouting, "The great world holds everything and has everything, world harmony." Whoosh tilde Wu Qingqiu spread his arms. The clarity domain collapsed, and the walls of flames flooded in without restraint, reaching Wu Qingqiu in a blink and swallowing him whole. However, the Taiji symbol beneath Wu Qingqiu began spreading within the flames, covering all of Yan Mo's domain. Yan Mo narrowed his eyes, understanding what Wu Qingqiu was after, and shouted, "Too little, too late." A hum was the only sign of what had happened. The Taiji symbol started shining in black and white as it spun around. It was like a huge sea, spinning everything it contained, even the raging flames, as it neutralized them. Yan Mo hurriedly made signs to regain control of the flames, but it was just too late. His entire flame domain was already taken by the clarity domain and out of his hands. Looking at the bright sky above, Yan Mo shook his head and sighed. The circle of snakes behind him kept rotating, yet it lost the vigor it had at the start. "Brother Yan, you let me win." Wu Qingqiu grinned and cupped his hands. Yan Mo sighed and shook his head. "I still lost." "Wu Qingqiu, you truly are the best talent in Western lands." "Brother Yan is too kind. To be honest, I was starting to sweat when our domain clashed. I could only win against Brother Yan thanks to luck." "Faker?" Yan Mo's face twitched. "You don't have to pat me on the back. I can see it myself." "You still held back against me. It's because the path you follow isn't that of brute strength. You used softness to grasp victory in the last moments. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured when my domain collapsed." Wu Qingqiu chuckled. "Brother Yan, I admire your candid nature. However, you were wrong about one thing. I have long since lost the title of the best talent in Western lands." Wu Qingqiu turned to Yilin, then to Zhuo Fan. "I just can't help but wonder who among the two will be it." They both walked the path of power, showing no mercy. "You will be thrown back in pain and defeat if you fight them. Going easy on them will be your weakness. You saw it yourself. Your junior brother killed someone in the first strike. Zhuo Fan also obliterated souls without remorse. He even left me with a heavy wound back then. They are men of power, not someone a modest gentleman can face. Yanmo looked at the two as he said this. Wu Qingqiu chuckled and shook his head. Unlike Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan, he was an orthodox righteous disciple, always conducting himself with courtesy. They did not have such restraints. He reckoned he wouldn't last 3 moves with them. However, he was decent and not pedantic, earning the respect of many. Even Yan Mo, his strongest adversary, respected him. But, Yan Mo spoke, "You will always be the best talent in Western lands to me. Those two are monsters, not humans." Yan Mo left the stage, not even waiting for the judge to announce his withdrawal. Unlike Zhao Deju's, his was different. He fought with all he had and would have staked his life if it meant winning. But he knew that not even that was enough against the opponent's domain. It was better to quit ahead. Watching Yanmo go, Wu Qingqiu nodded. He's anything but nice, having defiled and committed crimes, but he is a man after all. The judge also watched him go with a nod, then proclaimed it Ultimate Clarity Sect's win. The next matches between Ultimate Clarity Sect and Hellion Flame continued. Maybe it was because of the friendliness the two captains showed in their fight. Or today was filled with bizarre occurrences, since the matches were fought with all their power, but were akin to sparring rather than death battles. Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples' character was mild, that was certain, but even when the Hellion Flame's disciples won, they did not finish them off. They not only showed respect, but were even lenient, and so the singles round ended without a single casualty, despite some sporting heavy wounds. As for the two sects, they had no feud with each other. In fact, they joined efforts in mocking the universal righteous sect. Zhao Deju's team felt like wailing about the injustice. What's wrong with our sect? Haven't we given up without a fight? Why are you looking at us like that? For God's sake, we're innocent here. Next were the 3 sects' team battles. This would be glorious, a fight that would include the best sects in Western lands. But since a freak like Yi Lin was among them, the gap was huge. In the Ultimate Clarity sect against Hellion Flame, Wu Qingqiu kept Yanmo busy while Yi Lin dealt with the other 9 easily. Yanmo saw this and admitted defeat. As if to copy Zhuo Fan's challenge when he fought 10 by himself, Yi Lin issued the same proposal. He wanted to finish off Hellion Flame by himself, but Wu Qingqiu refused him. He wasn't afraid Yi Lin would end up doing something wrong, but Yan Mo's self-respect would be crushed. So that was how it turned to 2 vs. 10. Wu Qingqiu kept him busy while Yi Lin dealt with the rest. Yan Mo was also aware of this, though not in the least pleased. He knew Yi Lin was just as scary as Zhuo Fan, if not more. He had no way to defeat the guy, so he could only bottle it in. As for Universal Righteous Sect's attitude, it did not fail to be within the people's expectations, still trying to save their strength. When fighting the Ultimate Clarity sect, they gave up after several exchanges while showing their kind side. This only worked to enrage Wu Qingqiu. He would have beaten the hell out of Zhao Deju by now if not for his gentle character. The same couldn't be said for Yi Lin. Our sect isn't here to play along. Fight if you want to. If not, get the hell out of here. If you start playing around, I'll kill you. Before Zhao Deju could even speak, Yi Lin shot 3 golden flames into 3 disciples, killing them on the spot. Zhao Deju was feeling pure regret right now. Those 3 were among the best on his team, but he had no choice since he feared Yi Lin and Ultimate Clarity Sect's power. In the next fight with Hellion Flame, Universal Righteous Sect just quit before they started. Ultimate Clarity Sect had Yi Lin, who took 3 of his best men, and now he had Hellion Flame, who was itching to tear into them. Zhao Deju feared he wouldn't even have the time to announce his surrender. This was how the Superior 3 Sect stage came to a close in a single day. Ultimate Clarity Sect and Hellion Flame fought hard, ending with both sides bruised and weary, while Universal Righteous Sect kept most of their strength based on tricks alone. Their targets were the Upstarts, Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect, Chapter 685, Danking Shen's Request. The Superior 3 Sect stage had ended with Ultimate Clarity Sect coming first, Hellion Flame second, and Universal Righteous Sect third. The Superior 3 Sects Challenge stage will take place 3 days from now. That is all for today. The judge looked around the arena and waved the people away before he left. The 2 gatekeepers closed the dimension door as well. The people were in high spirits as they chatted over today's fights on their way back to their lodgings. From time to time, eyes darted at Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect's teams, excited for what was about to come. They wanted to see if these underdogs had the gall to challenge the Superior 3 Sect's might. Watching from above, Zhuo Fan's face was heavy. His eyes remained on Ultimate Clarity Sect's Yilin. Yilin felt the gaze and looked up with a smile as he worded something, "See you in 3 days." Then he followed Ultimate Clarity Sect's team out. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan pondered. For Demon Scheming Sect to have reached such a rank, it was already a huge success, and there was no real need to keep challenging. Yilin was a freak of nature as well, having the sacred beast decimating dragon ancestor. With him around, of course, Yilin's alchemy and arrays were no less than Zhuo Fan's. He'd be a freak even in the sacred domain. Not even Zhuo Fan was confident he could win against this freak. The best choice right now was just not to fight. However, for some odd reason, the sacred beast powers inside of them echoed. His heart even thumped at the prospects of a fight. He had to do it. Fleeing now would fill him with nothing but regret. As men who inherited the power of sacred beasts, they had to find out who was the one on top. Squinting, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with battle spirit, so excited his blood was boiling. It was just as when 2 beasts met, as if fate itself made them rivals. Oh, does Brother Zhuo feel fear? Zhuo Fan was startled by the voice, turning to see Wen Tao standing behind him. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Where do I look scared to you?" Wen Tao gave him another look and smiled. "Sorry, I just saw Brother Zhuo shaking and thought you feared Ultimate Clarity Sect's little monster. Now I see that Brother Zhuo doesn't feel fear but excitement." "Ha ha ha, that's great. Regardless of the outcome, just going all out against a real expert is a man's fortune. It will be of great help in understanding one's path. Unlike us, I fear we would have to stop the fighting here." "Such a shame." Zhuo Fan looked at him oddly and frowned. "Your middle 3 sects head. In singles? You already know why. While you went easy that time, our souls are seriously injured. Even with some miracle pills, we'll still need more than a year to heal." Wen Tao shook his head with a bitter smile, still somewhat dissatisfied at the result. Zhuo Fan knew they wanted to challenge the Superior 3 Sects too, but they had given their all in the Middle 3 Sects challenge stage and came up heavily wounded. They had nothing to offer against the Superior 3 Sects. Seeing their great power, they were ready to challenge the Superior 3 Sects. But before they could, they knew they had to withdraw, thus the disappointment. Even so, they did not shirk from going all out in the Middle 3 Sects challenge stage. Their target and principles clashed, and to hold true to their sword was admirable. Zhuo Fan sighed. "It's a real shame for Sword God Sect. Ha ha ha, there's nothing bad about it since we have lost in a straightforward fight. We accept the defeat and know that we aren't strong enough." Wen Tao laughed, then looked Zhuo Fan in the eye. "Brother Zhuo, no one has ever climbed to a Superior 3 Sect position in thousands of years. We can no longer shake them. Now it's up to you guys." "Ha ha ha, I only came by to encourage you and not falter despite that Yilin's power. By stepping down, you will only make it much harder to reach your goal in the future. Cultivators, on these lands where they pursue Tao, every step must be taken without falter." Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded earnestly. "Thank you for the words of wisdom. I'm sure Brother Zhuo knows these better than me. I just came for a chat, ha ha ha, maybe there was no need for it." When Tao waved and left with a smile, seeing the mannered figure walk away, Zhuo Fan smiled. He knew that Yilin challenged Zhuo Fan and came to encourage him. While unnecessary, Zhuo Fan was still feeling good from it. Though he didn't have much faith in his success either. Whoosh tilde just then. A black figure flashed in front of him and was taken away without even being able to mount any resistance. When he got ground under his feet again, he found himself facing the best in Western lands, Danking Shen. Only this time he had a seriously dark and enraged look. Zhuo Fan's heart froze and sweat poured from his scalp. What the hell? There's no way he found out I was the one who took the sacred weapon. He can't be here for that. Feeling so utterly helpless against Danking Shen, Zhuo Fan's heart was filled with unease. Killing him would be like killing a chicken. A snap was all it took. Zhuo Fan was becoming anxious, though he managed to keep a straight face as he asked, "Senior, how come it's you again? Why did you capture me this time?" Looking around, he found himself surrounded by trees and grass so peaceful and quiet, so perfect for committing murder and theft. Zhuo Fan grew tenser as he gave a forced smile. Senior, why would you suddenly take me away? Did I offend Senior in any way?" "No, it's those two coots sealing up the realm." Slapping his leg, Danking Shen was pissed but ultimately just shook his head. Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up and he eased a breath, regaining his cool, safe. Zhuo Fan probed with the utmost caution. "Senior, just what happened? What realm got sealed?" "It's the one with the sacred mine." Danking Shen shook his head. "In each double dragon gathering, the team battles are held in the same realm the sacred mine is being kept. It's because of the thick spiritual energy helping disciples recover their strength and go all out. However, to be safe, if the sacred mine was in danger, the two could move it at once. So there are two ways to the mine. The first is through that battlefield, and the second is at the two Exalted's heaven-reaching pavilion. I planned to sneak in through the heaven-reaching pavilion while the two focused on the sect's fights, then take the Atlas sword. It just never occurred to me heaven-reaching pavilion's path was sealed as well. This makes it so that my only way of getting in is through the battlefield. But with so many people, I would be instantly found out by the Exalted. This will make retrieving Atlas' sword impossible." Seeing him sigh, Zhuo Fan understood his plight and grew more relaxed. "So this guy couldn't even get in. It has nothing to do with me." Zhuo Fan hid a crafty smile as he asked, "Senior, then you should find a way to get in, not come to me. I did not say anything to anyone about you. And with me being so glorious in my display, overshadowing the sun and stars, everyone will be waiting for me to shine brighter 3 days from now. Doing anything to me will get them alarmed." Fine, fine. I get it, so stop laying it so thick. I've not come for you." Zhuo Fan's bragging was far from finished, but Danking Shen cut him off. "Boy, the realm would be open for the duration of the double dragon gathering. Once it passes, the two coots will seal it back up. They are the only ones who could lift the seal then, preventing anyone from entering. I have to act fast, so I thought of you. You will be taking me inside in front of everyone's eyes." "Me?" Zhuo Fan started and shook his head. "No way, nope. How am I supposed to take you? With your age, you look nothing like our disciples. Even if you change your looks with a pill, you still won't be able to hide that old, decrepit, and foul aura." "For God's sake, you're the foul one," Danking Shen snapped back, then said. "I already thought about that, and it's impossible. The two coots' eyes are sharp. With just a change in looks, it's impossible to fool them. They can tell who you are by your aura. That's why I want to get in there through your storage ring. Chapter 686, See the Light." "What?" Startled, Zhuo Fan waved his frantic hands in refusal. "Out of the question." "No. My ring can only hold items and nothing living. They could still find out even if you give me a living storage ring. Why would I suddenly change my storage ring anyway? There are so many things that can go wrong." Zhuo Fan shook his head non-stop, wanting nothing to do with this crazy plan. "I gave this old coot a map already. And since it's an item, even if the Double Dragon Manor gets their hands on it, it will not get to me. Unless Danking Shen runs his mouth. But the best in Western lands was that easy to catch. Please." So Zhuo Fan helped him without worry and got him off his back since he was holding the same prized possession. Now, though, this was entirely different. Once the Double Dragon Manor discovers this, he will lose everything. It made no sense to risk it for nothing at all, so Zhuo Fan did all he could to get this old coot as far away as possible. The best would be if they never talked again. "Humph, boy, as a team leader, even if coming from a lower 3 sect, who'd believe you have such a puny storage ring? What do you take me for, a 3-year-old? No one would believe you." Danking Shen saw through his plan in a heartbeat. "Are you aiming to get away?" Too late for that now, Zhuo Fan sighed. Senior, you don't know this, but I am but a simple laborer back in the sect. That Huicheng from Beast Taming sect was right. He fought all our elites, and with no better choice, we, from the labor office, had to step in. We're all laborers, so there's nothing we can achieve. A mere gang of laborers wiped the floor with the middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects elites. Try announcing it to the world. See how the other disciples will react. Danking Shen's face turned sinister. Boy, you're already in cahoots with me, so you have no choice but to help me either way. When I get the sacred sword and leave, I won't involve you anymore. But if you don't want to help me when I get the sword, I'll tell everyone who gave me that map. Even thank you for it, ha ha ha. Danking Shen's smile was pure evil. Zhuo Fan's face twitched, and he sighed before nodding. It seems I don't have much of a choice. I really am stuck with you. Ha ha ha, that's better. There's no way my gift was for nothing. Danking Shen laughed. Zhuo Fan frowned. Senior, if I do take you, how will you get out? This time the opponent isn't easy and won't have the time to mind other things or play with them. Then there are monitoring arrays all over the place. Once you appear, you'll be exposed. He, not to worry. Thanks to your words last time, I have found a way. We'll make a diversion. You fight tooth and nail in the battles, and amidst the chaos, use the first chance you get to throw the ring in a monitoring array's blind spot. Then you just lure them away. Once you get everyone's attention, I'll just slip away and go for the sacred mine. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, and he nodded. Wasn't that the same move he used? Then again, since it worked once, it should work again. Although, Zhuo Fan's eyes roamed around in thought, putting on a heavy look. Just that, Senior, you should know that I defeated Yan Mo once. The 9 sect's disciples are easy to deal with, except one. You mean Yilin? Danking Shen had already guessed what he tried to say. Zhuo Fan nodded. Senior, Yilin is beyond anything I was expecting and even makes me feel like I fall short. If I throw the ring too soon, the Exalted will surely find it odd. Only when I fight Yilin will it look like an accident when I throw it. Making excuses again, boy, you sure are crafty. Danking Shen's eyes lit up. In fact, he already knew that in the Double Dragon manner, anyone's actions were under the Exalted Double Dragon's scrutiny. Though he also knew that a simple ring throw might raise suspicions, it was not enough to halt the match and investigate. They weren't that paranoid. Only when the Atlas sword is taken away would they look into it. However, Danking Shen would be miles away at that time, leaving Zhuo Fan high and dry. From the start, Danking Shen only thought of how to leave with the sword and nothing else, not even what happened to Zhuo Fan afterward. If he didn't, that didn't mean Zhuo Fan couldn't as well. What struck Danking Shen as shocking was how this boy already came up with a plan in this short time. The both of them knew each had their designs, yet neither one spoke. Danking Shen felt a little guilty being found out. He wanted to cast him off once he was done with him. Maybe because he wanted to make up for this shame or just to ease this sharp devil's worry, Danking Shen began to analyze his opponent. Yilin is no less strong than you. But he had yet to show all he had, and I can't make a correct assessment of his power. Whether or not you fight him, you must be very weary of that golden flame. It is truly strange. I already have a way to deal with that golden flame. The only problem is that I don't know his soul form. Zhuo Fan turned heavy. I assume his soul has to be a heaven dragon soul as well, but how are 2 heaven dragon souls going to fight? I'm not sure about this matter and wish to ask Senior to share your experience in fighting with Heaven Dragon Soul. What? He has a Heaven Dragon Soul? How do you know? Danking Shen's heart shook. He never imagined Western lands would be so rich in talent to have another Heaven Dragon Soul. Zhuo Fan gave a firm nod. The grand decimating dragon ancestor can't give his inheritor the Heaven Dragon Soul. Since the guy was on his side, the least he could do was give him the same soul, right? Even if Zhuo Fan hadn't seen his soul, he was more or less sure based on the guy's inheritance. But his heart only became heavier because of it. Who would know a Heaven Dragon soul better than a dragon ancestor? When the 2 Heaven Dragon souls fought, the punk would get the upper hand against him, who had no teacher. That would lead to being at a disadvantage in soul and body powers. That would mean he would lose for sure. Looking Danking Shen in the eye, Zhuo Fan's entire hope for winning rested on this senior's experience. While still lacking compared to dragon ancestors, at least it was better than nothing. Senior, the master of this guy is incredible, understanding Heaven Dragon's soul as well. Because of it, the guy has to have a complete grasp of the Heaven Dragon's soul. I hope Senior might give me so advice, at least to tie. If not, then I would easily be pushed back and soon defeated. I won't have the time to throw the ring, and Sir's plan will fail. Fine, now stop trying to blackmail me. I get what you're saying. Since you're going through such dangers for me, I will give my all to help you. Danking Shen pondered. Zhuo Fan, do you know swordsmanship? Zhuo Fan muttered something, then shook his head just a little. Of sacred domains, 8 emperors, only Sword Emperor was obsessed with this for ages. While he, the demonic emperor, was known for his cunning and body strength, he knew very little about Sword Emperor. That will make my help even less useful. Danking Shen sighed. You know that my first soul is a sword, having been immersed with the sword for so many years. Only later did I form Heaven Dragon's soul and unite them to form the dragon-cleaving art. The sword's appearance trembled the world, making Azure Dragon howl and the seas froth. If you knew swordsmanship, I would have guided you through this art to use Heaven Dragon's soul with it. You'd surely be unstoppable, even against that golden flame. A real shame. Zhuo Fan's face twitched, and he sighed. Senior, I mean no disrespect, but that master's understanding of Heaven Dragon's soul is far better than yours. Sir has dragon-cleaving art, so does that mean he doesn't have some other mystical art as well? I fear there might not be anyone better at using Heaven Dragon's soul than him. I just want to know is how to use the Heaven Dragon's soul to fight another Heaven Dragon's soul. Heaven Dragon's soul is the strongest sword. Defeating it isn't impossible, though, but that would mean your strength needs to be everything. Danking Shen turned serious as he said, Heaven Dragon's soul is strong, but only as strong as the user. Otherwise, we would have the whole world under our heel with so many Heaven Dragon souls in the western lands. Alas, the strongest land on this continent is the central area. So while a soul is of amazing help for an ethereal stage cultivator, it is just a tool. What matters, in the end, is one's cultivation. Also, you are wrong about something. One's domain limits his understanding of the Heaven Dragon soul. My domain is within the sword, so when the sword combined with the dragon soul, they formed the dragon-cleaving art. You might say that his master is much better at using the Heaven Dragon soul, but his domain limits that. He might not have the same understanding I have of a sword combined with the dragon soul. Everything is about perspective. Different people holding the same item would reach different conclusions and uses. No one is better in this. Zhuo Fan, I know you are wise, filled with plenty of ingenious moves. If you can just combine all that power of yours with the dragon soul, then it might not be as inferior as that senior's understanding of the dragon soul. Zhuo Fan shook and stood dumbfounded, having seen the light. Chapter 687, Desire to Win. Zhuo Fan had been standing there for a long time before his eyes finally shined. He gasped. I see it now, Senior. Yilin might have the purest Heaven Dragon soul, while mine is the most jumbled up. He has the most orthodox soul, and I have a second-rate one. But my second-rate dragon soul does not mean it's weaker than the real deal. It might be even stronger, right? Danking Shen shook his head. Your words are right, but can't you choose your words better? You make it sound like since you have a second-rate dragon soul, that makes mine, which is meshed up with a sword, sound ugly. In any case, this is called evolution. Zhuo Fan nodded, his heart understanding. That's right. In this world, there might not be anyone who understood the power of dragon souls like decimating dragon ancestor. He taught Yilin, so he knew the strongest way to use a dragon soul. But that use was limited to the dragons, and it's not dragons who are the strongest, but humans. So while the ancient times had the 5 great sacred beasts, it also had the 10 great emperors. These emperors all comprehended the Tao, working their way from weakness to strength in overlooking the masses. They did not rely on talents or gifts, but on their insights to create arts and cultivation methods to make humanity strong. They used constant adaptations to overcome the natural talents of the 5 great sacred beasts. In other words, the fact that the dragon ancestor knew how to use the dragon soul was nothing much. Zhuo Fan could also create an even better way of using it. This meant the changes that one goes through as he comprehended the Tao. Zhuo Fan's confusion cleared up in an instant. His eyes were filled with confidence. Yi Lin had the dragon race's rightful inheritance, but so what? He had all kinds of powers mixed into this dragon soul, and he would use them all to create an even better one, stronger than the rightful inheritance. This thought filled Zhuo Fan with battle spirit. He could not wait to fight that guy. Cupping his hands, Zhuo Fan spoke with the utmost respect. "Thank you, Senior, for waking me. Now I know how to fight." "Ha ha ha, I haven't done much to help you. It's your realizations that did so. I hope that in 3 days you will create an extraordinary move, refine your heaven dragon soul, and make that boy see the truth, that your demonic dragon will be much stronger than his orthodox one. Ha ha ha." Danking Shen laughed, looking at Zhuo Fan like he was his disciple. Danking Shen pointed at Zhuo Fan's ring. "Although I didn't help you, I will take it since you accepted my favor. So will you help this old man?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Going into danger for Senior is all worth it. After you, Senior." Zhuo Fan waved and opened his ring. Danking Shen laughed and slipped right in. Next was waiting for Zhuo Fan to enter that realm again and look for a chance to slip out. 2 hours later, in the dusk's fading glow, Zhuo Fan returned to the demon scheming sect's lodgings. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to adapt the heaven dragon soul in these 3 days. However, he was met with familiar faces just as he entered the courtyard. Chu Qingcheng, Yang Ning, Xuanger, and even the girls from mystical heaven sect were here. Startled, Zhuo Fan felt suspicious. "What are these broads up to now?" Fiend Yang saw him arrive and ran over. "Just where did you run off to? We haven't seen you since the Superior 3 Sect stage was over. I thought something happened to you." "Whatever could happen. I'm more curious about what you all are up to." Zhuo Fan eyed them all. Fiend Yang shrugged. "You're usually fine, but isn't there another freakish guy out there? I feared you 2 freaks would blow up with your nasty tempers, fighting God knew where. These girls were worried as well. I must say you sure are a ladies' man." He, you came to Double Dragon Gathering and coming out, you have a whole entourage of women. Venerable, please be more serious. We are only coming along with King Cheng." Shui Ruohua flushed red at his words and glared at him. Shrugging, Fiend Yang just smiled. Chu Qingcheng was the picture of tranquility throughout the teasing, with a faint smile on her face. "Yi Lin isn't normal and might be even stronger than you. Are you still going to fight him?" "Of course, that's all the more reason I must fight." Zhuo Fan let out a breath as he looked at Chu Qingcheng. "Do you believe I can win?" Chu Qingcheng gave him a deep look and smiled, "Of course." "Truly, not even I believe I can." Zhuo Fan looked at her oddly. "To be honest, I'm not in the least confident in this fight. I'll definitely lose." Chu Qingcheng giggled. "What's this? The great steward Zhuo lacking confidence for once?" Zhuo Fan recalled Yi Lin's terrible golden flame and orthodox heaven dragon soul. Then he thought of how to beat him and whether it would work, and his face became serious. "You really want to fight?" "From the bottom of your heart?" Chu Qingcheng asked. Zhuo Fan gave a firm nod. "Even when it is so hopeless, I must overcome this obstacle. I have to fight. This is fate. Then you will win." Chu Qingcheng beamed. Zhuo Fan started and didn't know how to answer. Chu Qingcheng turned to the rest. "Let's go. He needs time to get ready. We better not disturb him." Chu Qingcheng did not look at Zhuo Fan again, leisurely leaving. The girls looked baffled, leaving just like that. "You barely talked. Meeting after so long, you should be closer than ever." Yang Ning and Xuanger were even more stunned. They had come with Chu Qingcheng to learn from her how to get closer to Zhuo Fan, but from what they saw, there was not an ounce of friendliness in their chat. Zhuo Fan just stood there as well, watching Chu Qingcheng go. He didn't say anything to stop her or go after her, as if the two were purely platonic, everyone doing whatever. Yang Ning rushed after her. "Sister Qingcheng, is that all you came here to ask? Only if he will fight. Just how close are the 2 of you?" "There's nothing going on." Chu Qingcheng smiled. I just wanted to know what he wanted to do so I could support him. Nothing else matters." The girls exchanged glances, feeling baffled. How is it not important? The least you can do is give him some words of encouragement. Let him know your feelings. Only Yun Shuang remained thoughtful. Then she said, "Sister King Cheng, since not even Steward Zhuo is confident of winning, why are you so sure he will win? Isn't it obvious? Since he is earnest in fighting, he will win. Even if he doesn't believe it himself, I believe without a shred of doubt. Because whatever he really wants to do, I trust that he will succeed." Chu King Cheng smiled as she said. The girls found it somewhat understandable. King Cheng is Zhuo fans' greatest support, always believing in him. Maybe this is the best kind of encouragement. They might not speak, but their intentions are clear. This is mutual understanding. The two might not admit it, but the girls could see that it was another kind of love, simply at the range of soul mates. Back with Zhuo Fan, the girls had now left, and he was just standing there, confused. This girl is so good at reading people it makes me vexed. She's always so perfect in her actions, even understanding me more than I do myself. "Zhuo Fan," she said, "you're getting ready for the fight. Is that true? You fought so many times in the double dragon manner so far, yet not once have you made any preparations. When it came to fighting, you shirked it off, not wanting to. This time, winning will be very hard for us. So are you getting ready? Are you really going to fight that freak, Yilin?" Fiend Yang looked him in the eye and sighed. "Leaving others aside, I can see he isn't normal. I advise you not to fight Ultimate Clarity Sect and end up wasting men for nothing." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. "No, I didn't fight before because I didn't feel like it. Those guys were just too weak. But this time, I must fight with my life on the line. If I fall back now, it'll be just like Wen Tao said. My success in the future will fall short, if not stop completely. A cultivator has to sometimes face obstacles head-on to the death." Zhuo Fan laughed and entered his room, closing the door behind him. "Tell everyone I'll be in seclusion for 3 days. I vow to defeat Yilin." Fiend Yang's heart shook, looking at where Chu King Cheng was going, and chuckled. These two sure understand each other. He just said he wasn't confident, and now he's pumped to try. Like the girl said, Zhuo Fan does not believe it, but his heart wants to win all the same. In that case, all of Demon Scheming Sect's elites will brave the dangers with him. They would not hesitate to go in, even if it came to their deaths at the hands of that monster. Fiend Yang shouted, filled with zeal himself. Chapter 688, Breakthrough. As of right now, I have 3 powers that I can use against the decimating golden flame. Azure Flame, Purple Lightning, and Killin Arm. Zhuo Fan sat cross-legged in his room, carefully pondering his strength and his enemies. These 3 powers were on the same grade as the golden flame, while only their level differed. Purple Lightning was divided into 12 heavens, while the current him could unleash the 5th heaven at best. From what he saw of the golden flame and its degree of power, he needed the Purple Lightning to be at the 6th heaven at the least. As for Azure Flame and Killin Arm, he hadn't even begun developing them. The 2 sides' advantages and disadvantages were laid before him. Yilin won in quality while he won in quantity. In other words, he was a mess. He had so many tricks on him, yet none that could measure up to that guy. Adding to that Heaven Dragon's soul, something the guy was adept at using compared to him, made it so all his trump cards were useless. Not even dumb luck could give me a win at this point. This analysis only showed his downsides, while he did have something going for him. It was something Yilin had no way of having. Yilin's methods were too specialized, all coming from the dragon ancestor. My methods are all random and flexible, not something every expert can handle, but with how resourceful they are, most fights are won. Mixing all these random skills will unleash a most unstoppable and unpredictable skill. Zhuo Fan sighed. He and the master he never saw, 9 Serenity's Emperor, were very similar. The 9 Serenity's secret records contained others' ultimate skills, with none of them coming from 9 Serenity's Emperor himself. His sole creation was demon transformation art, which he never got to train with. Even so, he was an expert in stealing others' skills, becoming one of the 3 strongest emperors. Wasn't this the same situation he was in, a jack of all trades? However, following in his master's footsteps, he believed that combining all these ultimate skills would be more than enough to face Yilin's orthodox dragon soul. Even a mixed bag like us can stand tall. Wait, aren't I going too far with this? Though I've never received orthodox teachings in all my lives, that doesn't mean I should go about calling myself a mixed bag. There's no self-respect in it, star reader. The word here has a variety of meanings like mixed breed, bastard, half-breed, sob. Face twitching, Zhuo Fan immediately abolished the thought of being a mixed bag of tricks. He calmed down and directed his senses inward to combine all he knew. In Zhuo Fan's mind, the huge dragon had its eyes closed as a rainbow of colors washed over its scales. But then the light began to fade as a mote of azure fire appeared on the dragon's forehead. Moments later, a purple flash streaked its body, crackling. Next came several red glows over the dragon's body. Sometimes, there was even something black crawling all over it, soon engulfing it. In this way, Zhuo Fan explored how to use his heaven dragon soul best. At the same time, Yilin was also cross-legged in the Ultimate Clarity sect's courtyard, as the heat gathering around him grew stronger and stronger. In his mind, a golden sea of fire was traversed by a huge dragon with fiery and savage eyes. Humph! A dragon is a most savage creature, hard and strong. No one in the world knows more about them than Master. A heaven dragon soul is not a match to my decimating golden flame to unleash its full potential. Zhuo Fan, your heaven dragon soul can only show around 20% of its power. You'll see I'm right. With an evil grin, Yilin muttered to himself, filled with confidence. He could practically see himself winning this fight. Outside, Wu Qingqiu passed by his door and shook his head as he looked at the shut door. Next to him was another Ultimate Clarity sect disciple filled with curiosity. Junior brother is always laid back. Why does he go for seclusion all of a sudden? Has the world gone crazy? Ha ha ha, that's what happens when he meets his fated adversary. I'd be the same if I were him. Wu Qingqiu chuckled and said, "Let's go and not disturb him. 3 days later, the battle will be more important than us. If we annoy him, he will be so pissed he'll take it out on you." The other guy was taken aback and rushed after Wu Qingqiu, thinking of Yilin's terrible power. If we do disturb him, why would he take it out on me? Why else? I am his senior brother and also his friend, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu laughed like it was natural. Then the disciple shook his head with a bitter smile. This little monster only cares about his senior brother. Meanwhile, in the Universal Righteous sect, Zhao Deju was getting ready for the challenge stage 3 days from now. Juniors, 3 days from now, Sword God sect's strongest 10 members have taken heavy soul damage. They are of no threat. The crux is demon scheming sect, Zhuo Fan in particular. Everything will be in our grasp if we defeat this monster. But senior brother, he has the heaven dragon soul as the exalted do. Does senior brother have a marvelous plan to thwart this headache? One disciple complained. Zhao Deju frowned and suddenly said, "Relax, I already have a plan in mind. The heaven dragon soul is amazing, but just a beast soul. Even if he is freakish, he is all alone and we can capture it. I plan on using the soul chain array to lock it in place." The soul chain array? Everyone cried out in shock, looking around at each other with difficulty. One disciple was nervous. "Senior brother, the soul chain array can restrain monsters, but it will put our lives at risk, using our souls as chains. One wrong move and he will break out of the array, destroying our souls in the process. This is not a fight to the death. We can't." Coward. However, Zhao Deju glared and cursed the speaker. "Humph, have you all forgotten who we are? We are Universal Righteous sect's disciples. At a time when the Ultimate Clarity sect and other righteous sects do not abide by justice and are in cahoots with the demon, we alone value righteousness. It falls unto us alone to keep it. If we don't stop demon scheming sect right here, something unimaginably disastrous will happen. Western Land's superior 3 sects will have 2 belonging to demons. Heavens above, this is the demon's plan to subjugate the Western Lands. How could we let that happen?" Zhao Deju spoke with fervor and zeal, reprimanding the disciples with righteous fury. The disciple who spoke hung his head. But even if we risk our lives, can we block him still? Yes. Haven't I told you evil can never win over good? As long as I, Zhao Deju, am standing, we will grasp victory. Flaying his fists around, Zhao Deju's straight face inspired the confidence of victory. As if his attitude was infectious, the other disciples raised their fists and shouted, "Righteousness, we shall prevail. Good will win." The thundering roar grew louder as it filled them with a passionate thirst for battle. Like this, every sect made their preparation for the last stage. Some to keep their status, some to take others' status, and some just for the thrill of battle. Creek tilde 3 days later, Zhuo Fan came out of his room before the solemn faces of his team. His eyes were sharp, his aura strong, and it even revealed he had entered the 4th layer of radiant stage. However, although it was just one layer, Zhuo Fan's eyes left everyone gaping. They were blacker than ever before, brimming with unspeakable power, ready to swallow everything. "Zhuo Fan, are you all right?" Frowning, Fiend Yang gave him a deep look, not recognizing him at all. In just 3 days, Zhuo Fan's entire aura had changed. It was as if he had been transformed. Zhuo Fan looked himself up and down and looked at them oddly. "What? Aren't I the same?" In that instant, Zhuo Fan's aura reverted to normal and caused them to pause. They were still phased out, unable to determine if what they saw really happened or not. "Why was it that we felt such danger coming from Steward Zhuo? It's like he wanted to destroy everything," Fiend Yang probed. Zhuo Fan, just what did you do in there? Are you confident of winning against Yilin?" "I'm still not sure." Zhuo Fan frowned and shook his head. "In these 3 days, I have combed through all the skills I knew and found some flexible enough to fight Yilin with. I just don't know if they'll be enough. And there are some among them that I'm not too clear on their effects. I'll need more time to think before I know more." Fiend Yang's eyelid twitched as he stared down hard. "If you succeed, that will be the day you'll be even more frightening, far more than Yilin. I am sure of it." Zhuo Fan blinked doubtfully, only to see Fiend Yang smile and wave him off. "It's just a hunch of mine, don't mind it. The Superior 3 Sects Challenge stage is about to begin. Let's go." "Let's." Zhuo Fan did not press Fiend Yang for answers, taking the lead of the team as they walked, filled with more power than ever. He did not realize that the gazes on him were not just of amazement but fear. He never noticed how his teammates looked at him with nothing but dread the minute he came out. That was no illusion. Zhuo Fan went through great changes once more. Chapter 689, Soul Chain Array. The arena had been packed full since early morning, and not just with the nation's delegations, but with each sect's team as well. Even with his soul heavily wounded, the pale Han Yunfeng still dragged his weary body over to watch. Today was the day the entire Western lands were being shuffled. A mere lower 3 sect had been making its way before the superior 3 sects, and challenging these powerhouses that had remained untouched for thousands of years. Everyone was waiting for this moment to see if these kings' crowns would be sitting on their heads much longer. Wush Tilda the judge once again made his appearance in the ring. He bowed before the exalted and looked at the crowd with pink cheeks. It looked like he was excited about today, just like anyone else. The 5 sects teams enter. Ultimate Clarity Sect, Hellion Flame, and Universal Righteous Sect took the lead in appearing at the same time. Sword God Sect and Demon Scheming Sect's team leaders followed them, walking casually. The instant Zhuo Fan appeared, the crowd went wild. It was common knowledge by now that the only reason the tiny lower 3 sect could reach up to this point was because of this disciple paving its way. Of course, everyone would pay attention to this outstanding leader. They were all eager to see what kind of miracle he would create next. Only Universal Righteous Sect looked at Zhuo Fan as a plague on these lands, filled with hatred and not little fear. The judge roamed his cold eyes over everyone, and while it was quite obvious, he had to stick to the program. Sword God Sect disciples, do you wish to challenge the superior 3 sects? Of course. When Tao shouted, filled with vigor, the judge nodded. Such valor, they clearly have damaged souls yet still come to fight. They're true Sword God Sect disciples. The judge turned to Zhuo Fan to shout. Demon scheming sect disciples, do you challenge the superior three sects? The judge's voice echoed in the ears of every person here. All eyes were now on Zhuo Fan, eager for his response. Zhuo Fan muttered something, then eyed Yilin before he shouted. That's a matter of course because I am the strongest one here. A clamor erupted. Zhuo Fan's promise was more than just confidence. Everyone shook at his words. We know you're really tough, but you still have a way to go to become the strongest. Don't forget there's still Western Land's best talent, Wu Qingqiu. Even if we dismiss him, there's still the up-and-coming Yilin. While the two had yet to truly fight, from what they had shown so far, everyone believed Yilin was no less than Zhuo Fan. Why would you even dare to make such a bold statement? Exalted double dragons shared a look, puzzled as well. Everyone knew Zhuo Fan was very calm and not a braggart, unaware of where he stood. Yilin's next words made everyone understand what was going on. Zhuo Fan, I am the strongest disciple in Western Lands. You're just the runner-up, and my senior brother is third. Yilin spoke with power and confidence. The crowd grew even more excited now. Seeing the two staring daggers at each other, they were taken by an odd feeling. It was as if they were two tigers fighting over a single mountain. These two's fight has got to be awesome. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. Junior brother, don't drag me into your fight. Besides, I've been the best talent in Western Lands before you, so how could you just put me in third place? You shouldn't have said it even if it's true. Wu Qingqiu, is your junior brother a secret senior brother for 2 decades? Ha ha ha. Yan Mo felt like teasing him. Then he felt sad. It used to be only Wu Qingqiu who was his opponent, his target. By defeating him, he'd be the best in Western Lands. But as fate had it, there were 2 freaks around as well, throwing Wu Qingqiu behind in the 3rd spot. What would that make of him? It was like his aim all along was to get further and further away from him. Yan Mo sighed, feeling just as depressed as Wu Qingqiu. Only Zhao Deju's eyelid twitched, filled with burning hatred as the twos faced off. The Superior 3 Sects Challenge stage was conducted in order. You've yet to pass Universal Righteous Sect, yet you only care about that punk from Ultimate Clarity Sect. Are you taking us for chopped liver? You're too damn insufferable. Just you wait. Zhuo Fan, Zhao Deju glared with hatred as he huffed, his eyes taking a colder glimmer. Rivals must fight to establish a winner. Exalted Hai Ran looked at Exalted Bai Mei and chuckled. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan does know what's going on. He's not at all careless before he faces his real opponent. Before one wins or not, all must hold confidence in their hearts, or the battle would be lost before it started. Zhuo Fan's declaration of the strongest has just cut off all retreat. Soon, they will both show all they are made of. This will be a battle worth seeing. Exalted Bai Mei looked gleeful, even more eager than the crowd below. Hutilda the judge stood between Zhuo Fan and Yilin, cutting the sparks between them. Glaring at Zhuo Fan and then at Yilin, the judge huffed. What are you two staring at? It's far too soon for you to fight. You'll get your turn soon enough. Why the rush? SSS Tilda Zhao Deju rolled his eyes, choking on his anger. Hey, judge, you're supposed to be impartial. Couldn't you be the littlest bit fair? What were you trying to say? Why have you left us out? By them getting their turn, does that mean the Universal Righteous Sect is bound to lose if even you think we're losers? What's the point of fighting then? Universal Righteous Sect disciples' faces fell one after the other, silent and sullen. The same thing was happening at Hellion Flame's side. Universal Righteous Sect was not the only one before the top. There was also Hellion Flame. They weren't that hateful since their leader, Yan Mo, was no saint, and neither was he stubborn. He truly admired Zhuo's power, so he was just a little bit sad, that was all. Thanks to the judge's intervention, the two returned to their positions. Next up was the fight between Universal Righteous Sect and Sword God Sect. As expected, Sword God Sect's team had wounded souls, and against Universal Righteous Sect's shameless act of saving their strength had routed them, cutting their challenge short. Now was Demon Scheming Sect's turn to fight Universal Righteous Sect in a team battle. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, watching the last challenger begin his fight. The two gatekeepers made their signs and opened the door to the fighting grounds. Zhuo Fan touched the thunder ring as he took his team inside. Universal Righteous Sect was not one to tarry either. The two teams were back in that secluded valley. Zhuo Fan waved, letting the rest of his team stand back a bit while he went ahead alone. He then showed an evil smirk. "You guys stay out of this. I want to use these guys as dummies for my move." "Zhuo Fan, your arrogance knows no bounds." "You dare take all 10 of us alone?" Zhao Deju squinted and roared. Zhuo Fan mocked. "In every battle, you never once went all out. I alone am more than enough. In fact, you should be freaking honored scheming cowards like you even get me." "Why you?" Zhao Deju's mouth twitched as he glared at Zhuo Fan. His aura shook, but it soon regained calm as he sported an odd smile. "Humph, Universal Righteous Sect has always fought for righteous justice. Even if everyone misunderstands our honorable pursuit, it matters not. As long as we can stop you demons from getting in the superior 3 sects, we will stop the demonic path from growing. We will not blink in the face of death. We will not falter. You said we didn't fight all out in our battles. Fine, now we will use everything to deal with you, demon. It doesn't matter if the others join. We don't care about some nobody demons. We only want to deal with the main evil." Zhao Deju made a sign and charged. 10-man seal, soul chain array. The other 9 disciples also moved, landing in a circle around Zhuo Fan as they made their signs. At that moment, the wind changed, blowing hard as the sounds of rattling chains echoed about. Vague chains shot out from every disciple, connecting them and forming a tight circle. An invisible barrier formed and trapped Zhuo Fan and the 10 people from the rest of the world. Chapter 690, Dragon Soul's Change. The Soul Chain Array. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook, looking at the scene in front of him with a dumbstruck face. For once, Zhao Deju isn't blowing his horn. The Soul Chain Array requires 10 souls to link together. Once it's broken, death awaits. This has always been used as a last resort. Now, just to block Zhuo Fan, they are risking their lives. It truly fits their righteous beliefs. Have we been wrong about them all along? Yan Mo cocked an eyebrow, mocking, "We'll know it as we watch them fight. Maybe they'll quit halfway like they always did." Wu Qingqiu pondered and then nodded, his face showing a trace of doubt. The Soul Chain Array is quite amazing. As long as they persevere, not even Zhuo Fan's Heaven Dragon soul could breach it. I don't think they plan on pulling back, do you, junior brother? Wu Qingqiu asked Yilin, who was silent. Only his eyes stared unblinkingly at the chains rattling about. An average Heaven Dragon soul will find it hard to get out of a 10 expert entrapment. Although, Zhuo Fan, you are a sacred beast inheritor, your Heaven Dragon soul shouldn't be limited to its basic power. Yilin squinted, eager to watch how this play unfolded. Rattle tilde the sharp and crisp sounds of the chains could be heard as the 10 people were tied by them, swaying in a precise rhythm. Zhuo Fan gave the circle a once-over and snickered. He shot straight for Zhao Deju, arriving in a blink. His almighty fist smashed head-on. Whoosh tilde at this moment, a faint chain came out of nowhere for Zhuo Fan and locked his mighty Qilin arm. Stalled, Zhuo Fan felt sapped of power and his fist was locked in place. Frowning, Zhuo Fan was puzzled about how that happened. He gave his right a firm shake, hoping to remove the pesky chain. But 10s of other chains came at him from everywhere. With his right holding him in place, Zhuo Fan ended up with all his limbs sealed up in chains. The chains rattled, and he was hung in midair. No matter what he tried to do, he couldn't shake them off. His power was also being locked at the same time, and he was unable to make use of it. "Steward Zhuo?" Kai Changlong and the others cried out in worry and attacked the 10 people. However, they didn't get very far as 10s of chains shot from the 10 people, whipping them away. PFF, Demon Scheming Sect's team spat blood, overwhelmed by the force they were struck with. Is this the power of a superior 3 sect? They couldn't defeat one of them even if they attacked together. Zhao Deju sneered at them. Demon Scheming Sect is but a tiny lower 3 sect. You've got lucky to reach the middle 3 sects, and now you dare lust for the superior 3 sects? Humph, that's delusional. Now that we 10 are united, No matter how you try to attack us, you will be facing all our power combined. That's why I said you all are insignificant little demons. We never cared about you. If not for this freak needing us to use this array, we wouldn't have bothered with you, ha ha ha. Universal righteous sect's other disciples laughed together, filled with scorn. Kai Changlong gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. They knew as well that the higher they challenged, the weaker they became until it came to this team battle, where Zhuo Fan was the only one able to fight. While the mystical heaven sect had screwed them over in the singles, they were more than sure in their hearts. Even if mystical heaven sect hadn't done anything to stop them, it was almost impossible for them to challenge the others in singles with their strength. This left them heartbroken. They represented their sect in the Double Dragon gathering, but each fight ended with them being useless and unable to do a single damn thing. Their morale had reached a whole new low. They were seen as nothing but clowns in every battle they played. And for what? Zhuo Fan saw through them as he said in a blaming tone, "Why did you attack? I thought I told you to stand back and leave it alone." Kai Changlong shook and they all nodded. They saw Zhuo Fan's stern look like a teacher rebuking them. You never got so far. This had long since stopped being your stage. But since you're here, just sit back and stay there, witness the power of the strongest disciple in Western lands. Everything can change given time. You are only spectators now. It is up to you if you want to take this spot in the future. There's nothing to be sad about. They all jerked and saw his meaning. They were from a lower 3 sect, so they couldn't match a superior 3 sect's disciple. That was a fact. But they weren't weak because they were lacking compared to the others. It was because the others had way more resources. Now that Zhuo Fan had brought them here, they would soon enjoy the same amount of resources. They would then test themselves to see if they were dragons or bugs. Everything did change with time. They would one day surpass these people and become among the best in Western lands. Being sad and crestfallen now was just not worth it. Their eyes regained their conviction, thankful to Zhuo Fan's reminder. The fiends felt at ease as well. What a leader this Zhuo Fan turned out to be. At one time he is sloppy, not giving a dime about anything. In another, he is responsible, becoming the mentor of demon scheming sect's disciples. For a cultivator, what mattered most was not to be arrogant and overconfident. In this aspect, Zhuo Fan was undoubtedly the best leader for these geniuses, beating them when they were cocky and showing them what it means that there will always be someone better than you. Then encourage them when they are down, filling them with confidence and self-respect. I must say Zhuo Fan is doing a good job guiding them as we venerables do. At least he doesn't skimp when the need arises. Fiend Yang chuckled, looking at the other two. They nodded, looking at Zhuo Fan with admiration. It wasn't just them. Even the exalted double dragons and the elders of every sect were impressed just as much. His ridiculous strength aside, based on his leading expertise, Zhuo Fan was capable of commanding. Zhao Deju sneered at his words. Bringing a bunch of scum to this scene will only get them killed. Not just them, but you will die as well. Our soul chain array has locked your spirit. You can no longer control your body. No matter how strong you are, you can't show it, ha ha ha. Is it now? Then we'll have to see how my soul fares. Zhuo Fan grinned. A heaven-shaking draconic roar rumbled. Zhuo Fan's heaven dragon soul again took to the skies, wrapped in a shimmering prismatic glow as it dyed the world in 7 colors, while the locked Zhuo Fan kept shaking, ready to break out at any moment. Zhao Deju was not in the least bit worried but excited instead. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you've been duped. I've waited for this moment from the start. Our soul chain array locking your spirit is just a secondary effect. Its main purpose is to lock your soul. Now your soul will be crushed. Zhao Deju's team's hands changed and made different signs. Rattling chains shot into the air in hundreds as they went for Heaven Dragon's soul from all directions. In a blink, the huge dragon was completely sealed up. The prismatic dragon struggled all the time, but it was still impossible to break away. Heaven Dragon's soul roared, its big eyes raging. As if the dragon's soul found it unexpected these chains would not break even under all its power. Oh no, the soul chain array is universal righteous sect that has 10 people's souls linked together. They are using soul against soul. No matter how strong Heaven Dragon's soul is, it is just one. It may be far more powerful, but it won't last long against 10 souls united. Wu Kinkyu sighed. If this Heaven Dragon soul can't get out of this array fast, it will be worn down. Yilin nodded. That is regarding the main Heaven Dragon soul. But this would all change if he found a way to combine it with his strength. I wonder if he had managed to make Heaven Dragon's soul change, and what would it become if he did? This is what bothers me most. Say what? The Heaven Dragon's soul can change. Wu Kinkyu glanced at Yilin before turning back to see Zhuo Fan. Chapter 691. Almighty Scarlet Dragon King. Roar. The draconic roar rang in everyone's ears. The huge body encased in hundreds of chains thrashed around in fury, despite how useless it all was. It made everyone who watched it worry. Sister King Cheng, what now, what now? His body is stuck, and now his soul too. He looks doomed. Will he really die at the hands of that universal righteous sect? Danner was frantic, her adorable face red with worry. The other girls weren't that vocal, but they worried still. Xuan Xiaoyu sneered. Humph, all the people he met so far were nothing until now. He is facing the experts of a Superior 3 sect. Not even attacked from behind did they blink. Moreover, a demon like him should have died long ago. Danner, don't worry. He is aiming for ultimate clarity, Sexy Lin. Before that, he will not lose. Ignoring Xuan Xiaoyu's obnoxious rant, Chu Qingcheng still spoke with certainty. She then turned to watch Zhuo Fan, neither frantic nor excited, completely confident. The girls eased at her words, leaving Xuan Xiaoyu the only one feeling vexed and fuming. Why are you only looking at him and never at me? Roar Tilda. With another series of roars, the huge dragon finally grew tired. As the chains pulled, the prismatic glow slowly faded and twisted his body tighter. Zhao Deju lit up as he shouted, "Ha ha ha, that dragon's soul is done for. Brothers, it's time we strike. Tear that dragon to pieces and kill him." Oh! With a shout of excitement, the others changed signs, and the chains started moving, pulling every which way and grinding hard on the dragon. It was not long before a pristine dragon scale fell. As it fell, it faded, the energy it carried vanishing without a trace. The huge dragon roared in pain at the sky. Zhuo Fan felt it too, his brow shaking hard, the only movement he was capable of. Zhao Deju was even more assured of success. He laughed. The punk has no ace up his sleeve. Break him, boys, break this dragon apart, and the whole western lands will echo our names. They were about to kill a Heaven Dragon soul, after all. Therefore, they all started making quick signs, and the chains started grinding harder. More and more scales were ripped off, and Zhuo Fan just had a constant frown on his face. Ha ha ha, senior brother, he clearly can't take it. It looks like setting up the soul chain array was without dangers. The Heaven Dragon's soul isn't much to look at. One disciple pointed at Zhuo Fan and mocked him. Zhao Deju nodded, tooting his horn now and again. I have told you already. I, Zhao Deju, shall grasp victory, ha ha ha. Right, right, senior brother's name is indeed marvelous, grasping victory, ha ha ha. Another disciple was being a toady. Star Reader. It's a play on his name, saying that he can grasp anything and that he's in control. Until now, the universal righteous sect was testing Zhuo Fan to see his response. Since this array worked against him, they were going all out, sending thousands of chains this time to tear the dragon apart. They were afraid the array would fall short, so they were going easy when attacking. But now, since they knew Zhuo Fan was hopeless against it, they had no qualms about finishing the huge dragon faster. Besides, the faster they ended him, the quicker they'd be able to bask in the glory and cheers of their fans. Universal righteous sect isn't a scheming coward, but enduring in silence. See, we're not only stopping a demonic sect from being a Superior 3 sect, but are killing a Heaven Dragon soul. This is an incredible feat. Universal righteous sect's team pulled out all the stops, speeding up the huge dragon's destruction rate. Yanmo frowned. I never thought a true expert like Zhuo Fan would end up trapped and dead by Zhao Deju's team. Heaven Dragon Soul can also be tied up and unable to fight. Does that mean demon scheming sect's advance stops here? Don't be so sure. Yilin's face was hard. His eyes stared ahead. The formation of the soul is just the basic appearance, while it is shaped further by every person's style. The sword soul is the same, and so is the Heaven Dragon Soul, each molded by their truth. Until now, Zhuo Fan's Heaven Dragon Soul has only shown its initial form, having no differentiating characteristic. Can it be that he has yet to comprehend anything? That's so disappointing, eh? Yilin's words got cut off as he noticed Zhuo Fan's look. He then cried out in surprise, "I just knew his dragon soul wasn't just this." Yan Mo had no time to react. He turned to Zhuo Fan and shouted, What is that?" "The Heaven Dragon Soul is changing," Yilin snickered in glee. "I can't wait to see just how different his Heaven Dragon Soul is from mine, ha ha ha." Zhao Deju's team was still wallowing in premature success. But then the sudden shift around them caused them to feel like the chains were slipping, like they couldn't get any more scales from the dragon. Startled, they looked up at once to see the huge dragon unmoving, yet it had a different appearance. There was now a scarlet glow coming from it, oozing nefarious and creepy energy. It was this scarlet glow that rendered their chains useless. What the hell? Everyone looked at each other bug-eyed as to what was going on. Snickering, Zhuo Fan stared right at Zhao Deju. "A bunch of children, that's all you are. You finally went all out." "Ha ha ha, then I should reply in kind as well. I'll show you what it means to run but can't hide." Zhuo Fan's eyes focused and shouted, "Dragon Soul Variation, Kill-in Form, Almighty Scarlet Dragon King." Boom! The huge dragon covered in hundreds of chains suddenly unleashed a tremendous power wave in all directions. The chains binding it rattled harder and harder while the array itself was tipping towards collapse. Zhao Deju's team gasped in shock, their eyes reflecting their disbelief. The dragon's soul should have been wrung dry by them. How was it that it could still fight? The next scene had them all understanding and slack-jawed. The dragon's soul shone scarlet all over, its fangs growing and growing, taking a savage form as the scales regrew, only this time they formed a tough armor, unlike the sleek and soft feel the previous scales gave. It roared at the sky, shaking the very heavens themselves. It was more than 10 times as powerful and ferocious as before. Rather than say it was a heaven dragon soul, it was more apt to call it a different kind of dragon soul, one that was worlds above. "This is his changed dragon soul, Almighty Scarlet Dragon King," Yilin sighed. "Not bad. By combining the sacred beast Killin's power with a heaven dragon soul, you get a much stronger dragon soul variant. While not as good as my golden heaven dragon king, it's not a bad version either. At the very least, it contains all the power of a sacred beast." "Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you really are my fated adversary?" Yilin was getting even more excited, eager for his battle with Zhuo Fan. However, while some were overjoyed, others were lamenting. Zhao Deju and Co. were completely lost for words, looking at each other with tears in their eyes. How the hell did the soul get from its deathbed to being stronger than ever? Does that mean all our efforts were for nothing? What took the cake was that it was looking even more dangerous. Now that they had invested their lives in this array, they couldn't pull back either. Zhao Deju pondered for a moment, then pointed at Zhuo Fan in shock. "I got it. You didn't fight back once because you were waiting for us to use all our soul power, isn't it?" "Ha ha ha, I must say you are living up to your name, leader of Universal Righteous Sect. So you do have a slightly bigger brain." Zhuo Fan grinned. "Every time you fought, you would call it quits soon after. That's not what I wanted to see. Now that you've invested your souls into this fight, we are now in a battle to the death. You either kill me or I kill you. Ha ha ha." Zhao Deju's team's hearts sank, feeling duped. But then Zhao Deju lit up. "Don't panic, we still have his dragon soul sealed. We have the upper hand." Boom tilde, the scarlet dragon twisted, and the thousands of chains crumbled. Zhao Deju's team couldn't even react. All they did was spew blood again and again, looking ready to breathe their last. "You were saying?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, putting on his trademark evil smile to complement his mocking gaze. Chapter 692. ungrasped victory. The dragon tail, seeping scarlet light, frivolously flicked about, yet the pressure it exerted felt like hell on the poor disciples of the universal righteous sect. It was because this light tail swipe had their entire barrier shaking all over. I never thought his heaven dragon soul would exhibit such a change. Just what kind of enlightenment did he have to give birth to such a powerful heaven dragon soul? It's by far dozens of times stronger. By May, I don't think even we could pull it off. Exalted High Ran's eyes glittered in shock. Exalted By May echoed his amazement. So young, yet his realizations brought the heaven dragon soul to such a level. His future is bound to be glorious. Now I want to see who will be the winner between him and Yi Lin. Who will be worthy of being the best in Western lands? Raising an eyebrow, Exalted High Ran gave a nod of approval, his eyes shining with excitement. They were unaware that Zhuo Fan and Yi Lin were sacred beast inheritors. Their understanding of the soul was fundamentally different. Their praises were nowhere near enough. Zhuo Fan had fused the power of the strongest sacred beast, Qilin, with the heaven dragon soul, resulting in the almighty Scarlet Dragon King. While it was leagues above the previous dragon soul in terms of strength, a dragon soul came from the dragon race. And the one who knew dragons the most was the decimating dragon ancestor. In his capacity as an inheritor, Yi Lin's golden heaven dragon king had been molded to the best form for the heaven dragon soul to reach its full potential. In terms of power, it was naturally stronger than Zhuo Fan's half-breed. It was a truth Zhuo Fan was most aware of and had taken into consideration. He thought, for now, showing this much was enough. Sporting an evil grin, Zhu Fan flexed his mind, and the scarlet dragon flicked its tail. Like a steel sword, it went right through those illusory chains. With all the chains on Zhuo Fan snapped off, he could move again while Zhao Deju's team was puking blood, looking at the dragon in fear. The Scarlet Dragon King's power was beyond their imagination. The 10 of them united could do nothing to hold this dragon back, even for a second. They were entirely on the receiving end now. Unable to do anything to fight it, it would soon crush their barrier. With this monster's power, it was unknown how long the barrier would last. Once it collapsed, it spelled the destruction of their souls. This thought drove all of them to the verge of crying. They wouldn't have gone all out if they knew this would happen. Now they were going to die for their folly. Zhao Deju's brow shook, his face looking worse for wear, having lost his arrogance. He was even pleading. Zhuo Fan, can't we talk about this? We admit defeat. Let's just stop it here. Demon scheming sect can go on challenging while we will be stepping down. The other 9 disciples bobbed their heads. Never before had they been more in favor of their senior brother's decision. The onlookers all huffed at the display. Wu Qingqiu even looked at them with disdain. Some people just never change. They want to shirk back again. Only this time they had set up such a large array. The battle continued as long as they did not take down the array. Talking at this point was no use. What if you lied about your defeat, planned, and duped your opponent at the end? On the other hand, if they were to take down the array, Zhuo Fan could use this chance to break the barrier when they were at their weakest. With the barrier tied to their souls, its destruction meant their deaths. So they had to talk it out with Zhuo Fan first so that both sides stopped fighting. Or Zhuo Fan would kill them the moment he saw a chance. Because of this rotten soul chain array, their momentum and advantage proved to be their fatal weakness. The one in complete control of the situation was none other than Zhuo Fan, the one they had just tried to trap. Talk about cruel irony. That's what you get for being cocky all the time. You got what you deserved? Zhuo Fan eyed them coldly as he said, Now you want to back off. It's a little late for that. Weren't you so bossy before? You ruined so many of my heaven dragon soul's scales, and now you just want to flee? As if. Bam. With a loud sound, the scarlet dragon's tail flicked again, smashing the barrier and shaking the 10 disciples. They spat blood again and could feel their insides boiling in pain. The barrier was shaking all over, ready to topple at any moment. He. Weren't you always yelling that good and evil can't coexist, purging demons and whatnot? Yours truly shall help you fulfill your lifelong mission and gain glory. Either you kill me, or I kill you. From this small valley, only one side can walk out alive." Zhuo Fan shouted, his face twisted in savagery. Demon scheming sect's team snickered and taunted them. While the universal righteous sect disciples were feeling worse than ever, Zhuo Fan clearly wanted them to fight to the last breath. If they both ended up losing, they would have a bargaining chip. But Zhuo Fan was just too strong, with a high chance of breaking away, destroying the barrier in the process. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhao Deju with a hopeful gaze, waiting for his orders. Zhao Deju frowned, looking around in thought before he shouted with bravery. "Demon scum, don't get carried away. Do you think we have no way of defeating you? We thought of letting you live with respect for the heavens that care for life. But you forget you are alone while we are 10 united. You can never match us in a fight to the death. Junior brothers, fight. Let us show him that universal righteous sect's justice is not something you can profane." Zhao Deju looked at the 9 disciples as he roared. "Remember this with me, Zhao Deju here, victory is grasped. No demon shall ever succeed." Roar. That speech enlivened all disciples. Once again, conviction burned in their chests. Their hands went through signs and their power grew. Even the audience was touched by their valor, feeling awe. Wu Qingqiu took a deep breath and said, "Aside from Zhao Deju's bigotry, his valor is truly rare. I never thought that he would be able to show his heroic side in the end. I see no hero here, only a clown giving his last performance." Yan Mo mocked like he saw through it all. Wu Qingqiu started, giving him an odd look. Yan Mo smiled. "Brother Wu, you're a righteous cultivator, and the ultimate clarity sect hardly ever resorts to treachery. You won't understand the meaning of a dignified hypocrite. In layman's terms, all bark and no bite. Would you ever start blathering all kinds of reasons when you try to encourage your fellow brothers to fight? What universal righteous? What grasping victory? Ha ha, it's nothing but a load of bullshit. Who here doesn't know that the one to truly grasp victory is the one with the bigger fist? If he'd been able to do that from the start, the matter would have been over and done with ages ago. Why waste time with such nonsense?" Then, Wu Qingqiu began. Yan Mo snickered. "He's using them to pave his exit. Wait and see. This is the symbol of righteousness, standing against the vile demons." On mystical heaven sect's side, Xu and Sheiyu saw the universal righteous sect's disciples united against Zhuo Fan and could not help but cheer. The girls rolled their eyes. Chu Qingcheng even gave him a mocking smile. Just some petty trick. Universal righteous sect's loss is certain. Zhao Deju is such a revolting coward. "Why do you say that, Qingcheng? Isn't he valiant?" Shui Ruohua looked at her. Qingcheng shook her head. "You hardly see it used among cultivators, but among common people, betraying each other is commonplace. He speaks of justice just to arouse other people to fight, while he is the only one who doesn't follow his own preaching. What does this say about him, I wonder?" The girls scowled in understanding. Bam! Another loud explosion and hundreds of chains shot for the Scarlet Dragon. Universal righteous sect's disciples were now fully invested in this fight, filled with battle spirit. However, a tail swipe blew them all away. What followed was blood from everyone's mouths. Don't falter, people. With me, Zhao Deju, here victory is in our grasp. Zhao Deju once again shouted, stirring them up into gritting their teeth and fighting again. No one here doubted how their valiant senior brother could be filled with such valor, even after he was struck back by the Scarlet Dragon. People did not care that much, though. They were willing to lay down their lives to uphold their righteous justice as they shot hundreds of chains once more. The Scarlet Dragon did not move this time, letting the chains coil around it. Seeing a glimmer of hope, they raised their heads. Maybe just a little more push and they could win this. However, they then noticed Zhuo Fan's mocking eyes. 2 snapping sounds echoed. They all stood dumbstruck, turning around to see Zhao Deju breaking his connections with his fellow disciples and running away as he apologized. "Forgive me, brothers. Your senior brother has ungrasped victory this time." Chapter 693, Forsaken. As senior brother, how can you? All the universal righteous sect disciples stood in disbelief, unable to come to terms with the fact their glorious head senior brother was forsaking them. Some were even crying. Their head senior brother, who always shouted that he would grasp victory, had cast them aside. Zhuo Fan felt the barrier weakening by a significant degree as he mocked. "You still don't get it. Your senior brother had been spurring you on just to keep the barrier up while he got away with his life. If the barrier collapsed, then all would die. This, however, it's much better. 9 die so one can flee. Your deaths now have some worth, ha ha ha." Everyone looked in the direction. Zhao Deju went with questioning gazes. Unable to face them, Zhao Deju lowered his head as he spoke. Double Dragon Gathering needs to have a survivor to return and guide the next generation of disciples to fight in the Double Dragon Gathering. This is for the greater good, you? Excuses, Zhao Deju. You're just a spineless hypocrite that has clearly forsaken us. One disciple cut him off as he cursed. He didn't get to finish, as Zhuo Fan had the almighty Scarlet Dragon King shake and remove all those chains on it. At the same time, its huge bulk slammed into the barrier, breaking it down. Its vast body soared through the skies and unleashed its rage. The Universal Righteous Sect's 9 disciples spat one last mouthful of blood and lost all signs of life. They crumbled to the ground, their souls gone. All that remained was the anger and remorse in their eyes. Whether by coincidence or not, Zhuo Fan's attack allowed this heavy regret to be forever engraved in their eyes. When the huge dragon rushed out, the 9 disciples were flung by its force, and it so happened they fell all around Zhao Deju. Their eyes stared at him. A mere glance left him struck with fear as he stumbled back. He hurriedly looked away, unable to bear the shame. The spectators all looked at him with scorn. As a cultivator, it is shameful enough not to face adversities as you meet them, but you just treated the brothers you spend so much time with as scapegoats to save your pathetic life. This is a question of character. You even go as far as spewing excuses as you flee, shirking all responsibility. If you use them as scapegoats, the least you can do is be honest about it. That way, it'll make you look cunning at the very least, become a demonic cultivator. But by mincing words, you only earned everyone's scorn. You're not qualified to even be a man. Wu Qingqiu sighed in disappointment, finally understanding what Yan Mo was saying. Zhao Deju was even worse than he had thought. Shui Ruohua and the girl's eyes lit up. Then they sent a look of admiration to Chu Qingcheng. She, who had come from a common clan among the common people, could easily spot a hypocrite. While they trained for years in their sect, they lacked life experiences. They only knew of good versus evil while oblivious to the complexity of a person's character. It was hard to believe Zhao Deju, the great leader of the Universal Righteous Sect's team, would stoop so low. It's best to avoid him. He's not worth our time. Shui Ruohua turned to Xuan Sheiyu, wanting to say something. "Senior sister, why are you looking at me?" Xuan Sheiyu was sulking since Zhuo Fan won another fight. Then he noticed Shui Ruohua's strange gaze and was startled. Shui Ruohua shook her head after a pause. "Nothing, little brother. A gentleman must always improve himself, stand upright, and have dignity. Take this as a warning." "Oh." Xuan Sheiyu waved her off. His eyes took a more hateful tint for some odd reason. Easing a breath, Shui Ruohua turned around with worry. She felt the little brother she saw growing up was straying further and further from the righteous path. Whoosh tilde with the huge dragon looming around, Zhao Deju's figure flashed before Zhao Deju. Zhao Deju waved his hands about, frantic. "Wait. I give. You can't attack me. I have no way to make the array again. Since I surrender, you have no reason to attack me. Elder, hurry and take me out. Universal Righteous Sect admits defeat." Zhao Deju blabbed in a hurry, having already forgotten he just forsook his fellow brothers and imploring the judge to save him. The judge's eyes shone with disdain, and he shook his head. He glanced over at the gatekeepers. The two caught it and began to open the door. A white light fell on the small valley, carrying the judge's voice. In Demon Scheming Sect versus Universal Righteous Sect, Demon Scheming Sect is the winner. Neither side may continue fighting. The arena was drowned in a sea of cheers. Even the fiends were wild with joy. While their aim was the superior three sects, the fact they actually achieved it was beyond glorious. The disciples of the Sword God sect smiled as well. The demon scheming sect had come all the way from a lower three sect and became one of the best in the lands. It was a monumental occasion. Although Zhuo Fan had prevented the Sword God sect from reaching the superior three sects, to witness the constant for thousands of years finally change, they were gratified. This was proof the Western lands sects could grow. This double dragon gathering, the demon scheming sect, was the underdog, and the next time it would be Sword God sect's turn. They had a firm belief in their hearts. Their convictions were sharp like a sword. The Sword God sect's disciples looked at each other and burst out laughing, as if this grand achievement was theirs. Even though the judge gave his verdict, Zhuo Fan never stopped walking closer and closer towards Zhao Deju with a creepy smile. The grand dragon around him bared its fangs and roared. Hey, 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 it's over, Zhuo Fan. What are you doing? Zhao Deju was sweating buckets as Zhuo Fan approached. He was horrified by what Zhuo Fan might do, that he would ignore Double Dragon Manor's rules and kill him. The crazed demonic cultivators did not follow logic or rules. Who knew what was really on their minds, what next outrageous thing they'd do? Zhao Deju smiled and shook his head. He made a sign, and the scarlet dragon returned to his body. Ha ha ha, Zhao Deju, no need to fret. I'm a law-abiding man. Since the judge said it, I won't touch you. Moreover, I wouldn't have done anything to you even if he didn't say anything. What? Zhao Deju was stumped. Why would this crazed killer just let me go without rhyme or reason? Was he touched by my justice too? Ha ha, as if this vile spawn is unlike those little demons. How could he get scared by my valor? It's a ploy. It has to be. Zhu Fan grinned, having seen through him, and patted his shoulder. You're right. I didn't kill you for a selfish reason of mine. Think about it. It's not the strong adversary one should fear, but a moronic teammate. If all demonic cultivators were like Wen Tao and Wu Qingqiu, such outstanding people, then the future of demonic cultivators would be bleak. But if there were more demagogues like you, Zhao Deju, who resort to betrayal during a crucial time, screwing over your team, then the demonic cultivators would rule the world in a few years. One might go as far as to say you're my lucky star. I can't wait to spoil you, so why kill you? Just do you when you get back. Betray as many righteous cultivators as you can. We, demonic cultivators, shall forever shower you with the same respect as our ancestors. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan patted his shoulder, and the other demon scheming sect disciples laughed. Even the audience joined them. Zhuo Fan might have said some cruel words, but they were all true. If there were just a few more hypocrites of Zhao Deju's caliber in the righteous faction, its future would look quite shaky. Zhuo Fan, I admit that you have given me a heavy blow, but what you've done now, it's a stroke of genius. Letting this punk mess up the universal righteous sect back home will end up messing up all righteous sects. I could practically see the future of demonic cultivators, shining like the bright stars above, ha ha ha. Yan Mo laughed at the sky. Wu Qingqiu, next to him, shook his head. Not just Zhao Deju, but even the entire universal righteous sect would become Western lands' laughingstock, and they did it with their own 2 hands. Wu Qingqiu smiled, seeing everyone around him having the time of their lives. The only one who wasn't that pleased by the teasing was Zhao Deju. His face twitched, and he glared at Zhuo Fan as he ridiculed him. He passed through the curtain of light and returned to the arena. Next was Demon Scheming Sect vs. Hellion Flame. But because Hellion Flame had suffered great damage in their fight with Ultimate Clarity Sect, the fight didn't last long against Zhuo Fan, even with Yan Mo giving his all. At long last, Demon Scheming Sect was facing the strongest of the 9 sects, the Ultimate Clarity Sect. Zhuo Fan was now standing across from his strongest opponent, a fellow sacred beast inheritor, Yi Lin, the decimating dragon ancestor's disciple. Chapter 694, Fighting Yi Lin. Roar. The crowd was beyond excited now that the time had finally come to see these 2 teams face off and fight for the crown. On one side was the strongest sect in Western lands, under Double Dragon Manor, and above many, the Ultimate Clarity Sect. For thousands of years, their position had been firm, with no one able to challenge them. On the other side was the greatest underdog the history of Double Dragon Gathering had ever seen, hailing from the lower three sects and killing their way up. Even though everyone knew it was due to one man alone, that wasn't enough to wipe out the excitement the crowd had felt throughout its journey in this competition. As this underdog pulled down one sect after another, the people's hearts were in their throats, thinking the next one would be the one to cast them down. Some even hoped that a sect could halt this rampaging dark horse in its tracks, while at the same time wishing to see it reaching higher and higher, doing something that had never been done in ages. This contradiction further increased their expectations for what Demon's scheming sect was about to offer in this fight, one between the current and prospective kings. Would Ultimate Clarity sect rule unfazed for ages more, or would the new reign of the Demon scheming sect over the 9 sects be established? It wasn't just the audience. Even the 9 sects teams were tense. Their nerves stretched taut, as were their muscles. How many years has it been since we last saw such an exciting match? Exalted Bai Mei let out a refreshed smile. Exalted Hai Ran nodded. The sects haven't shifted their seats in thousands of years, letting the Western lands enjoy peace. But sooner or later, someone will come and change all that. This is for the best. The shift in order will drive the sects into teaching their disciples harder, ha ha ha. Exalted Bai Mei nodded, the eyes of both of them settling on Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan. They knew the outcome of this fight rested entirely on their shoulders. As for the rest, except Wu Qingqiu, all were useless no matter how hard it was to accept. As long as anyone in the audience wasn't completely blind, they would also look at the two in excitement. This fight wasn't just to settle who was the top Superior 3 sect, but also who was the best disciple in the Western lands, the future best cultivator in the Western lands. The two teams are here. Now I know what your intentions are, I still need to ask you. Demon Scheming Sect, do you want to challenge the head of the 9 sects, Ultimate Clarity Sect? The judge was fired up as well. He hardly used the head of the 9 sects title in his announcements. This clearly showed he wanted to spur them on. Not even he could stay calm in front of this excitement. The audience started chanting, "Fight, fight, fight!" "As you all wish, we shall fight." Zhuo Fan raised his fist, shouting. The cheers reached the heavens once more. The judge nodded and smiled, "Open the dimension." The 2 gatekeepers once again opened the door to the secret valley. Wu Qingqiu smiled at Zhuo Fan's team, taking the lead to go through first. Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched, touching his ring. He then led his team through. He didn't forget that Danking Shen was still hiding in his ring. He had to think of a way to let this old coot slip out with none the wiser. As for the right timing, he would have to wait it out. Zhuo Fan's mission weighed heavily on his shoulders. He not only was going into a fight to the death with Yi Lin, but now he had Danking Shen to worry about. Any of these 2 tasks could be done alone if he put his all into it. But since he had to do them at the same time, that required some careful planning. At the very least, it would require some skill if he wanted to get the ring back after throwing it without raising any eyebrows. He did have a plan in mind, but it was all up to Yi Lin and his role in this act. Easing a breath, Zhuo Fan focused as he stepped through the white curtain. He was back in the small valley. This was his 6th time here, and he was quite familiar with it. He knew where the monitoring arrays were placed, and where their blind spots were. His teammates followed next, and the 2 sects faced each other. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhuo is so strong that I have been eagerly waiting for us to fight. A shame that this is not my chance. My younger brother insists on letting him have you. I'm not one to take this joy from him and would have to settle for the next time. Smiling, Wu Qingqiu backed away, cupping his hands at Zhuo Fan and his team. He went before Yi Lin and said, "This might be a team battle, but we also understand the situation of their sect. They have only one person able to bear this fight, so we will also have just one person settle it. As we watch from the sidelines, I will let junior brother represent us on the field." Yi Lin walked forward, bearing a wide smile. Kai Changlong and the others felt down. Wu Qingqiu was right, without a doubt, but he was being modest about it. Though the way it was registered, it felt more like contempt, as if they only managed to get so far on the back of one person. They were utterly useless. We know that's true, but could you at least not say it? It hurts our feelings. Zhuo Fan noticed their annoyance and slowly moved forward as he stared at Ultimate Clarity Sect's team. Brother Wu is right. Our two sects fight has to be one-on-one. But once the battle starts, even if your disciples want to help, they are not to interfere. What do you say? Right, that's how it should be, ha ha ha. Kai Changlong, Kui Lang, and the others laughed. Zhuo Fan said in reply to his statement, "You dare call us useless? Once these freaks fight, since you won't be joining either, you're just as useless. Besides sounding nice, it's just conforming to our intent of having a one-on-one fight. Actually, none of you have what it takes to join the fight. Even if you do, you'll be nothing more than cannon fodder." So what's so funny? Holding his forehead, Wu Qinkyu smiled and shook his head. He did not deny it. Since his words were heard by all, he still had to keep his earlier words. However, Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples grew angry at being disregarded by a lower three sect. The audience saw the two sects were ready to fight and throwing verbal attacks. They grew even more excited. The fight is bound to be intense. Junior brother, aren't you going to say something? Say what you feel. Wu Qinkyu saw his junior brothers were fuming and asked Yilin. Yilin eyed him and scratched his head before nodding. He turned to Zhuo Fan and admitted, "You're right. These people besides senior brother Wu can be ignored. This fight is between you and me." Wu Qinkyu's face twitched and he held his forehead. His junior brother had always been a lone wolf. He doesn't know anything about respect for his fellow man. The others cursed. For him, though, it didn't matter if the sect hated him. The Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples looked on with dark glares and shook their heads. This little junior brother is a professional at making fun of others. They were clueless that Yilin took pride in his status as a sacred beast inheritor. So how could he give a damn about some common folks in his eyes? Even Wu Qinkyu wasn't worth it. He only treated him better since the senior brother had looked after him all these years. Only Zhuo Fan was like him, a grand, sacred beast inheritor. All of you stand back. I don't care if any of you die from our fight's aftershocks. Yilin flicked his hand with a stern look. The others knew his temper and shook their heads as they cleared the area. Taking his time walking forward, Zhuo Fan looked around this place. This is a good spot. He signaled Kai Changlong and the others to leave. "Stand a mile behind me, lest you want to be squashed." They all started, but they left either way. Why is it that he insists on standing behind him? Zhuo Fan had just found a blind spot in a monitoring array. With the disciples in this area, it would be easier for him to get Danking Shen out of his ring. So even while they were clueless, they trusted Steward Zhuo doing what he said. Everything was in place. All that was left was to fight. Zhuo Fan focused his eyes and shot forward, his right hand unleashing a terrible red glow. Yilin grinned and faced him head-on with a golden flaming glow. He reached Zhuo Fan even faster than the other, the golden flaming fist punching forward. Chapter 695. Melee. Eyes squinting, Zhuo Fan was startled. Although he knew that Yilin was fast, he didn't expect him to be that fast. He was now seeing just how fast he was with his own eyes. It felt like he was in front of him in a blink, almost faster than he could react. With little choice against the sudden punch, Zhuo Fan had to withdraw his earlier attack, turning it into a block. Even so, he had lost momentum. Bam! The explosion resulted on impact unleashed a ray of violent golden flames while Zhuo Fan was sent flying. The scorching heat was enough to feel pain even from his killing arm. Zhuo Fan's face looked grave. The fiends were more shocked than ever. How can this be? Steward Zhuo actually lost in terms of raw power. Zhuo Fan was just as shocked as they were. He used to think that when Yilin refined decimating golden flame of the decimating dragon ancestor, his power was destructive in nature, not physical. So as long as he avoided clashing with it, even if he traded fists with his mighty killing arm, he should be able to get the upper hand against him. However, Yilin's body was so tough it didn't lose out against the killing arm at all. Are you telling me he's not human but a damn dragon? But Zhuo Fan shook that thought away. A real dragon taught by the Dragon Emperor had to be a little more freakish like young Sanzi. So while he was strong, it was nowhere near young Sanzi's terrifying level. Did he refine his body as well? Frowning, Zhuo Fan looked ahead just in time to see Yilin's evil look. That fist unleashed golden flames that burned everything it touched. Golden scales appeared on the fist, emitting sharp, glaring lights. Zhuo Fan now understood. Those were dragon scales. This guy is anything but a plain human. A half-dragon, half-human at the least, but this robbed Zhuo Fan of any chance of winning in melee. He only had the arm of a Qilin. Everything else was pure human. Who knew how many changes his opponent had? If his entire body was turned draconic, that would be bad. He had no hope at all in close quarters. Frowning, Zhuo Fan's face was wrought with worry. Chu Qingcheng stared at the screen just as worried. She had never seen Zhuo Fan show such a serious face in a fight. While he faced Huangpu Qingshan and was once surrounded by the expert of the 7 houses, he always found a way out, even if at a disadvantage. He not once looked as lost as he was now. Yilin was just too strong, as anyone could see. He might even be stronger than him. But that was not the reason for his worry. He was faced with the same situation before. So why was he showing such a weakened look, like he was about to lose? Chu Qingcheng's fist tightened, so nervous her hands were sweating. The two only clashed once, but it was clear to anyone how matters stood between them. Zhuo Fan was on the defensive. This single strike had almost already decided how this fight would end. Whoosh! Tilda Yilin snickered and capitalized on his advantage. He again shot for Zhuo Fan, fist forward, as he changed into a gold light. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in a golden halo, and he was gone, reappearing behind his opponent and striking his back. This fist carried all his power, the Qilin arm exploding with red light. And this was something Yilin's golden fist could not block. However, just as Zhuo Fan was about to hit, Yilin's other hand was encased in golden flames as he flicked it behind, meeting the Qilin arm. A rumble like no other echoed, one born from the striking of 2 arms unseen in the mortal domain. It unleashed frightening spatial waves and searing golden flames everywhere around them. It left nothing but destruction in its wake. 1,000 meters around them was leveled in a blink, removing from existence even the dust. All matter trapped in this area had been wiped out of existence. Everyone gasped in fright at such a sight, especially Ultimate Clarity Sect and Demon Scheming Sect's teams. They were so scared that they were sweating buckets. Wu Qingqiu's eyes shook as he had a bitter smile. As the audience enjoyed the show, the experts noticed something more. The average man wouldn't care much about what he saw, only finding it strange at best. It was common for the ground to be leveled when 2 fought. Even radiant stage experts could do it. There was nothing to it. However, the crux was this was not just simply leveling the playing field but clearing it out, to the extent that not a single particle of dust remained. This showed the two's raw power and how focused it all was. Not even experts above the ethereal stage could unleash such pure Yuan Kai that it could erase matter from existence. Yet these two did it through Zhuo Fan's power and Yilin's golden flame. This was the purest power the 5 great sacred beasts had refined from the primal chaos. Exalted double dragons were overwhelmed. How the hell did these 2 freaks train to be so abominable? PFF, with a groan, the 2 separated from their second clash, evenly matched. Zhuo Fan's hand was somewhat singed, and he was gasping 100 meters away from the burning heat he felt on it. Yilin's hand was shaking non-stop and even looked inflamed. Soaring Qilin was famed for its great strength among the 5 great sacred beasts. Even with the dragon scales protecting him, Yilin still suffered damage. However, he wasn't angry but excited. With a manic grin plastered on his face, he muttered to himself, "That's how a sacred beast inheritor should be. Soaring Qilin's punch is indeed fearsome." He, the dragon's soul used Soaring Qilin's power, and so did that punch. I already know who your master is. Now I don't have to hold back. Soaring Qilin is the top of the 5 great sacred beasts when it comes to raw power, but you're just a radiant stage cultivator, not in the ethereal stage. For anyone else, using the Kilin arm is enough, but against our kind, this is nowhere near enough to win. Yilin turned into another golden light as he shot for Zhuo Fan again. His hands, encased in golden flames, were seeping with bloodthirst. It caused Zhuo Fan to gasp from way over there. The first two clashes were a warm-up. Now the punk is coming at me for real. Zhuo Fan's eyes squinted, and his right eye shone golden as he used Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, Shift. He knew all too well that with Yilin's speed, only with Shift would he be able to get the upper hand. Whoosh, a golden and a red trail crossed each other in unending explosions as they entered a frenzied melee. When the audience saw them clash in one spot, they popped into another, bouncing all over the place. They could not catch a glimpse of each of their figures even through the screen. If they were at the scene, they would surely die without knowing how it happened. The 9 sect's disciples were shocked to the core. Was this the two freaks' real power? Holy hell, they were worlds apart from them. They couldn't even take them on in a fistfight. It seemed like Zhuo Fan had never fought them in earnest, or they wouldn't even last 5 hits. And that begged the question in Wen Tao's mind. Since Zhuo Fan is so tough, how did I get to wound him? This is too strange. The Demon Scheming Sect and Ultimate Clarity Sect's team were even more scared. They could all feel the incredible winds and fierce waves striking their skin. While they couldn't see the two, they were all so scared that they were ashen. In this fight, the two had reached an unknown height in terms of power and speed. The other disciples all realized one unmistakable truth. The minute they set foot anywhere near the pair, they would be ripped to pieces smaller than the eye could see. Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples finally understood why this team battle became a single match, and why they shouldn't interfere. Yilin had never seen them as real teammates, just as Zhuo Fan didn't recognize them as real opponents. If they managed to get Yilin to use half his power, that was already commendable. But now the two were evenly matched, using all they had and more. Such a ferocious power let everyone know what it meant to be a world apart. All they ever amounted to in front of their battle was to be spectators. Any attempt to butt in would be met with swift death. Chapter 696. Fated Battle. Bang tilde ear-splitting explosions ripped the skies as Zhuo Fan and Yilin's figures flashed all over the place. They just clashed east, then they were west in the next moment. Everyone was engrossed in the show they too were putting on, swishing their heads left and right, up and down to catch a glimpse. But even that proved impossible. Just how is their fight going? Only a very limited number of experts could see every move they made. Sure enough, Yilin still has the upper hand. Exalted High Ran sighed. In this melee, Zhuo Fan is simply making himself a target for Yilin. While everyone knows his body is tough, Yilin's is not even a bit lacking. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. Zhuo Fan's body cultivation is just too specialized, toughening only one arm. It was enough to sweep the floor with everyone else, but Yilin's training has been full-bodied. Maybe this mystical arm was trained when he felt extra lonely. Exalted High Ran raised an eyebrow. We've all been young once, so it's understandable, ha ha ha. Proofreader's note. Imagine if it was that easy, millions of guys with Kilin, Bai Mei teased. You're so despicable. You're even joking about this. Exalted Bai Mei turned a hard face towards the fight. However, focusing all his training into that one arm had given him a miraculous power in it. The drawback of doing so is now revealed. He's already having a hard time against Yilin's mad assault. Exalted High Ran returned his focus to the screen and nodded heavily. Glossing over Yilin's arms wrapped in golden fire, he could even get his 2 legs to burn golden too. He could attack any way he wanted from any direction, while Zhuo Fan only had a single Kilin arm to fight this onslaught. No wonder he was at a disadvantage. Other than that strong arm, Zhuo Fan was all human. The slightest touch with any of the enemy's strikes would reduce his body to nothing. Zhuo Fan frowned while his heart sank lower and lower. This was what he had feared. One who had no weaknesses against one who had just one arm would sooner or later lead to the latter's defeat. This situation brought out the fight he had with 9 dragons' diamond body. Huangpu Tianyuan's state left him helpless. Luckily, young Sanzi lent a hand in finishing the old guy off. Wait a sec. The returning dragon's roar made the old guy so tough. I wonder if this guy has a similar trump card hidden away. If not, Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted in the constant clashes as if he had found a way out. He punched one last time to get the other to fall back, then he got some distance by flying into the sky. It looked just like fleeing. Zhuo Fan, you're not getting anywhere. Yilin laughed and turned into a golden ray as he shot after him, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Just like how a savage beast found another and had to tear it to pieces. Just as he was about to catch up, Zhuo Fan slowed down, hovering in the air. His eyes flashed with an eerie glow, and his right arm glowed a thick red as it punched. Yilin was caught off guard, but against a punch, he had nothing to fear. His two arms were coated in golden flames, and dragon scales sprouted all over them as he crossed them to take the punch. Something happened that floored him in more ways than one. The arm expanded and expanded. It was like a massive pillar sent from the heavens above, smashing right into him. Tangible projection, soaring Qilin leg. I'll just stomp ya, Zhuo Fan roared in his mind, and the Qilin leg's massive power slammed into Yilin. Bam! The Qilin leg hit Yilin's arms with a resounding boom. Not even he could withstand such might. The bones in his arms were fractured, and his face went red, forced by the immense pillar to be stomped into the ground. Rumble! A loud rumbling echoed in everyone's ears, dust clouding the entire area. Under this single strike, that little valley sported a 100-meter-deep hole. Ultimate Clarity Sect and Demon Scheming Sect's disciples felt the whole world shaking with them, their faces overcome with shock. When the dust finally scattered, the people gazed upon the magnificent Qilin leg with stupefaction. Holy mackerel! What is that thing? Is it human? Some were so overwhelmed they just stared into space. Even the exalted were having a hard time comprehending this sight. We've been on this earth for so many years, yet this is a first for us too. Just what the hell did the kid do to train that right arm? The exalted found it hard to believe their eyes. Only Wu Qinkyu was quick to react. Junior brother, are you all right? No reply. The Qilin leg had nothing living under its feet. He couldn't sense anything. Wu Qinkyu frowned, filled with worry. Was his incredible junior brother gone just like that, stomped into hereafter by an even freakier freak? This can't be, he refused to believe it. From what he knew about Yilin, he would not go down that easily. Zhuo Fan agreed, even if there was no sign of Yilin being alive underneath all that red. So he just kept adding pressure to the Qilin leg to cut off any means of escape. However, even as the crowd had yet to overcome their shock, an explosion came from under the Qilin leg. Golden flames flicked around it. Zhuo Fan felt his leg hurt, a searing heat that made him sweat buckets. However, he clenched his teeth and added more power in his leg to stop that punk from getting out. Not that it helped anyway. Zhuo Fan was giving all he had, yet the leg was rising. Like a volcanic eruption, a burst of fire came from beneath it. Ah! A shout of exertion came from within that inferno as the flames only grew in size, and the leg was pushed back. Soon, a man in golden flames appeared, using his arms to push the leg higher. Golden flames flitted all over his body, now covered in sharp dragon scales. That was no human, no matter how one looked at him, but a freak covered in scales. He was only missing a tail and horns, and he'd be a dragonborn. The audience gasped in shock. These freaks are freaks in bodies as well. No wonder the previous disciples were being finished off in seconds. These guys aren't humans. Zhuo Fan could feel the immense power lifting his Qilin leg, and his face sank. It was also very pale. I just knew the guy has a full transformation, unlike me. Maybe the Qilin leg comes from a sacred beast and can hold him back a bit, but it stands no chance against his full body tempering. I lost in melee. Zhuo Fan frowned and sighed, admitting that he stood no chance. Ah! With another shout, Yilin used all he had as he pushed the Qilin leg off him. Zhuo Fan staggered in the air. What shocked him more was that Yilin was now in his face in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Fan, you lost in close quarters even with that Qilin arm. You have no chance. Yilin came at Zhuo Fan like a savage dragon while cackling. Kilin has the greatest power among the 5 great sacred beasts. Today I surpass the Kilin, and you'll become my stepping stone to reach the Tao. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan shuddered and finally understood the meaning of this fated battle. At the end of this battle, one would go on higher and higher to the peak of Tao, while the other would be cast in his shadow of defeat, finding it hard to even move on. In other words, the path forward would only get even harder for the loser. This battle he had to win. Chapter 697, Soul Battle. Cultivating was going against the natural order, fighting adversity. As long as one had a staunch belief, he would be able to walk his own path. That did not apply to beast thought. There could be only one beast king. When 2 brutal beasts met, they had to fight for a winner. The winner was king, and the loser was banished. The 5 great sacred beasts had ruled the lands together, not because of their friendly ties or rank. It was because each excelled in something that was seen with pride and made them feel like kings. Thus, no one could compare with another. However, if 2 beasts fought for hegemony, the loser would never be able to raise their head forever in the other's shadow. This was savagery, and the winner was king. Humanity had followed this principle as well, but humans had some sayings: change was constant, and revenge was a dish best served cold. That was why, to the average onlooker, the fight between him and Yi Lin didn't have much significance. The loser would live as well and could win the next time a few years later. As long as one had a steel heart, he would get back on his feet. This, however, did not apply to them. They were sacred beast inheritors. The nature of beasts flowed through them. Their fight was actually a representation of decimating dragon ancestor versus soaring Kilin. If one side lost, it would never again be able to reach the other. This was the way of the beast, but they were humans as well. Though not quite crucial, the beast way more or less affected their beliefs. That was what the fated battle meant. The winner would have his horizon broadened by standing on the other's shoulders and would be much closer to Tao. The loser would be like a beast, being left with a shadow in his heart, shaking at the mere sight of the other, and would find his path incredibly hard to tread. Zhuo Fan never thought much of it till now, only his heart pounding and telling him that he should fight. Now, though, after hearing Yi Lin, he understood. In this battle, they were betting their future. This only made it even more crucial he should not lose. He wasn't fighting for soaring Kilin's honor, only for his path, for no one to stand in his way. Zhuo Fan's previous desolate heart was now rekindled with a burning fire. Seeing Yi Lin coming, his eyes squinted, and he swept the Kilin leg as he roared. If you think you're just going to stand on my shoulders, you have another thing coming. This fight will be my win. Humph, you didn't receive soaring Kilin's inheritance, did you? Why else would you be using a sacred beast's ability in such a crude way? You'll never get to beat me by using such half-assed methods. Squinting, Yi Lin saw through him and faced the incoming Kilin leg. Golden dragon tail spatial rend? Roar. With the roar echoing across the skies, Yi Lin swept his leg, and the image of a golden dragon tail took shape as it whipped at the incoming leg. The golden flames appeared on it again and came down on the Kilin leg like a sickle. Bam! The heavy collision revealed the unexpected to the crowd. The unbeatable Kilin leg was flung aside by the tail swipe. A dark gash was left on the red leg and fresh blood seeped out. Whoosh! With one last red flash, Zhuo Fan's right hand was back to normal. In this clash, he was truly outmatched. Yi Lin's swipe had pushed him back. This had never happened before in Zhuo Fan's life. The sacred beast Kilin leg had lost in strength. It was the only reason why it would revert to its original form. Startled, Zhuo Fan was flung backward and found it hard to believe what he saw. Yi Lin is truly strong. He's just the decimating dragon ancestor's inheritor, so how can his strength? Is this the difference between a true inheritance and a meshed-up one? Frowning, Zhuo Fan's face was heavy. Then he recalled the matter of Danking Shen. Looking around, he found he was flying right for demon scheming sect's disciples. This was a good chance. So he flicked his hand and let the thunder ring fly off his ring, looking as if Yi Lin's strike shook it off. The tiny ring glittered brightly as it fell behind the demon scheming sect's disciples, where the monitoring arrays were blind. The instant the ring touched the ground, a flash of light came out of it that was hidden by the disciples. Without the monitoring arrays, no one was the wiser when something came out. Even the exalted double dragons were entirely focused on Zhuo Fan and not on the ring. Heavens, it even shook his ring off. Brother Zhuo has lost this melee. Wen Tao sighed and shook his head. Zai Tiancheng felt somewhat disappointed. Next will be a battle of souls. Soul battle? Wen Tao sighed and said, Zhuo Fan is a freak, but Yi Lin is freakier. Zhuo Fan is only in the radiant stage while Yi Lin is in the ethereal stage. Does he have any chance at all? Zai Tiancheng was startled for a long time. Wen Tao's eyes flashed and he sighed. Ever since the fight started, Brother Zhuo rested his hopes on winning in melee. If he lost in close combat, that means it's only a matter of time before it ended. Zai Tiancheng shook, looking at Zhuo Fan as he sighed. It wasn't just Sword God Sect. Hellion Flame and Demon Soul Sect were reaching the same conclusion. Chu Qingcheng couldn't sit still and stood up, staring intently at Zhuo Fan. Her eyes scrunched up in worry. When he showed that look, was it because he put all his confidence in melee? But when he discovered that the other has a much stronger body, he no longer had any hope of winning. Chu Qingcheng's eyes were filled with tears. He went all out knowing he had to do it, even knowing it didn't work. Sister Qingcheng, doesn't he have the strongest soul, Heaven Dragon's soul? He might still win. Danner tried cheering her up. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. If he could win with his soul, he would have done it from the start. Why drag it out? He must know the other's soul is far better than his, so he went for a close-quarter battle. But he got completely crushed, he. Xuan Xiaoyu spoke with incredible joy. The girls glared at him, and Chu Qingcheng ignored him. She only had eyes for Zhuo Fan. You, who never faltered once, what are you going to do now? Chu Qingcheng was asking him and herself, trying to think of a way to help Zhuo Fan. That deep emotion only made Xuan Xiaoyu's hatred burn hotter. The exalted double dragons stared intently at the fight, then shook their heads. It seems Zhuo Fan must know something about Yi Lin's soul that we don't. That's why he didn't go for a soul battle. Otherwise, just when he lost in melee, switching for a soul attack would have caught the adversary off guard. Exalted Hai Ran spoke. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. Now that melee is a dead end, and he's not going for a soul battle, the outcome is clear. There's no point in fighting now. Zhuo Fan has lost. All that's left is for him to admit it or fight to his last drop of energy. Exalted Hai Ran's eyes glinted. Though I hope he'll fight till the very end, in the corner of the valley, Danking Shen slipped out of the ring and did not rush for the sacred weapon. He closely observed the fight, feeling his chin with his rough hand. Boy, the melee was but a test. Have you found all you need for the soul battle? I want to see if your meshed-up dragon soul can turn it around. I hope you won't let me down. Whoosh! Stopping himself from flying backward, he also spat blood. After wiping his mouth, his eyes took on a hard gaze. Zhuo Fan, your greatest asset, strength, has been trumped. Killin's disciple had just lost to the decimating dragon ancestor's disciple. Admit your defeat. I'll take you under my wing as my right hand. With me, your path won't be so affected. We will both make our way to the sacred domain. Yi Lin flashed in front of him with a smile. After all, on this wide green earth, there's only us who are half human, half beast. Zhuo Fan snickered. The winner lords over the loser. For the loser to swear allegiance to the winner is the best path, so that the loser can attain Tao by following the winner. Otherwise, his path would be cut from the pain in his heart. It's good you realize it. Who had it so we become sacred beast inheritors, to gain their power and inherit their path, so admit defeat. It's for your own good. Ha ha ha, sorry, I've gotten used to always calling the shots. Being the little guy doesn't suit me. Zhuo Fan sneered, his eyes flashed, and he roared. You won in close quarters, but I'll win in soul. The final victory will be mine. Chapter 698, Decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King, Soul Battle. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Lin heard the biggest joke in his life as he cracked up. You've already compared your Heaven Dragon soul with mine, haven't you? Yet you still want to fight the Heaven Dragon soul of a dragon ancestor's disciple. Ha ha ha, how cocky can you get? If you still aren't clear on the 5 great sacred beasts' unique powers, I can enlighten you. Qilin has the best raw power, but is the worst when it comes to anything else. The fact that you lost in melee means you lost it all. There's no hope for you to turn it around. So listen to my advice and give up. Holding his head high, Yilin shouted with resolution. Zhuo Fan knew it very clearly as well, but he was even more sure that his inheritance did not limit itself to Qilin. It was a jumbled-up array of skills from many great experts. While not a master in either of them, victory lay in their amount. Now that he fused them all, he could mold them any way he wanted. Maybe one such variation was the answer to this battle, just like how Danking Shen put it. His second-rate dragon soul might win against the orthodox one. While having no hope of winning, Zhuo Fan was far from losing also. He would have to see where this action took him, be it defeat or victory. Therefore, Zhuo Fan no longer wasted words. Sacred beasts are sacred beasts. We are humans. You're too naive if you think you can compare their fights with ours. Wraith Style's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Roar. With the roar, Zhuo Fan's Qilin arm flashed red, and a claw ripped through the air as it grabbed for Yilin. Humph, pig-headed. Since one is a sacred beast inheritor, a master's power determines a disciple's power. The master's skill is the disciple's skill. No one in this world can surpass the 5 great sacred beasts. Your only hope of winning is by using the inherited Qilin's power, but now you no longer have that chance. Yilin's eyes flashed coldly. He jumped straight ahead as he coated his dragon claw in golden flames. 9 revolving golden dragon claw, Space Ripper. Bam! A loud blast resulted from the impact, and they entered a deadlock. Then came the 2 dragons' roars. 200 meters tall dragon souls came out of their bodies as they traced the skies. They glowed in a prismatic light, and their tail flicked at the space, almost cracking it before going against each other. Boom! Another explosion came. The 2 dragons set against each other, the noise covering the little valleys every corner and the mountain range around. Its ripples sent dust flying. As for the disciples of the 2 sects, the ripples sent them into the air, filling them with shock. They knew Zhuo Fan had a heaven dragon soul, but not that Yilin had one too. Wu Qingqiu's side was stunned. They had never seen Yilin's soul, and now that they did, they were stumped. Everyone knew that in the thousands of years of Western lands, only the exalted double dragons had such a soul. Since then, no one had gotten such a powerful soul. Now, however, it not only reappeared, but it came twice. Everyone looked shocked and more excited than ever. A clash between heaven dragon souls meant a clash between Western lands' strongest exalted. Not even they could imagine how it would look. However, today they would witness such a great fight. The delegates, and even the exalted double dragons, were eager to see this exciting fight. How come Yilin also has a heaven dragon soul? Blinking hard, Exalted High Ran found it incredulous. Giving a stiff nod, Exalted Bai Mei sighed. This is a truly rare soul. Seeing how a demonic and a righteous cultivator have the same heaven dragon soul is like I'm seeing us in the olden days. They're really like us back in the day. Exalted High Ran recovered from his shock and laughed. It's like these 2 were sent by Providence. They're like identical molds? Exalted Bai Mei smiled and nodded. Western lands will have a successor. Chu Qingcheng understood why Zhuo Fan did not take out his soul so soon. Yilin's soul was just like his, if not better. In this soul battle, Zhuo Fan looked to be at a disadvantage. Looking at the 2 heaven dragon souls fight, she saw that Yilin's was better, pushing back Zhuo Fan's. Chu Qingcheng was worried again. On the field of battle, the 2 were in a deadlock. Yilin looked up at the retreating dragon soul belonging to Zhuo Fan and snickered. I told you. When it comes to dragon souls, you're not my match. It's still in its base form, yet you're still losing ground. If I add the dragon ancestors' teachings, you're finished? Humph, we'll just see about that. Zhuo Fan squinted and snorted. Variant Almighty Scarlet Dragon King. With a draconic roar, Zhuo Fan's dragon soul shifted. It exploded in scarlet light, and its scales hardened like rocks, tougher than steel. Its fangs grew and turned savage. Its tail swished and whipped Yilin's dragon soul, causing Yilin to shudder. As his soul shook, he flew back from Zhuo Fan's punch. He was pushed back from the soul and raw power combined. Demon scheming sect's disciples cheered, and so did the crowd. Only the 9 sects remained silent, staring at the screen with hard faces. Ultimate Clarity sect's disciples were confident. It was like they knew Yilin had no way of losing. The amateurs rave while the experts are aware. Only the 9 sects experts could see that before Zhuo Fan showed his variant, he was at a disadvantage. They all knew Yilin had yet to show his dragon soul's change. Zhuo Fan knew this as well. So after shaking him off, he quickly fell back. He wasn't after pressing his chance, but wanted to get the opponent to take out all his cards. The one that showed all his moves was the one who was at a true disadvantage. Grinning, Yilin flew backward, saying in a casual tone, "Since you want to see the truest way to train your dragon soul, then feast your eyes." Ha ha ha. Variant, decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. Widening his eyes, Yilin's eyes had a crazed look as he shouted. Yilin's body and his dragon soul stopped. Golden flames rose from around the dragon soul. They pierced its body, and the prismatic glow soon died against the flames. Now the old dragon had turned into a brilliant golden and burning divine dragon. Its talons grew from within the scorching flames like a pyre, their sharpness glinting in the sun's rays. All could practically see anything turning to ribbons the instant they met those claws. Zhuo Fan stopped and stared at the golden dragon. He could feel it from there, the blistering heat coming from that huge dragon's flames. He knew the might of this creature, but after pondering, he made up his mind, making almighty Scarlet Dragon King charge head-on. In the end, knowing both sides' features was what got you victory. He had to figure out everything with the other hand up his sleeves. Seeing through Zhuo Fan's tactic, Yilin grinned and laughed. "You want to see the decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King's power that much? Suit yourself. Not like you have a choice in the matter, ha ha ha, roar." As if to agree with Yilin, the golden dragon roared, surging up as it charged at the Scarlet Dragon. The clash was unlike the previous one, but one of life and death. This was Zhuo Fan's most dangerous moment of his second life. Bam! The almighty Scarlet Dragon King swished its tail and flung the golden dragon back. However, the golden dragon used its claw to sink it into the Scarlet Dragon at the same time, right under Zhuo Fan's incredulous eyes. The searing flames entered the Scarlet Dragon, and it roared in pain. Its heavy bulk shook under pain. Zhuo Fan's face went red, and his mind was in pain as he spat sizzling blood. Chapter 699, Counterattack. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, see that? You lost faster comparing our dragon souls than our fists. Give up while you still can. The golden dragon was about to be flung away, but because its claw dug deep into the Scarlet Dragon, it stayed put. The golden dragon then coiled around the other one and tightened its hold. No matter how it thrashed around, the Scarlet Dragon could not break free. Let's not forget the golden flames cooking it from the inside out. Its only saving grace was the red glow around it shielding it somewhat, or it would have been burned alive. Despite that, the Scarlet Dragon kept wailing in pain due to its sizzling flesh. Zhuo Fan was shaking like a leaf from having his dragon soul subjected to such a cruel attack. He was pale and sweating buckets. Yilin laughed at Zhuo Fan's discomfort. "What more do you want? Your soul is clearly weaker. Taking it any further would mean the end of your soul and the end of you. So just give up." To add insult to injury, the golden dragon had received Yilin's order and opened its maw to breathe searing heat on the Scarlet Dragon. Zhuo Fan was now close to collapsing from how much he was shaking. He clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. But his eyes held a most staunch gaze. The audience sighed. The soul battle is worse than the melee one. Trapped the moment the fight started, he knew his soul wasn't up to par, so he started with his fists. Yet not even fighting in melee proved helpful, having lost in the end. Now, being stubborn and unyielding, he had gone to fight with his soul. But power was everything, and he clearly couldn't win it. Not even going all out worked. Zhuo Fan has no chance of making a comeback. Everyone wrote Zhuo Fan off as having lost. With his soul in the other's claws, what else could this be if not a loss? Only Chu Qingcheng kept staring at him with her pure eyes filled with hope. Sister Qingcheng, it's done. Yilin is too strong. Zihe lost. Danner did not know how to comfort her. However, Chu Qingcheng's gaze was firm. I know he had no hopes for this battle, but as long as he did not give in himself, I still believe he will win. For sure. The girls watched her with a start, then they sighed. This is called blind faith. The exalted shook their heads, more and more amazed by Yilin. Who is this kid? His tempering of the Heaven Dragon soul is so thorough. We used to think Zhuo Fan's version of Heaven Dragon soul was better, but I never thought it possible for Yilin's to be even greater. I fear that not even our knowledge of it can compare. Exalted Hai Ran sighed in shock. Exalted Bai Mei had to admit. Yes, just like in a meeting of rivals, there's someone better. The same applies to Heaven Dragon souls. Yilin had followed the best path for his strengthening. I can hardly believe the Heaven Dragon soul could reach such a level of power. Just like they say, the new replaces the old. Old-timers like us. Exalted Bai Mei sighed, and Exalted Hai Ran nodded. He sighed as he stood up, looking at the judge. Yilin won. Have them return. What? The judge jerked and sent the two Exalted an incredulous look. In all the double dragon gatherings, the Exalted had only been silent observers, being a symbol of fairness, not once interfering and always going by the rules. Only this time, even as plenty of time remained, the Exalted wanted to cut it short and declare a winner. This never happened. Ever. The judge was dumbstruck. Exalted Hai Ran sighed. The outcome is obvious. Do you want to let it go on until one of them loses their life? The judge reacted at last and looked at the little valley. The Exalted were afraid of losing Zhuo Fan, so they stepped in. Such an honor. In the eyes of the highest leaders, the life of a human was worthless. The double dragon gathering had had too many deaths than none could count. Yet not once did they want to save one, except Zhuo Fan. Sigh, from now on, the Exalted will have a favorite pupil, what honor. Sighing, the judge bowed to the Exalted, then eyed the gatekeepers as he cleared his throat. He was just about to announce it. But then, creepy laughter came out before the judge or the gatekeepers could act. The eerie laughter made one's spine tingle. It was the kind of voice a demon would make in the dead of night as it banged on your door. Hi, self-righteous punk, even arrogance has its limit. You want me to surrender? Humph, no dice. The creepy laughter came from Zhuo Fan, who was looking just as frail as before, but his eyes were sharp and clear. He had lost his previous stern look, and was now looking positively insane. Is that all your decimating golden heaven dragon king can do? Then consider it my win. Variant, heaven-devouring demonic dragon king. Everyone, even Yilin, did not react as Zhuo Fan's dragon soul once again roared. The scarlet glow faded, its eyes closed as if asleep, and when he opened them again, they were pitch black. The previous rampant aura of the scarlet dragon was lost as well, giving way for one of pure evil. Its pitch-black eyes only amplified the dread, feeling as if it sucked the very soul out of you. Its huge bulk was turning black as well, releasing unspeakable danger even as it was trapped. Yilin gaped. What the hell? How did it change colors? Even its aura is different. It's like I'm looking at a different soul. The Exalted were frozen in place as well. Logic dictated that one's soul changed depending on one's cultivation methods and insights. Once it took the owner's characteristics, it could never change again. So why was this one doing it twice? First it was brutal and savage, but quite upstanding. Now it turned vicious and cruel, like the worst killer in history. For these two changes to appear on a single soul was beyond everyone's comprehension. The Exalted themselves would vow such a weird thing had never happened. Not just them, but even Danking Shen, who guided Zhuo Fan, had a goony look. Is this what the kid understood by soul variation? It's too damn weird. It's as freaky as him. Then again, just what is his cultivation method anyway? It brings together many aspects. Everyone went slack-jawed. Even the judge and the gatekeepers. Zhuo Fan ignored the obvious dumb looks and snickered. With all the intel gathered, it's time for me to counterattack. The huge black dragon roared, and it caused everyone's scalp to tingle, even Yilin's. The black dragon flicked its tail. uncaring about the golden flames, and it was now its turn to wind around the golden dragon. It then opened its gaping mouth and sank its teeth into the golden dragon, forcing it to wail. Yi Lin's mind felt a sharp pain as his soul was damaged. As a reaction, the golden flames exploded like a huge volcano, wrapping around the black dragon. However, the black dragon was creepy like its owner. It did not fear them, unlike the almighty Scarlet Dragon King. The dark aura around it absorbed the flames as they approached. Yi Lin was shocked beyond belief at this. What? That's dragon ancestors' decimating golden flame. Even so, Zhuo Fan's cultivation method from the 9 Serenities Emperor, the demon transformation art, combined with the heaven dragon soul, resulted in heaven-devouring demonic dragon king, able to absorb anything and everything in existence. Yi Lin's decimating golden flame stood no chance against such a dragon soul. Yi Lin looked grave and gnashed his teeth. Is this Killin's ability? Ha ha ha, what do you think? Zhuo Fan grinned. I told you, we're humans in the end. Sacred Beast's path isn't completely useful to us. Do you still think you got what it takes to win against me in a soul battle? Yi Lin's brow shook as his eyes looked sharp. I misjudged you. You still added more tricks to your soul. In that case, allow me to show you the purest heaven dragon soul. Yi Lin's hands flashed through a series of signs, his eyes flickering with golden flames. Chapter 700, Vaulting Dragon King. A dragon is the strongest and toughest creature. Your demonic dragon is very weird and can handle my flames, but it's still too soft. Let me show you how a true dragon should be. With a shout, Yi Lin's signs came to an end. Reveal your brutality, decimating golden heaven dragon king, scale shedding. Roar, a brutal roar came from his dragon, and it released a blinding golden light. As it shook, it threw off the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon had no chance to latch on again, as the golden dragon's scales bristled and shot like tiny blades at the demonic dragon. Those scales contained scorching flames that could burn anything. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, and he had a very bad feeling. Without any hesitation, based on his double lives intuition, he had his soul move away. It proved to be too late as the scales fell from the golden dragon like rain, hitting the demonic dragon fully and sending its golden flames right into its body. The demonic dragon had no time to absorb them as they instantly detonated. The violent power and the searing flames left the demonic dragon to jerk from pain and torment. Zhuo Fan was also assaulted by the pain in his mind. Yi Lin snickered, getting his dragon free from the demonic dragon and ordering it to claw the other's skull, to attack it from 2 fronts. The pitch-black aura on the demonic dragon scattered from the explosions, and its ears were deafened by it, making the claw that came take it by surprise. Grinning, Yi Lin saw his dragon clawing the demonic dragon's face as if he was slapping Zhuo Fan's. Ha ha ha, even if your dragon can handle my golden flames, it's too soft. A dragon should be strong and tough. That dragon you got by meshing up all kinds of sundries are no match for pure perfection. My dragon has you beat in power alone. You're no match to me even in soul. Yi Lin had a crazed look in his eyes as he cackled. The audience saw Zhuo Fan just make a comeback, yet was being pushed back the next second, burning his last hope. Exalted double dragons shook their heads. They were shocked by Zhuo Fan's tactic, but they had to admit Yi Lin's dragon soul was far more complete in its adaptation, simply perfect. Zhuo Fan's Scarlet Dragon and Demonic Dragon each had their strong suit, but it had heaps of weaknesses as well. It was very easy for them to be routed and pushed back, unless the Exalted seemed to recall something and quickly denied it, like that will ever happen. A twice-altered soul is already miraculous enough, so how can 2 different forces, moreover, they just don't fit? It's impossible. Zhuo Fan had given his all in this fight, but it still was not enough. If he could fuse those 2 variants? Sword God Sex Zai Tianchang said. When Tao shook his head on the spot, that's downright impossible. I have no idea how that demonic dragon even came to be, but what is certain is that it is an extreme yin. Yin is soft, and virtue can restrain the golden flames just how our soft sword can handle attacks. However, that scarlet dragon is extremely brutal and hard. While yin and yang can engender each other, they can also repel one another. If these two dragons are united, it will become unlike anything in this world. Nothing could stop it. But if they clash, the result will only harm oneself. That's why Brother Zhuo's dragon soul can take both yin and yang forms. This is truly amazing in itself. If he were to fuse them, their engendering is still not enough. Even if he does, it might not be Yilin's match because he is still lacking. Still, Zai Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. When Tao spoke with a stern face, a dragon's brutality. A dragon is extremely strong and hard, but Yilin's dragon soul is also a flame dragon. Fire is very explosive, and once attacked it would rain havoc. Brother Zhuo's dragon soul lacked in this department on both accounts. His attacks just don't make the cut, while his defenses are still too weak to take those blows. As you saw from the scale shedding. However, as he was commenting on the fight, a roar came from within the screen that startled everyone. Zhuo Fan's dragon soul was shifting again, back to his scarlet form. It flashed its claws and stopped the golden dragon's attacks. With a roar of fury, it then smashed the other's head with a claw and threw it to the ground. Almighty Scarlet Dragon King was truly a king in terms of raw power. Not even the golden dragon could match it. As for hardness, he was among the best. The audience once again clamored in excitement. Zhuo Fan used the two variations to fight back. But then, the golden dragon twisted and flicked its tail, striking the scarlet dragon with its golden scales. The scarlet dragon whipped its own tail to protect its head. As the explosions echoed, it still wailed. Its tough scales were falling from the relentless assault, its power waning from the wounds. Zai Tiancheng now understood what Wen Tao meant by brutal. Zhuo Fan's variations could not stop Yilin's scale shedding. Against such an explosive attack, Zhuo Fan could do nothing. The experts noticed it as well. Even with the two forms of dragon soul, Zhuo Fan could not get out of that impasse. Everyone lamented, and the exalted gave the judge a look to get to it in calling it off. Shaking, Zhuo Fan bled from the mouth, but he did not mind it. He had the almighty Scarlet Dragon King turn back into heaven-devouring demonic Dragon King to absorb the remaining golden flames on its body. Finally breathing easier, he knew the two forms were not enough. Zhuo Fan, it's the end of the line for you. Your variations can't take my dragon. A second rate is a second rate. How can it ever match a perfect dragon soul, ha ha ha. Yilin looked at Zhuo Fan with pride, filled with confidence. The golden dragon was shaking its tail as well, giving the black dragon a look of disdain. Zhuo Fan sneered. He never was one to take to others showing off, especially in his face. So he scratched his nose and said, "Brat, enough with the patronizing or you'll be sorry." It's not over until it's over, still trying to fight the inevitable. Humph, it's your funeral. I'm being serious when I tell you that I haven't gone all out, or you'd be dead. He, you're not the only one. When I go crazy, I can't control myself. Zhuo Fan snickered. Yilin's face twitched. Are you calling me lunatic? Humph, we'll just see who goes crazy first. Decimating golden flame is called decimating because it can burn the heavens. Proceed at your own risk. You might collapse the heavens by burning them, but I will hold them up, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan had a creepy grin. Yilin's brow twitched, finding it odd. What's got this punk so confident when his two dragon souls are useless? He didn't get to find an answer as Zhuo Fan's dragon soul turned into almighty Scarlet Dragon King as it soared higher and higher. Yilin mocked. You're going up even as you're about to lose. This time you won't get to change your dragon soul. I won't let you. Scale shedding. His dragon sent golden scales like rain upon the Scarlet Dragon. Only this time, the Scarlet Dragon did not dodge, and it was not releasing black energy to stop it either. Everyone was stunned. Was Zhuo Fan going to make the Scarlet Dragon face the scales head-on? That's suicide. It won't help you at all. But as the golden scales approached, the red glow on the Scarlet Dragon dimmed and its body was see-through. The huge dragon then lit up in an azure flame, engulfing its body. It went on like this, like an azure fire dragon. Dragon Soul Variant, Vaulting Dragon King. Zhuo Fan's hand made some new signs as he shouted.